Good evening, guys. How you all doing? Good morning, good afternoon, depending on where you're from. We're live right now, but if you're watching it later, thanks for having a look in. Some of it you might find interesting. Yeah, I thought I'd make up for last night. Something came up. Paul! Hey, Paul, how you doing? Thanks for getting in touch and letting me know about the latest stuff you're going through, which is, and I'm made up for you as well. It's all good stuff. Made up for you, mate. And John's crying. John, you're just going to have to be quicker. That's all I can say. Paul, no worries. Like I've just said, from what you've told me, I totally understand. Of course I do. In fact, it's way past your bedtime. Hey, Aaron, how are you? Here she is, look. The one and only. How brilliant is Yvonne, guys? Well, you all know. Teflon. No. In fact, we've finished that game. That one. Maybe I should think of something new. Or you could. Let's have your ideas. David, how you doing? And thanks for getting in touch. Really appreciate it. I'll be in touch soon. All right. And thanks for coming in, as always. Lovely guy. As you all know. Gregory, how you doing? Hi. Hi. Beauty therapist is in there as well. Hello. I'll take a quick sip before Eamon comes in. I normally leave it till then, but he could be well late. How you doing, Ron? Good to see you in there, mate. Always brilliant support. Thank you so much, mate. Good evening, guys. Good evening. Honestly, good evening. Spiky Blue. How you doing, mate? 18 months it's been now. You're still there, mate. Really appreciate it. Thanks very much. You and Claire. Don't forget that vegan breakfast you promised me. My memory's still quite good. A long time ago, Spikes, but Katrina, hello. How are you? Thanks for coming in, guys. Appreciate it. Short notice, but you know, I can't not do one midweek because I miss you. You know. And last night I just couldn't. UK, how you doing, UK Transparency? UK's there, guys. As always. Bloody marvellous that fella is. It's Burr Britton in there. See, there he is. How you doing, pal? Hope you're all right, mate. Thanks for coming in the chat. Good to see you. You've got a lot of respect in here, and you know that. And of course, you're welcome on. You know that as well. There's my mate. There he is. I'm good, mate. How are you? How's from, well, you mentioned it, so I'll mention it because you mentioned it in public on here last. How's the morphine stuff going with you? Are you getting any better? Is what I'm asking. My love to Keris, if she don't come in tonight, she's probably listening in the background, but Keris, how you doing, love? Thanks for looking after him. Sorry. Kathy, hello. How are you, Kath? By the way, hang on, I'll just finish saying hello, because I don't think I'm far off. But I do have bikers there, guys. There he is, my partner in crime. I think I've missed something with Ron there. Oh, hey, but Ron, around about 5:30, I think, thunder and lightning. So I put the camera on, just stood it there on a tripod and stood it in front of the window, see what I could get. Anyway, I've not looked back at it yet. But yeah, around Wigan, round about 5:30, Manchester area. When I'm looking out my window, I'm very high up. I see all the Pennines and everything. And it was coming over from the east, so when Biker comes on, he might tell us. It looked like it were coming over from Yorkshire, which is typical Yorkshire, trying to drown us Lancastrians out all the time. They've got a weather machine. Sure of it. Cheers, mate. Really appreciate that. And like I've just said, you've got respect in here off everyone. If not, mate, they can either shut up or go and watch something else. Fathered, right. Mr. Strawberry. Oh, you've changed your name. Right, copyright. I have to zoom in on that. Captured and released. Good evening to you. Great to hear, Al. Thank you. Bit less worry for me, mate. Thanks for that. Thanks for letting me know that. David, stop being a soft ass bitch, right? You know I'm going to go live at some point. Oh, I miss you too as well. David's on the floor at this moment. Hello, new potatoes. I am quite well, thanks very much, and I hope you are too. I haven't caught you live in some. Oh right, okay, yeah, I do remember. Right, I hope you're okay then. I hope you've not been absent for any rough reason or bad reason. But hey, thank you, thanks for coming in. Yeah, we got new potatoes in. There she is. Please say hello to Keris, guys, because there's an angel in the chat. Thanks so much. You're getting later and later, you are. What's going on with you? 11 minutes past 9 at night. Kathy, yeah, just give me a minute. Let me go through what I normally do. I'll put the link up when I finish saying hello to completely everyone. Just to show my respect to you guys who've come in. Mickey Mouse, how you doing, mate? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Cheers, Mickey. Libertarian, thanks for coming in. Always. Cheers. I'm good, thank you. Hope you are too. Look at this. It's brilliant. Hey, how you doing? Thanks for coming in. Social storyteller. V2.0. I'm nearly there. Nearly there. Charlotte! I had a feeling you'd come in, Charlotte, again. Thanks a lot. Thank you. I'm waiting for, hopefully, Charlotte Feckle Boyle. Might come in and say hello as well. Okay then, Kathy, what I'll do, right, and all right then, fair enough. If someone's got something to talk about, right, I'll bring you on straight away after Biker said his hellos. And that's it, right? So I'm going to put the link up now, Kathy. So just hold on. So I think I've said hello to everyone. Thanks so much for coming in, guys. Short notice. Brilliant stuff. Just thanks for being nice to each other and respectful, etc. Love it. Love it. Okie doke. Right, so it won't be a minute before Biker pops on and Cassie. Also, I've got hopefully, I've got a special guest coming on as well, which could be a surprise to a lot of you. And then, so I'll just leave it at that. So stay tuned. Okay. Right, here he is.
Up, Cocky.
How you doing, mate? How you up?
All good, mate. Yeah. Evening, everybody at chat. How we all doing? Thank you for your comments. Yeah, you mentioned that storm yesterday, mate. I didn't get one yesterday. We got it tonight.
No, today.
Oh, today,
yeah.
Yeah, we got it about, 5:30, 5:45.
Oh, that's what time it happened here. But
it
was massive. I'll show it you.
Yeah.
I'll show it you. You can see Pennines, and it was straight over. And
it was big.
Tell where that area is, where you are, and from Manchester, and it was straight over you, type of thing. So yeah, that must have been a massive thing then. Yeah,
it got really dark here because all the outside lights came on. It was that dark. So it might be the same one. It didn't last long. It only lasted probably half an hour tops. That was it.
It was a good hour here, and then I put my phone on the window first, and then when I checked it, it had gone out of focus. So that I put it on the gimbal and on the tripod and put it on the balcony. Just about in it. There is an area what always stays dry, and it was raining obviously, and I put it in the dry area and just clicked on, and as soon as I did that, it stopped. So when I look back, hopefully before it went out of focus, I've got something. But I just love it. I just love it.
Oh, brilliant. Brilliant. I normally set the camera up on tripod. Got a device on it. It activates when it gets a flashing light, because it's hard to catch a still picture on a camera. So you leave it on, just leave it on automatic on this sensor. Any flash of light, and it just activates it. It'll take 50 shots.
Oh, all right. Okay.
So it's pretty good, but I didn't have it set up tonight either. But I have done it past. It quite good bit of kit.
Well, I'm using Samsung 25G or something.
S21.
Oh yeah, that's it. I didn't buy it that long ago.
Just I thought you got same as me. Yeah, they've got good cameras on them, mate. Without a doubt.
Oh, sorry. The picture quality, absolutely superb.
Yeah,
absolutely superb. The editing, if I edit, I do it on my phone and then put it onto UCut and then put it together on that. But the editing on this, it's a bit weird, because once you've edited, say you took down an hour's worth to 15 minutes, half an hour, whatever, it then gets rid of the original video. So then what you can do is, when you click on the edited video, what you've just done from the whole thing, it will allow you to restore the whole video. But then I've done that, and maybe it's me missing something, but I've done that, and it won't allow me to re-edit the full video, if you know what I mean. So I'll have to suss that out. There must be a way of doing it, but it's annoyed me, because I had another part to this. The guys just sent me a comment, right, on the Centelling, the guy who argued with me on the street, and he's put, "Where does this belief come from that you can't film me without my permission? I see it on over 80% of auditors' videos, such a held in stone view, and 100% incorrect." Does that mean he's pro auditor, or he's saying he's sticking up for the guy? Where does this belief that you can't? No, I think he's sticking. Yeah, I think it right. Sorry about that.
So I've got.
I normally get comments, you see.
Yeah, I've got a little subject that I want to bring up and all. It's quite an interesting one.
Cool, go for it.
What now?
Right, do you want to do that now?
Wherever you want, mate.
It's just Kathy. I'll bring you on, love. And I know you said you've not got.
That's why I asked. But I know you got Kathy back. That's why I asked, mate.
Yeah.
Put Kathy on. I'll discuss it when Kathy's discussed her bit. So it's just a bit of interest. It might be relevant to. I've seen BBA in here. It might be relevant to him as well.
All right. Yeah.
Well, basically quite a few. So yeah.
No, that's sound. Kathy's not got long. Biker normally stays around for a bit, so we'll do it that
Kathy,
way.
go on, mate.
Hello, Kathy. Please don't let me down. I've done it too quick. I'm going to remove you. Sorry. I've done it too quick. Let me.
Wrong.
Right, what's wrong with my... something wrong with my banner thing. It's not showing.
Use it wrong banner, mate.
I'm not.
Hello?
Well, it doesn't matter what I
Hello?
use. It's just when I click on it, it's not coming on. So it could be anything.
Hello?
Hello.
Hello? Hi, yeah.
It's not.
Right,
Hello?
spoke, mate. It's definitely Kathy.
Do you hear me?
All right. Hiya, Kathy. I've got.
Hey, Kathy.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Is my volume okay?
Yes, Kathy, we can hear you.
Oh. On my mobile, I still don't know how it
Are
works.
you
So
all right?
I've turned up the volume. So is it okay now? I'm not like.
That's good. That's
It's
perfect.
all right. I can hear you.
Okay. Well, I know you know
Eamon,
a
if you
little
would.
about me, and you were the second time I came on after months of like talking in the chats a year ago. I know you know a little about me, but not so much maybe lately, but I've been living with somebody for 6 years, and it's oh gosh, I don't think I've told you.
Yeah, actually, I
It's very.
remember you
I have,
speaking
haven't
about it.
I think I have. Yes, I have.
Is it? Well, this
Yes.
the guy that abused you?
No, he didn't hit me or nothing. I've lived with him for 6 years, and he abused me financially and emotionally. Well, it started out as a relationship for a year, 18 months actually, and then it came out what it was. We basically lived as friends for 5 years, you know, like celibate friends because of what he was. Well, we kind of split up in April and was about to like move out of the flat we've been sharing, and I'd kind of was starting to move on and met. Well, it terminally ill and he's dying. He's only 53.
I think he heard you talk about this on somebody else's channel a few weeks back.
Yeah, 2 weeks ago we found out. 2 weeks on Friday I found out. This is like something new to me. I've never had so close. My mum died 6 years ago, but I wasn't. She died of cancer 6 years ago, but we knew she was dying for 18 months, but for all of that time, she was shunning me because of the religion, and I didn't know any updates. And they had a family reunion, get together where it was my mum's farewell. I wasn't invited. I didn't know till an hour before she died. No one told me because of the religion. So that's the only thing, but this is like someone I've lived with and have loved, even though we were splitting up and there's been no, intimacy really for 5 years. I did love him and he looked after me, and terminally ill now. And I'm going to look after him now. Well, obviously I can't really do that much to make a few brews.
Kathy. How do you think you can get over all this? Because
do you understand why I've come to you now? Because of you've had your recent loss.
Yeah, but I'm gonna make sure sure that I'm getting on with my own life is the most important thing. So
Can you
it's
understand that I've been brought up in a cult?
There cannot
that
be a
thinks very
day where you
different.
can forget about that. Not one day
The
where you can
cult
forget
I was
about it.
brought
And
up
the day
in,
after that, come back to yourself and say, hang on a minute, yesterday I didn't even... It never entered me. It never came into my head. I actually totally forgot about it all. That'll never happen, I don't think. Ronald, just for you, I forgot. I always forget things.
I just want to say, because you know the way I was brought up as in that cult, it was like to be very, very different to the way everybody else is. And
can I, Kathy, right? Everyone we all think you're lovely. We know that on here and other channels. So many, probably hundreds of people that know that you. What are you gonna do? Are you gonna move on from these imprisoned thoughts of yours, which carry on day by day? Because it's you sound really. It's a bit worrying the way you sound, and that. So, have you got a plan for moving forward? Like, despite stuff everyone has to deal with, really, to some degree, and at some point, because you'll get help on here. But, I mean, we can only talk to you on here. The other ways of help you'll get from elsewhere. But I hope I didn't upset her by saying that.
I don't think you did, Matt.
Kathy, if you want to give it a little while and then come back on, you can. Everyone's listening. No one's, judging you or anything like that. Not on here, not on this watch. Or else Yvonne will see to that for sure. Guys who's come in, Rally, I've seen you, Eamon, I know you've come in, mate, and quite a few others. Really appreciate it. Neil, Rug Ops, and a couple of others. Cheers, guys. Sandy as well. So, right, I'm enthralled. I'm ready to hear what back. Glenda as well. How are you doing? Purple Spliff as well. How are you doing? Sorry about that, bag. I spoke to Purple the other night. I'll just give me 1 minute. I spoke to Purple one night, and it was on Cat's Live.
Yeah, that one on there as well.
Do you remember Catwoman on mine, guys?
Well,
right, it was that person. Yeah, yeah. And spoke to him afterwards, and he's been around for a long time, and it's with some people, it's with them, it's been on and off. And when he spoke to me that night, without me saying anything to him, he was saying, "Do you know it's like with people? It's like they're on and off with me. I don't." And his face were on screen, and so I like Purple Spliff, and he's never done any harm to me. He made a mistake one night, and it was a genuine mistake, that's all. And I did mention it. He just got his skins out and advertised the brand, and totally innocent. So Purple, thanks for coming in, mate, and you're very welcome on here. Thanks for that, mate. I have no doubts. So cheers, mate. Thanks for your support as well.
Right then, I'll come out with this one, and it's a question.
Go on.
That may get a lot of people thinking. Right, talking to Plod earlier, and he's had one of his videos taken down. It's been up. It was posted on 11th of July this year. It's been taken down as a privacy complaint.
Which one?
Right. Well, we found which one anyway. It's not there. Nobody else can see it. But
Oh, right.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's because it's gone. Right. So it's a privacy complaint, but it doesn't say what part of privacy. Now it's only a short video, so I went through it, looked at it, went through it a few times, and the only privacy complaint this guy has got is A, it shows his face, and B, it shows his car and registration number coming out of the police station on a public road. Right, well, we all know it's not against the law to take pictures of any vehicle's registration number. So, you know, this guy, in his infinite wisdom, has put in a privacy complaint and the video has been taken down. So I did a bit of digging, checked his car out, and at the time it was posted, it got no MOT on his car. It shouldn't have even been on the road, but yet it's coming out of a police station with an expired MOT of 2 weeks. He didn't get it MOT'd for another further 4 weeks.
So was this a personal vehicle or an unmarked?
Yeah. No, it's his own vehicle. Right. It had no MOT, it expired 2 weeks prior to the video going up. He didn't get MOT'd for a further 4 weeks after the video went up. Right. And the guy's put a privacy complaint in. And that is the only reason that I can think, or that we've come up with, that is the case. Right, now that is leading up to what I'm going to say next. Right, the amount of ANPR cameras that we've got about, they pick up everybody's registration. If your car isn't taxed, MOT'd or insured, it will pick up on it. And if it does, you will get a letter through the post, you get a fine. Or if a police car catches it on the road, they will pull you up. And if you're pulled up for having no MOT, tax or insurance, any one of them, your car's seized. It's compounded. What I'm saying is what I'm getting at, right? The amount of ANPR cameras that are dotted about and the amount of police cars that's in a police station at any one given time, the ANPR cameras are working on them all the time. Why haven't they picked this copper's car up as being illegal? Why has that copper been allowed to drive that car for nearly 6 weeks without an MOT, and it's never been picked up by any ANPR camera whatsoever?
Yeah, that's it. Well, even if he has,
well, listen, the fact that
he
it's
might
still,
have been.
Right, the fact is it's still driving around for 6 weeks illegally.
Yeah.
Right, it would have been picked up on an ANPR at some point. I don't care where he's been, whatever, it would have been picked up. And coming out of a police station of all places, it definitely would have been picked up. What I'm saying is, are all police personnel cars exempt from ANPR checks? Because that's what it seems like to me. So if you've got you're a copper and you've got a private car and it's illegal on the road and it gets pulled on ANPR and it's registered to you and you're a copper, is it brushed aside? Well, obviously, seems like it is. If this copper were allowed to get away with driving that for 6 weeks.
I was just going to say, he must have been pulled at some point.
It's probably not
what you just said. And obviously, it's like, fucking hell, mate, get it sorted. But see you later. Anyone else?
Joe Public, car compounded.
Yeah, absolute.
So, like I said, my question is, are the police personnel staff, personal cars exempt from ANPR prosecution?
No.
Well, obviously, it looks like it, mate. If this fucker's got away with 6 weeks driving on road with this car without an MOT.
Well, yeah, I totally get what, and that's just one thing to get away with, you know.
So that's what I wanted to bring up, mate. It kind of proves a point to me that this guy put a privacy complaint in for the video, and the only privacy part of it was his registration number. When you've done a check on that, it wasn't even MOT'd at the time. So that's the reason for the privacy complaint, because he didn't want nobody to know. Now, if that is the case, and the ANPR has still picked him up, why hasn't he been done for it, or it's been, whatever? and he still continued to drive it for 6 weeks without an MOT. That says to me that the police are exempt from prosecution from ANPR cameras.
Yeah, they look after their own, don't they? We know that. You know. But you'd think, 6 weeks, you would. This is what I mean about losing faith in the, I suppose it depends where you are, which station, who your colleagues are. But I mean, at the end of the day, it's all the same force. And why has no one said anything about that? If you're working for the law, if you're a public servant and you're trying to uphold the law, that includes police officers as well. And why has no one of his colleagues not said, get a grip, mate? Because, if you don't, I have the power to, pull you over and, fine you.
Yeah.
Get it sorted out. But they don't. They probably just, ignore it altogether. And just, some of them might think, well, you will get caught or...
Well...
But...
Alligator, MOT changes during the pandemic did mess up, but his MOT run out July the 1st, 2022. Oh, sorry, 2021.
This is what I mean.
And he got it MOT'd on the 27th of July. So the interim within that period is when he was caught on camera, is where the privacy complaint come from. And when you check back on its MOT history, everything were all above board except for that one. There was a 6 week gap, and that had nothing to do with the pandemic.
Are you doing Sparky? Sparks, thanks for coming in, mate.
Yeah, Robinson, it was filmed. It was posted on the 11th. It was filmed, I believe, on the 9th. So there was a 2 day gap between it being filmed and posted. It wasn't weeks. So the fuckers are breaking law anyway.
Yeah, just
it just when I found that out, it slightly pissed me off. When I found that out, 6 weeks without an MOT. Anybody else, your car's fucking impounded, gone. And the fact he has the audacity to go to work in an MOT car, park it in a police station compound, and then drive it back out of that compound onto an highway, knowing it's got no MOT. What a fucking absolute knob.
Yeah.
So, Flood's going to follow up on it anyway.
Oh, without a doubt.
Yeah, it's going to follow up on it.
No doubts about that. So yeah, just another extra paragraph to the chapter of the book of what certain people can get away with without anyone around them batting an eyelid, because they all stick together type of thing.
I mean, the thing is, right, he came out of that police station,
Mickey,
knowing that he weren't MOT. A member of the public can find out if he's MOT, tax, whatever, right? Anybody can do it. But the fact is that nobody in the police station had thought to do it. These that uphold the law and everything else, surely they've got cameras going in and out. Like I said, they've got the police cars with ANPR on.
Yeah.
They must have done.
Oh. Keep their eye on everything, don't they? Honestly. Mickey, thanks very much for that. You heard it right there, guys. Cheers, Mickey. Really appreciate it. Friday, I think Eamon's chucked a few quid in as well. There it is. Eamon, thanks for that as well. So appreciate that very much, guys.
Yeah, so it might
don't ask for it, don't expect it, but Thank you.
It might be worthwhile for some of you auditing guys that go out there doing what you do. When you get confronted by a copper that's in his own car, just ask him, is it legal for road? And tell him that you check it. Because I bet he's not this one that I found out. I bet he's not the only one.
I doubt it, mate. On that one, on that type of thing, I mean, it's hypocritical of them, I watched which one was it? I watched AB's today. The British Transport Police one at Southend.
Yes.
Yeah, and they were out of order, and like he does, he gets it in control and things like that. But what a complete bitch she was, with the blonde hair, and they were thick as fuck as well. Like the other one said, well, that I think AB asked a question. The other one said, well, that's up to Becky. And then AB went, oh, hiya, Becky. And she's asking him for ID. And then he picks that, he finds a piece of litter on the floor and starts to hand it over. He's always got comedy to it, hasn't he? But another pair of power freaks, and then the sergeant comes out. He soon walks off, heads down. But they wouldn't. They were Section 1. Wanted to get him on. They just want to get you on something, and they know you're doing illegal activity, and they want you to, react in a certain way where they can try and justify a certain detainment stroke.
Well, when he said to him, "Be careful what you do regarding Section 1." Because look on her face, she didn't have a fucking clue what Section 1 was.
I think that is the key sentence to say to a lot of them. Right, if you want to go for it, go for it. But just be very careful what you do, because, and then you can see the ones who think about it. And that's because they're not actually sure about what they're doing. Otherwise, they so... we're dealing with, very, it's not really a good police force at the minute, to be honest. And I watched one of UK. I've been watching a few more videos recently. I've been getting a bit more into YouTube this past couple of weeks, and UK Meet the Tyrants. He had a right fucking complete fucking schoolboy, trying to overpower him anyway. And he did physically touch him and things like that. And this police officer, he had short hair at the front, shaved at the sides, and he had a bobble in the back, and he was ripping him to pieces about his hair. Is this the type of police officer we want? Look at the state of him and things like that. And he was a very young officer, and you can tell who the tyrants are at their age, because they, he was so aggressive. And people who watch UK Meet the Tyrants, he don't hang back, and he sounds harsh, and you can get it the wrong way, but he just doesn't take any shit. And, then after whatever else happened, that copper came back to him, and he was smiling away, and he was trying to be sound with him, so he must have got told something off someone. If you go and approach him again, just don't, just let him get on with what he's doing, which is a legal thing. But yeah, he's quite funny as well. He cracks me up a bit.
He's very confrontational.
He is very confrontational. He sounds like a really angry man, an angry Scotsman. Oh, Mickey. Cheers. Fucking hell. I don't eat cheese. Well, vegan cheese, yeah, but it's not really very good, to be honest with you. Thank you. Thank you, guys.
Hey, just a question. Well, what it that sent in a donation, half was to go to you and half was to go to me. You remember that?
No.
I fucking do. I can't remember what it was. They sent a donation in. That's for you. That's for you and Mike and get some beers in or something.
Well,
I can't think who sent it. I remember it. Who was it?
Well, go on. How much do I owe you then?
I don't know because I can't remember how much it was.
Right, I know it's you. All right. Just give me a sec. I just want to say hello. Right. Burr Britton wants to come on.
It was Mickey Mouse. He's just said it. It was Mickey Mouse.
All right. Okay. You ain't getting it, Mickey. Yeah, Burr Britton's going to come on about a $5. Right. Okay. Right. It's there. Stop panicking. There it is. This time it weren't my fault. The biker who were papping on. Mark Kelly as well. Cheers for coming in, mate. How you doing, Mark? Right, there's the link. So AF, that is you, innit?
Hello.
Yeah.
Good evening.
It's hard
How you
work.
doing, biker? What's up, mate?
It's hard work speaking twice in concession.
Got it sussed, though, haven't you? I mean, it's how you do it is just amazing.
I just need to get that logo for number 2.
No. You won't get my logo of it. Try it. See if you can get it to work.
I'll try my best.
You go for it.
Just put it on other computer. We'll be fine.
Right, I'm gonna go on. How you doing, mate?
Evening, Dino, mate. How are you? You all right?
I'm good, thank you.
Good man, biker.
How you doing?
You all right? I've got auditor for auditor as well. Respect, man.
Yeah, all good here, Cocker. What do you think about what I said about the ANPR situation then?
Yeah, I agree. You know what though? You see, like a lot of dodgy number plates by police on their personal cars, and they go, they don't batter an eyelid with those either. So maybe your theory's right. Maybe that's right. What you're saying. Maybe that's quite a common thing.
Maybe so. Private number plates, they're all obviously spacing's wrong, sizing's wrong, they're not BS standard and everything else. So why are they allowed to pull up in a vehicle in a police compound that is illegal? Makes no sense. Yeah, I would question every fucking private car that comes out when you're filming that. Everyone gets to speak to you.
I've always said, mate, they are a bit of a law to themselves, aren't they? I was with UK Transparency. I think we were at Wolverhampton police station, and a police car blue lighting into the station. Nobody in the back. Just like me and UK Transparency were literally like just walking around to the back of the police station, and I was like, "Hey, here comes a car, look!" And as soon as it like got into the street and near the gates, shut its fucking sirens and lights off straight away. I said, "UK Transparency, have you seen that, bro?" I was like, "They've clearly done that to dodge traffic, because there was no one in the car. There was no reason why you'd be blue lighting yourself into a police station."
None whatsoever.
So As I say,
I've never heard that before at all. Going in with blue.
if UK Transparency is still in your chat, he'll vouch for me there.
I believe you straight away, mate. It doesn't shock me.
I don't know.
Independent, thanks for that, mate. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you.
You might have been Boston for a shite, you never know.
Maybe.
Even so. No, it's a bit dodgy.
JJ's birthday tomorrow. I don't know who's JJ.
Who's what?
No worries. No, thanks for coming in, mate. Good to see you.
So what you been up to then, Bear? You still walking around with your socks and sliders?
Yeah, I don't think there'll be many days left of that, mate. It's starting to get a little bit colder now.
It is, isn't it?
I might have to change to Crocs.
Socks and Crocs.
Oh
It's sad bastard.
Them fucking police I'll have to worry about, mate. It's the fucking fashion police.
Yeah. Don't let me see you on a video with fucking Crocs on, mate. I'll rip you.
I don't know what you mean, AF, by that.
Yeah, apart from that, not a lot, mate. Just the usual. Bit filming here and there.
Oh, a quick question. What weight is that drone of yours?
About 300 gram.
All right. Yeah, I thought when I watched you filming with it, I was thinking, well,
It'll be a sec, guys.
I didn't know what drone you got or up like that. I think, well, why are you filming where you're filming? You know, taking off and whatever. Just wondered, what weight you'd get.
Yeah, no, it's over the limit, and obviously I don't want to. I've always said with auditing, it's not about going out there and breaking laws, mate. It's about doing everything within the boundaries of the law. Do you know what I mean?
Exactly.
So I'm not gonna be a dickhead and break those restrictions or go against.
Yeah, I think my drone, I think it weighs about 970, something like that.
Yeah.
I've got Mavic 2 Pro.
Oh, okay.
So it's a bit on the heavier side.
Yeah, that's what I need to get myself. I need a DJI really. Something under that 250 mark.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I looked at some on market the other day, but actually it weighed 30 grams. But I think it was about 28, 29 grand. It's what Army uses. Absolutely brilliant piece of kit.
Well, in my opinion, I don't think a drone's needed on every audit, mate, to be honest. Unless you're just using that as another method to try and entice people. I just don't think, like some of these stations you go to, they're that small. You can see everything you need to see from where you can get to.
It's just another perspective and, another sort of thing that they can come across and question you about, I suppose. So you've got that kind of interaction as well. If you're flying and you're within the law, and obviously, well, most of the ones I've seen, coppers don't know about drone laws or anything. So yeah, you can provoke that reaction from them. Even though
But again, I know you can, but me personally, I don't agree with like taking a drone and going and flying it like straight up to a window of a police station that's say like 3-4 stories high. I personally don't agree with that. I know there's auditors out there that would, but
you're asking for trouble then, aren't you, really?
Not just that, you've got to think about all the other kind of drone fanatics, the people that use it away from auditing, mate. Drones, it's not even really used for auditing. Drones, they were never designed for auditing, for fuck's sake. I'd hate to think that I was a part of something that might ruin something for others.
Yeah,
I think if it's not used right, that will be the case eventually.
Yeah, well, you know yourself, I don't audit or anything like that. I mean, I've got a drone, I do all sorts of different shit with mine. But other than that, Yeah, but I understand what you're saying. It could change things, definitely. But I think the laws on drones are actually changing come January next year. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I heard something about that.
It's something to do with weight. I'm not entirely sure, so don't quote me on that. I've read snippets here and there, but there's nothing concrete on what it's actually going to be. But somebody mentioned weight. So before you buy another drone, I'd wait until you find out what the new legislation is going to be.
Yeah, to be honest, I'm only really worried about, I've already got a fairly heavy drone, so as long as I go for something underneath what I've got, I should be all right. But it could be something as simple as, I don't know, 249 grams. Maybe they'll put restrictions on them, saying you can't fly over buildings with them now. I don't know.
They might be put in the same category as what mine is. You never know.
Yeah.
It might be 240 up to 1,000 grams. You just don't know what they're going to come up with. But there is something going to happen, whatever that may be. It's not going to affect me. I don't think it is anyway. I think it's going to affect the 249 grams. But
yeah.
See what happens.
Going back to what you were saying.
What's all this with bloody turn-ups?
Turn-ups?
Oh, sorry. It's your fault, Burr. You brought the Crocs up, so everyone started going on about bloody fashion in that area. Anyway, sorry. Didn't mean to interrupt.
That's right, mate. I was going to say, just before I jumped up, you're on about, maybe it was ABs, or you're on about the police and how they're still stupid and things.
Yeah.
I've had quite a few of those recently, like where they're like almost like, even some of the comments on it's almost been like, it's a bit of an old school audit in the sense of the reaction I've been getting. It's almost like, what the fuck? These people have just like landed on planet Earth and have never like heard about anything, or even their own job, like. Yeah. I've had a few like that recently, mate, like trying to trump up charges there on the spot. That doesn't work, so then they try and bring up something else.
Yeah.
Got a lot of that, maybe.
Yeah, I'll have catch up on your last couple, mate, I think. But I know someone will have Burr's channel link up there, guys, so I'd appreciate that. Thanks very much.
Yeah, I think
I know James.
Put it up
doing James. Yeah. Cool, mate.
Sparky just said he's never liked turnips. It were fucking turnips, you dozy twat, not turnips.
I know he's taking the piss. It all fits in with this lad, guys. Just keep that humour going. Come on, let's keep each other's morale up and encourage each other. We know who the right guys are, mostly. But, let's keep this thing going, Let's not judge people too quickly, etc. But thanks for coming in. I've noticed a few new names as well. Really appreciate it, guys. Thanks for all your respect as well to everyone else who's in here. Everyone's laughing their heads off. Turn up, spuns and sausages. Oh, God. I'm sorry, mate, but you started it with the Crocs. They've not let it go for some reason. They've gone on to turn-ups for some reason now. Turn-ups with Crocs. All right, okay. What, denim? Or what do you think would look nice with? Fucking hell. Right, let's move on.
Nothing looks nice with fucking Crocs.
Listen, I'm joking about the Crocs.
I
know, we know.
I think it was Food Toy.
Mate. Don't blame me. You know what they're like in here. Some of these
I don't know if you know Food Toy, but some guy called Food Toy decided he was going to rip the piss out of me for wearing socks and sliders. And then later decides to tell me that he wears Crocs. I'm like, bro, you've got no room to talk. Whether you're wearing socks with them or you're not wearing socks, if you're wearing Crocs, man, like Jesus fucking Christ, go sort it out.
Especially white socks.
Socks and sandals in a row, that's what it is.
Oh God, I have got a couple of people backstage, and I did. James, thanks for putting them links up. Have you put Burr Britain's up?
Yes,
Yeah,
it is.
James put mine up.
Yeah,
Cheers,
and
bro.
Sparky's links up there as well, guys, and so is Mark Kelly's. And I'm sure most of you are already there with it anyway, but thanks anyway, guys. I mentioned earlier on, Purple, if that's you, can I have a look at your ugly mug? Well, it's not as ugly as mine, but yeah. Thank you. Just give me a minute because I did mention early doors I could have a very special guest coming on, which might be a bit of a surprise to a lot of you. But I'm going to bring this person on right now to say hello to everyone. And it's been a bit weird recently. So, but anyway, we've been speaking and it's been a long time. But it's Ozzy, you see?
Evening, Cat. How you doing?
How you doing, Ozzy?
Yeah, Cat's quit. She ain't coming on doing the show.
Am I the only one that noticed that Ozzy looked like he shook his head then, right at the beginning, as if to say, "What the fuck am I doing here?"
Well, let's face it, nobody's here to see that ugly mush, so I'm running the show from now on. I've got rid of her. I've buried her in the back garden.
If that ain't the biggest fucking get that camera out of my face look.
He's thinking, I know that guy with the that ugly bastard with the long hair. I'm sure I knew that bugger from a while ago. Ozzy, it's me. Don't worry. Oh, you look so tired. I bet you've had him out all day, Cat.
Cat's buried in the back garden.
What are you talking? This is not the right type of way to come back on this live after so long.
Well, I wasn't supposed to do it.
There she is. There she is.
I wasn't supposed to do it.
Well, we're all right. Not bad.
Nobody wants me on there.
How you doing, Cat? Anyway, how are you?
Yeah, he's a bit knackered, isn't he?
I can tell. Yeah.
He's getting old, like all of us. He's not got the energy anymore.
How old is he now?
So, hey, you didn't expect that tonight, did you? And
yeah,
I did ask Kat earlier on if she fancied coming on. So there's a surprise for you. So, Nigel, how you doing? So, obviously, you're all saying hello to Kat and Ozzy. Thank you. Nice dog, 1984 as well. Cheers for coming in, guys. Really appreciate it. Always good in here. If you want friendliness and banter, etc. Or we can do it tough sometimes.
But Raj, you just come in as well. Good evening, fella.
Cheers, James.
How old's Ozzy now then,
Nigel,
Kat?
yeah.
We're coming on like 13 now, 12, 13.
Yeah.
Getting there.
And he's a Labradoodle. What is he again? Labradoodle. There you go. Try saying that 3 times when you're pissed.
You fucking can't say it when you're sober.
Labradoodle.
3 times. Come on.
Labradoodle. Ozzy the legend. Yeah. Wherever Cat goes, Ozzy's there as well. So.
Not far behind.
Anthony, how you doing as well? Cheers, guys. I didn't know you was on TikTok, Kat.
Is everyone all right?
TikTok.
Yeah, all good.
All good in the hood.
What's the
I watched a video today, Kat.
What?
I watched that video you put up today with the what they call them.
First one back, and I got a right corker, didn't I?
What are they called again?
Goonment officers.
That was a cracker. That was an absolute cracker. That were.
An absolute goon.
Yeah, that was an absolute cracker. I loved it. Yeah.
Topics, anything you want to ring up.
Give him no space, and he knew fuck all.
Well, when he fucking shuts up, I'll be able to tell you. Have you shut up now? Have you shushed? Yeah, shushed. Topics, anything you want to talk about? We're just discussing anything and everything.
The usual. Whatever comes up.
Bring out up.
Yeah, no, it was funny. It was so unplanned that as well.
I'm going to bring someone else up.
Sisters.
Nice
one.
He's there now. Shush.
Hello, Dino. Hi, everyone.
Hey up, play.
Hello.
Follow with me. Follow
Hey
with
up,
me.
Eddie. Good on you, mate. Hi, Kat.
Yeah.
Lovely to see you again. I'm one of your biggest fans, you know. It's
You
true.
don't say. I'm sure there'll be a few that argue, but yeah.
He says that to everyone.
No. I'm not Shady Mark II, I promise. If I was, I'd be the stoner version. Whatever that would look like.
Ooh, bit controversial.
No, I don't think you're two-faced, mate.
Me?
Eamon, yeah, she did. She did save him a fine, and he was a complete prat. And yet again, and I'll go back to it, and Eamon's there now,
More than
and
two
he'll
faces.
agree. I'm sick of it. And I also saw, whose video was it? Yardley Ski.
Yeah.
And
I've started
just
watching
like,
it.
you put YouTube on and you got them, you know, your page, and then I thought, oh, go on, I'll watch this. And I'm going back to your video as well, Kat. So I'm comparing them now. The police officer in London where Yardley Ski were at, can't remember whereabouts it was.
Mm-hmm.
He had a foreign. I'm sorry, but I'm gonna have to say it how I see it. It's just it was a foreign police officer, and I said foreign because you couldn't tell a word he was saying. Now, he did have a mask, right? It's still no excuse. All he had to do was go, but he crept up behind him. He was very shifty. He wanted action. He wanted to do something. How dare you? How long have you been here? You know, you can't even, you weren't, you could tell he definitely weren't born here, because you'd have the accent of the place you were brought up in, right? He couldn't, and Yardley Ski said to him, "I'm sorry, I can't tell what you're saying," you know. And the other officers, they were quite sound. In fact, one of them was totally quiet, and the older guy was trying to have a decent conversation. Yardley Ski was saying, "Well, what's the point? What's the point? Why have you come out?" "Well, I've got a phone call. You offer," and he was just catching him out every sentence near enough. But I thought, who's this? Who do you think you are? Right? Who do you think you are in this job? How long have you been over here? I shouldn't be having them thoughts. And then the guy.
That's all right.
Yeah, just having a bit of singing a tune.
No worries, mate. It's fine. And then the guy in Kat's video, there you go, and another guy just come over, and the way I saw him as a complete power tripper was the fact that he couldn't wait to show his badge.
Big up, Nigel.
And then at one point, shoulder, that's what I am. Look at me. Look at me. Look at this. That kind of fucking power freak. I hate them.
Big shiny badge.
Yeah, I hate them type of people. And you know I do. If you watch some of my videos, I can't stand them security like that. And I'm sorry, but they're coming in from foreign lands, and I'm not same in other professions, right? And I'm not knocking them for getting into that job because they have to study and train, and you know they have to get through that process, which can't be easy for that kind of job, like nursing or doctoring.
Well, I don't know. It must be if they don't have to speak English. It can't be that fucking hard.
Well, there's obviously a clause there, mate. Absolutely. But he were hungry for. Whereas what I'm saying is, I've said it in the past, and Eamon will definitely agree. It's like they don't give a fuck about the culture over here, the Englishness of, you know, the way we've always said, I'm allowed to do this. What is your problem? You know, and they don't give a fuck about that. In fact, they don't even know the law.
Dino, they seem to have an active disdain for our culture. A lot of them.
Yeah.
Like they literally hate. They just don't. I wouldn't say hate, but they just don't care. They're not bothered. They don't want to learn.
And it's still said widely today. I mean, probably mostly in America. It's still said, and I've watched videos where I've been watching these Karen videos, right? But you hear a lot of people who, with comebacks, say something like,
Karen's going mad.
Everyone loves a Karen video.
It was a street incident. You move. No, you move. No, then they both get out the car, and it's that type of argument on the street. And this guy went, your country has given us 100 years of pain and misery, words to that effect. And I thought, and a lot of these guys are playing that card, and it's not fucking fair. It's not fair at all. And there might be some kinds of thoughts and emotions of vengeance or retribution coming from them. Like, you know, we're getting you back now type of attitude. And I could be wrong on that. But the fact is, our culture now, which has almost disappeared, Britishness, right? And it has. The past of it's not being respected anymore. I don't think the royal family give a fuck anywhere. And it's not really Britain anymore. I'm sorry, but it doesn't feel that way to me. It wasn't the world I were brought up in. And I think these guys are taking advantage of it, and they get on their high horse and they think they can tell me what to do. And I've had it in hospital with a nurse, sign a track and trace. No, I'm not doing. You must do. You have to. And I'm and blah 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 blah. And I have to say, I'm sorry. What did you say? What did you say? Why should I have to ask? I can't tell what you're saying.
It's a silly story.
You know.
I reckon a lot of us are made to feel guilty. Like, if you're made to feel guilty these days if you're patriotic.
I said a couple of weeks ago, but I said it's like a lot of people are too scared to say anything these days. You're not allowed to say anything. You're not even allowed to look at anyone for more than fucking 10 seconds, or else it's a hate crime.
I think there's nobody that's racially kind of targeted this day and age more than the white man. Some people are going to go, wow, can you say that? But only got to look over recent years, like the BLM movement, pulling down memorial monuments and statues. We're made to feel guilty for our history. Like, why should I be? I was as a child, when I was a child, and you get taught through school and history, it's all about being proud of your history, British history. That's all what we all got taught. But now, as an adult, like, I'm not allowed to be proud for any of that history, because if I do, I'm deemed a racist. And that's how I see it. I see, like, anybody that's patriotic or wants to kind of like keep that British culture alive, you're the ones that are deemed racist. If you want that, you're racist for wanting that. When actually the bigger picture is the people that are stopping you from having that are racist.
I'm just trying to turn it around on you.
Anyone who's had a racist attack off anyone? Because I've had a racist attack off 2 black people. Twice I've had it, and they've both been black. In fact, one of them was half caste, if I'm allowed to fucking say that word. But I've had it's because I'm
coffee colours.
My stepson, I think he must have been around about 6 at school, and he come home one day and said that he was being picked on by these kids, and we found out in the end, we got out of him that the reason he's getting picked on is because he's not Muslim. He's not a Muslim. Now, that definitely happened. I have no reason to question him. He's a 6-year-old boy that doesn't really know about fucking religion and stuff. So if he's coming home saying that I've been told that I can't play with these boys because I'm not a Muslim, then I believe that very much happened. Again, that's racial, isn't it?
Yeah,
That's being racially targeted as a white
Yeah.
person.
Definitely. Yeah.
And exact same school actually
I went
pulled
to the
my
toilet
missus,
the other
right?
day.
This was going back about a year
Sorry.
ago, Dino. Let's take 2 seconds, sorry. Fucking, no, it must have been just about 18 months ago because he's not in that school anymore. But the head teacher actually pulled my missus to a side, and because he used to have like sandwiches, he'd prefer to take like a packed lunch than have school dinners, right? And they asked if my missus would stop making him ham sandwiches. They didn't like having ham in school. I promise you, that's as true as I stand, man. I swear to you. They approached her and said, "Can we don't like ham?" My missus was like, "Well, that's what he eats. That's what he likes. He asks for it every day. I like ham sandwich. You know, he gets everything else in his packed lunches, but he likes ham." No, we don't like ham in this school. Couldn't believe it. Couldn't fucking believe it.
I tell you what, mate, I'd have put a fucking pig on a collar and lead and walked it into school with your son.
Do you know
Well,
what?
actually, I sent him the
You
next
guys
day
know
with
I'm a
cocktails,
vegan.
sausages, loads of
I still
stuff.
think
All
that's
pork,
ridiculous.
sausage rolls, everything was pork, man. They're like, it was ridiculous lunch I sent him with the next day. Poor lad didn't eat half of it, like, but just to make a point.
Okay, now that is atrocious. That
Mm-hmm.
absolutely atrocious. I mean, when my son was in army, he used to come home on leave and what have you. He used to drive home in his kit or what have you, and he'd stop at petrol stations to fill up on his way home, what have you. And the amount of shit that he got, not just off Muslims, Asians, whatever, he used to get a lot of shit off the white people as well. Just pure because he was in the army. You know, he used to get all sorts. I mean, one time they were all coming up. They brought some mates up and they were all driving. And they all pulled up at the same time to fill up in this petrol station. And one of his mates went in to pay. And the guy behind the counter was kicking off with him. He was an Asian guy. Don't know why he kicked off with him and what have you. Something to do with how he was paying or whatever. They were paying in cash and he wanted a card or vice versa. I can't remember. And it were all kicking off. And then a load of them actually come out of the back room and come onto the forecourt. And they're having the right go with all squaddies that were there. And it were unbelievable. They're all fucking Asian guys.
Yeah, and we know Ireland's with it as well. You know,
argument, you know what I mean?
all over Europe, really. But I just think this country has allowed more than required, and then
a quick question. They get a debate with, right? All these immigrants that we've got coming in, right? We're getting Afghans, Iraq, Syrians, letting them all in. Everyone that you seem to see coming in on these boats, they're all males. They're housing them, they're putting in hotels, everything else. Where are they going to go when they're processed and they're allowed to legally live in this country? What do you think they're actually going to do? Because we've got thousands coming in a week now. What are they going to do? What is their intent? We all know their intent is to come here and
they're going to try and implement their culture, their way of living, their beliefs onto us. That's what they all do. You've got to remember, a lot of these people come from war-torn countries, man, where we probably actually couldn't even dream about some of the stuff that some of these people have been through, right? And listen, it's not their own fault, but they know no different. So a lot of these people do come over here with that same mentality that is adopted over there. And it's quite worrying, man. Like, even from the way they treat women and things like that. Like, you can't tell me that, like, these people aren't having an effect on the rise in sexual crimes in this country. Because I just wouldn't believe that wasn't the case. You only got to look at the countries they come from, go and speak to women over in these countries, and they'll all tell you how they get treated, man. Half of them are all fucking victims of rape, you know, and I worry that they just didn't want to implement that over here.
I mean, the amount that's coming in, what is their end goal? What do you think their end goal is going to be? in all honesty, it's not just about taking over and this, that, and other and implementing their religion, so it's going to be the most popular religion, etc. What do you think their end goal is all these males that are coming over, they've all been housed, they're all getting money given, clothed, fed, nothing to pay. What is their end goal? What is their ultimate
I know.
aim?
Can I speak now?
Yeah, go for it.
Thanks. To cause total chaos in society, in culture, and just dilute. Well, they're already doing it. Dilute our culture, our indigenous culture, to the point where it's just so watery. It doesn't really have any effects, any power anymore. And obviously, there's going to be religious-based wars with the Christian-based countries, Europe and America, fighting with the Arab religious Muslim-based countries. That's what I think.
I think you have to look at the as well. If you look at politicians and people in high places like that, the culture was, you were truly jolly British and all that, and that's gone out. And like even in America, the first black, probably the most racist country in the world, probably be leading up to that, I reckon, maybe, but. Because there was the culture over there was non-native, really. So they were all shipped out from here and Ireland and places like that. So it was all made up of Europe, really, America. So their culture was, mixed, and the racism, a bit weird. And then it's happening over here now. It sounds horrible, but
isn't it crazy that 2 world wars to protect our borders?
Kat was with me in London last year, and we did the football Euro. We did the semi-final day, and got detained under terrorism on that day at Charing Cross, and then we did the final. And there's bottles and cans and all over you, And I'm looking, I'm just saying, I'm looking round at everyone wearing an England shirt, whether it be the red one or the white one or, all colours. And I would say just over half of these people were of ethnic origin. I don't know the right word to say. I mean, born here, pure, most of them, but I'm just saying, if you look back a few decades ago, and you looked at an FA Cup final or whatever and looked in the crowd, it was different. So, and now, if you look in the crowd, it's a hell of a lot different. So, yeah, there is, it's like a transition. It's like, I feel like, the white guy, whatever you want to call us, if you want to use a colour, is kind of being wiped out of it. And then we're getting blamed for the past. Well, you were trying to wipe us out and all that. I'm thinking, not Luke, not us. We've moved on. Yeah. We like you guys. I mean, but please, if you're here, in front of people like us, speak our language, please, for one. Don't come over here and not learn at least, excuse me, please, thank you, good day to you. Because some of them can't even do that. How ridiculous is that? I saw a couple of people from somewhere else get on. I was on a bus. 2 of them got on. One of them ended up stepping off because she didn't have the right ticket or something. She was trying to argue with the driver, and he's going, "What? I'm sorry, love. Can you? I can't understand what you're saying," and things like that. Anyway, he just went, "No, I can't bring you on because your ticket's not valid or whatever." And the other woman sat down, but it was all in. It was, and she's speaking to the bus driver like, "My ticket," and then she looks at a friend totally in their own language, and I thought, there's a bus full of people, and I looked round. I did look round and observe, and people were going,
Oh no!
you know, we don't like
Awkward.
it. We don't mind it as you
Can I just interrupt here, mate?
respect the fact that.
I'm just going to say goodnight
Sorry?
to Yvonne. I'm just going to say goodnight to Yvonne. She's going.
I am sorry.
See you later.
Oh, good night, everyone.
Oh, okay.
Good night.
Cheers, thanks Yvonne.
Thanks for the welcome, Yvonne.
Connie's in the Libertarians in the.
Respect.
Thanks for your nice comments, guys. Thanks for welcoming everyone on as usual. Leo Purple's on, obviously, and Burr's on. And don't forget Catwoman's on.
Bear's gone, mate.
There she is, look. Come on, give us a bigger smile than that, Cat. Come on. There it is.
Can't resist.
There it is.
Always smiling, you.
Bear's gone, mate. Bear,
but honestly, guys, cheers
here,
very
mate.
much.
Bear's gone. He dropped out.
Maybe he couldn't get a word in edgeways. I don't know. He was trying to say something.
Hello, dude.
He's had to be honest with you, he's said more than he normally gets in when he's been on.
Mate, he's probably said more than anybody else, you know, in this whole community. He's had more of a voice than anybody, I think. So.
Well, that Mark Kelly I just saw then.
He's all right.
It was, yeah.
Yeah. Well, you put Mark Kelly up there and took him straight down.
He popped in for 5 seconds.
You did?
Do you know it's me, mate?
Good evening, Mark. How you doing?
How you doing, Cat Purple?
All right, Mark.
How you doing?
I'm doing all right, mate. Thanks.
Good. My next question is then, we've got all these immigrants coming in on the channel. We all know about them. We've all discussed about them. They're all fleeing war-torn countries.
War-torn countries. Yep.
When did Albania become a war-torn country?
25 years ago, the last time there was that war, Albania.
Are they still fighting?
No.
Exactly.
Yeah, but basically, I think it was 900 guys come over on the boats on Monday. Was it Monday or Sunday? Yeah, Sunday, I think. And 400 and something of them were Albanians. And the question is why are these guys being allowed to even stay here? They've got no documents, no ID, no nothing. And if they were legit guys, why would they pay thousands of pounds to these guys to cross over on a dinghy when they can get a flight for probably less than £100 to here? So I can only come to one conclusion, that they're criminals.
Mm-hmm. Well, you've got people already in this country that are giving them a free pass, if you like, to give them over on these dinghies. So the people that are arranging the dinghies, they're getting basically a backhander, if you like, from the Albanians, bring them over as part of these boats. I don't know, read into it what you can.
Well, I mean, why would you want to get rid of all your documents and anything what puts you to a name and a person? I mean, I don't understand this one at all, because they obviously have to come through lots of countries in Europe. And I personally think that there would be only one way to stop the Albanian side of it, and that's just every single person who's checked out to be Albanian is just sent straight back home, and they'll stop coming straight away, wouldn't they? They wouldn't pay the £2,000 or £3,000 it costs to get on that dinghy if they were just sent back straight away. They're not in a war-torn country, so why? Who's made this up to accept this? To go, yeah, it's fine.
Yeah. Someone else brought that up the other night about that, Mark.
Yeah.
You know, there's nothing wrong going on over there, so why? What's the deal with Albania? You know.
Yeah.
Crazy.
And
if they lose,
mate, can you?
And if they lose all their documents and stuff and their passport, then obviously they can't be traced to their original country, then can they easily? So
Yeah,
they're kind of nobodies, aren't they? Could be any like anonymous people, if you know what I mean.
exactly. Well, anonymous are generally going to be someone who's up to something, aren't they?
Yeah,
So,
usually
yeah,
depends. Sometimes you just want to be anonymous, don't you, from the bad people? But
yeah.
that also cuts you off from the good people, I suppose. So yeah, there's the rub.
Yeah, well, you know, it's a massive problem, whichever way you look at it. I mean, if
I
you
know.
complain about it, the left will call you a Nazi and
Nazi.
Nazis off our street. Which I was in Westminster on Monday, and I was milling around looking at different things. I saw some Extinction Rebellion people glue themselves to the road. They shut Westminster down for, I don't know, it must have been 3 hours, 2 hours maybe. And then I went up and saw these guys who are all for, you know, to let bring the refugees in, and there was maybe 10 or 15 people counter protesting it. Some of them not my cup of tea. You know, some of them had much more extreme views than I do. You know, me personally, I think why they're traveling through so many countries to get here, it just speaks volumes in itself that they want to come here. There's obviously a reason why they want to come here, and they've obviously been led to believe it's, you know, the greatest place in Europe to come, or they wouldn't leave mainland Europe to cross over to an island. See, where the complaints you're going to get now is, especially with the cost of living crisis, these people are fed, which is fine. Yeah, they're put in a 4-star hotel, Wi-Fi, given a credit card to spend money, and they're fed, clothes, everything. So what are these people what are here? And I'm not talking about any colour here. I'm just talking about people what live here and who've been here for a long time, who go to work and are struggling to pay their bills, struggling to heat their home, struggling to feed their kids. How are they going to feel when these guys are sitting out smoking cigarettes, drinking coffee, and doing nothing all day while they're going to work every morning and passing them and struggling to feed their kids? It's not correct. And
It's a massive kick at bollocks, is that, Mark? Absolutely massive, and I totally agree with you. But I mean, there is some of these refugees that are coming over, right? There is some legitimate ones, and for those, I've got to sympathise with, and I think anybody would. But you've got a lot that's coming over, and we all know they're all only here to take the piss, and that is it. They're out to fucking milk our system, and our government is just so fucking gullible that they can't see what's going on, but yet the public can. Now, come on, they've got to know what we know. They've got to understand how we understand, and they're that fucking stupid. What is the reason behind it? Why can't they just say, right, get them on a boat and fucking send them back?
I think they're deliberately, not the stupid, they're deliberately out of touch. Deliberately out of touch.
Don't know, mate.
They put themselves that way, so they don't have to care about people on the ground.
It seems like Europe, and we're still in a lot of these laws, what are, you know, things about human rights and all that. You know, we have to follow these laws and rules, and it just seems absurd that these rules are in place for something where you can just take the actual piss, the loopholes, and come here and basically live a nice free life and get paid for it and live in a nice 4-star hotel.
None of us get that treatment, do we? For fuck's sake.
Yeah. It's a loophole that the lawmakers have made, and the European law, and it's just costing the country. I think Welsh said it's costing the country £5 million a day. The Freedom of Information Act. I'm sure it was Welsh who said it.
and that's probably gone up as well over last month.
Yeah.
It's just crazy.
Thanks
Yeah.
for coming in, Sparky. Good night to you, sir.
Crazy
Cheers, mate.
Night,
Always good to
Sparks.
see you. Cheers, and the Sparky's channel link, guys, in case you've not got there yet. So
Night, Sparky, mate.
nice
Big up
one.
yourself.
Well,
Great channel.
he's a good talker, isn't he, Sparks? You know,
Yes.
I don't catch much of his lives because he does the afternoons and that, but yeah,
Yes, he certainly has some controversial lives, the Sparky.
Yeah.
That's
why people love him,
brilliant.
you know?
They're really good.
But he's a mellow
He doesn't
guy.
mince his words either.
Yeah,
Which I like.
Says it as it is.
he's on it. He's on it.
If you're a twat, he'll call you a twat, and that's it. Brilliant.
Yeah,
That's the one.
that's what we need. More Sparkies. Anyone who's coming, thanks for coming in. Temi, why would the government and elite care? We're all peasants. They lie to us and tell us it's our country only when they need us to fight for them. That's a very fair point, that is. Yeah, you're right there on that one. All wars are for profit now and money, really. But hiya, John. How you doing, John?
I was going to say, just come in as John. Hey up, mate. How you doing?
Good to see you, John.
Oh, Fazilia John.
You know, the stuff I'd want to say, but I think it'd be too much about it. So I don't think I'll say it, but just going off what we've been talking about, there's been a lot of changes, and I just feel like religion is a big part of it, as always. And if you notice over here, now I'm not religious or God type thing, church type thing, but when I grew up, there were lots of churches everywhere. There were churches every fucking where, right? And things like that. Now you hardly see one. All the big places and the abbeys and the tourist attraction type buildings, they're still up, obviously. But all these township, what these call a parish, all them places, they've gone. And, you know, you've seen different buildings going up of other religions. And I've noticed that, you know, exceed over the years, and the Christianity side of things in this part of the world has receded. So there's a picture there, and then when you look at the movements, so I'm not saying it's a takeover or anything like that, because, you know, I will love and respect anybody from whatever culture, from wherever they're from. But I just don't like people taking the piss. And there's a lot of people in certain jobs today, authoritative jobs, who've got the wrong approach and don't really care about our culture and things like that. And they get on this little power trip because, you know, and to just imagine from their minds how much, you know, let's just say they were brought up in a family where they were taught these countries, they hated us, they enslaved us, they treated us badly, they put us in chains, and, you know, we suffered so bad, these people. And then they come over here with that mindset and think, I'm going to get you back then, without thinking it's, you know, we're going back on, you know, years and years and years, and yet still
it wasn't us.
Like, when do they want the revenge on what, us 400 years later?
It wasn't us, was it? Some of our forefathers, maybe, but not all of us. Most of us with nothing to do with it.
massive changes in culture, and religion and things like that, which is what most people, the sheep, it's a big part of their lives, whether they go to church or whatever or not. But it's just like that. For me, that part of things has disappeared. And we're talking religion, which is massive when it comes to war and major world changes and things like that. And for me, everything's over here. That is a religious aspect of the changes. What's been going on? The culture is changing.
Massively.
And we've lost. I think we've lost what everyone used to be proud of over here. I think a lot of people just feel disappointed and things like that, because don't forget, you're always promised a certain future from the next guys who are coming in and change that word and all that, and it's all for you and things like that.
So Dino, can I just butt in here?
Of course you can.
As I see it now, there's two, culturally speaking, for us, there's two choices. We can either try and regain the culture we think we've already lost, which is going to be very, very difficult, or the other choice is find a new culture or a blend of cultures that we can adopt instead and still be happy. Because having no culture or a very weak culture is not an option for me.
No,
do you know what I mean?
You're right.
So we go back or we go forwards, basically.
I think what they call progress is working for them. But to a lot of people, it has felt like a bit of an invasion, and it started off slow, and it's coming in fast now. And I always say things happen generationally. So, like from my parents' generation, where it was, everything was British, the empire, all that. And that generation, what I found to be very racist, because when I was at school, I think there were a Chinese guy, there was a Pakistani lad. I don't remember any females being from foreign origin, but there were just a couple of people around who came from, who travelled to here, to settle down and that. And they really got, a kicking and a lot of abuse and things like that, because to people back then, it was like, I suppose they might have felt a bit scared, I don't know, but it was different. And it was like the kind of, I'll lower it down to a child mind saying this, this is our land, and I think people still have that certain type of thought, and they do feel invaded. And a lot of these people come over here and don't forget, they help us out. Some doctors, nurses, highly trained, do a good job. In fact, that's been around for a long time. Thank you very much for that. But they're settling to the culture. And, I've heard people, and they still have that twang of their origin, but I've heard people have a laugh with me and come out with the local twang, which is how I talk. And it's like having a laugh with you, with like taking the piss, like, all right, it's like, so it's just these few fucking people who get into these authoritative jobs. Like the video I saw of Yardley Skis, with the guy with the mask on, the foreign guy. for
Yes,
him.
yeah.
And his accent, he couldn't, communication wise, for me, you can't employ someone like that, because I reckon most people he comes across, this police officer, that most of them will probably say, sorry, what did you say? Sorry, I didn't quite get that. And I found myself saying that to a few people, and a nurse and people in that kind of job. And it's, for me, it's...
Yeah, but think about it, mate. That guy has got the language and the ethnicity and everything else, where in a few years down the line, he might be having more conversations with people of his own origin, not so many British people.
Yeah, yeah. Can I just say something, Dina, because I've got to jump off in a few minutes? Is Sir Trevor Phillips, who was Tony Blair's race relations, thing. He actually said he made a mistake, because it was all one way, where every schools and every authorities had things for every different, ethnics, like Africans, West Indians, Pakistanis, Polish, Eastern Europeans, all sorts of different things. But there was actually not one thing in the schools. There was even things for white girls, but there wasn't one thing in place for white boys. So he said he'd made a mistake. And that's Sir Trevor Phillips, who, has campaigned for equality all his life. Now, if he's saying he's made a mistake, how can these people not see that it's just all a one-way thing now, where there's nothing in place for the people what are already here? And the other thing I just wanted quickly to say, I was at Westminster, and I actually got it on film where cleverly the Tory MP was getting heckled, and he turned round and I definitely heard what he said. He said to the guy, "What do you want me to go home then?" Like, he was using the sort of race card, where the guy went, "Hang on a minute, I never said nothing about race." Now that's a Tory MP's using a bit of race card. He might deny it, but it did look that way. And I may be wrong. I've actually titled it that, but I may be wrong. But it did look like he said that. Well, I did know he did say it, but it was in what context you want to see it. But the protesters saw it in a context that he tried to use the race card, because he said, "Well, I never mentioned anything about race." So I took it in that context as well. But like I said, if Sir Trevor Phillips has said he's got it wrong, how can these people not see that they've got it wrong? What's in Parliament now?
No, you spot on, Mark.
Yeah, I've got Dino. I've got to jump off. I've got to jump off, Dino. So Purple Cat, Biker, and the chat.
All right.
So take it easy. Thanks for having us on, Dino.
See you later.
Cheers, Mark. Respect, mate.
See you later.
Well respected in here,
Thanks,
that.
bud.
Cheers, Mark. See
Cheers.
you next time, yeah?
Bye-bye.
See you later, Cocker.
Bye.
Right,
Cheers,
so with everything that we've just discussed, what can we do about it, if anything? What can we do about it as a population? Forget your protests. I'm sorry.
Sorry about
that. Like I said, forget your protests, but in my opinion, I don't think protest works, and that's my opinion. So what are we going to do about it as a British population that are now seeing an influx, a massive influx of immigrants, whether they're genuine or not? What can we do about that as a population? What can we do? Any ideas?
I've got one idea. Go on, Kat, you first. You haven't said anything for ages.
Good question. I'm stumped.
Exactly. That's it. Everybody will be stumped. You can come out.
I've got an idea.
You can come out and say, "Yeah, let's get into English Channel. The fucking shoot dingers as are coming over. Fuck them." Yeah, you can go down that road. But in the overall scheme of things, with what the government's allowing, what can we as a population do to try and alleviate that and stop it happening? We can't do anything. We can't.
Well, Eddie, Eddie, right? Listen to me, right? If we can't get rid of them, then we could educate them. That might work. Not saying it'd be easy, but if we educated them about our ways, then
And
we
how do
might
we
have
do
a chance
that,
of
though? How do we do that? Because they have
changing the
morals.
culture for the better.
I mean, the only thing we've got really is these platforms where we put our content and these lives and whatnot. It's whether these people are interested in learning our morals and whatnot to, you know, they believe in whatever they believe. And when you have core beliefs and stuff, there's no change in that really, is there?
Sounds pretty racist to me.
No,
Nathan.
you can always change your beliefs.
Who said that?
I think that was Orders to Fraud, sir.
Is that you, Matt?
Hello.
You still here?
Yep.
Is that you?
Thought so.
All right.
That doesn't
What are you
sound
saying,
like that doesn't sound like auditor. That is not auditor, mate.
No, I know.
Hello.
Nathan, is that you?
There's
Hello.
me, yeah.
Hello.
Nathan.
Can I?
You wouldn't have any
Nathan,
dentists in this country for a start.
Hello.
Say that again.
AF, is that you? No, because you'd have answered by now.
Better not be a
Nathan?
bloody porn bomber.
Yeah.
Fucking cunts.
Immigrant porn bomber.
Most likely.
Right, Nathan, I can't bring you on because you're not convincing enough. Right, there you go. I got the right banner up this time.
Was there a Nathan in the chat, do you know?
Nathan Oakley.
Yeah, it's private chat, but it's not been on the community chat.
Probably a porn bomber then.
All right, we should send them. Oh, I get you, Zara, whoever you are. I know it's fucking one of your crew. Absolutely pathetic. That's what you are. Pathetic. I'd love to see you face to face, to be honest with you.
Yeah, somebody mentioned educating these people that are coming over. You can only be educated if you want to be educated, if you want to learn. If you don't want to learn...
How do we try and not sound racist? You people who are... not you in the chat. You idiots in that private chat, right? We want to talk about something, okay, and we have friends who are from other ethnic origins or whatever. See how difficult it is to try and talk about it. It's like you're scared of saying certain fucking words. You know what I mean? We're trying to talk about a situation, what's going on, and it's not all bad. We're talking about the bad bits about it. You know, and it's like, are we not allowed to talk about it without being called a racist? How are we meant to put things? Can we say black today? Can we say white? Of course we can say white. I was in a bog the other day in a supermarket, and on the door in graffiti it said, "White Lives Matter." Is that wrong? You know, when people are getting on one knee at sports matches and revolting against, you know, and it's like, Black Lives Matter. Well, everyone's life fucking matters. So why don't they say everyone's lives matters? Why is it they're being racist? They're saying black lives, you know. No one says white lives matter. So, you know, against all hatred, against all whatever sexuality you want to fucking claim yourself as, you know, a beer glass with half a dick. You know, whatever they want to, it's gone ridiculous.
Yep.
Get on your knee at these, you know, and tell them everyone's lives matter. Idiots. It stands out so much, and people just see it as, yeah, you know, we're supporting one team, and we should be supporting each other. And everyone's taking sides. So
I've got a new. Dino, I just thought of a new slogan that might catch on. Hopefully, might catch on. Do you want to hear it?
Go for it, mate.
I don't know if it's ever been. I've never heard anyone say it before, but the slogan is "All cultures matter." How about that? All cultures matter. Yeah.
That's
But culture can be a hard thing to define and pin down because it's so can be so complex and have so many strains to it. But yeah, that's my new slogan.
And then ask questions like, why do you feel divided? Do you feel divided? And they might say, well, what do you mean? And then you can explain, and then, see what they say to that question. Do you feel divided? And they'll probably say, what from? And it's right in front of your face what we're all divided from. It's always worth trying to talk to someone and make them open their eyes or whatever and see things. But honestly, we are pissing in the wind over here because we're too scared. We have to accept, and we're too scared. But when the people I've come across, security, whatever, and it's like, sorry, what did you say? So if you can't communicate properly, if you're not clear, and surely at an interview, the interviewer must be thinking, I didn't quite get that a bit, and they just employ them.
Do you not think companies have got a responsibility to set on a certain amount of black people, Asian people, whatever?
Yeah, they call it diversity, don't they?
Exactly.
It's a nice thing in principle, but
the fact is that the can't put two words of English together is irrelevant in an English-speaking workforce. Yeah, how does that work?
Yeah.
They need to know, like basic thing. They need to know basic language.
Yeah.
Well, they know get out and there's the door.
To be honest, right, I have
private
seen
property,
enough
don't
for
they?
me to get a bit angry about it. I've seen enough and I've heard enough. Like the guy, and I moaned about it on my live a few weeks ago about I ordered a takeaway, and he was an hour late, and I went down and I thought I've got 25 minutes to get live, and I like listening to a bit of music first and that. So, and he came down and he's going with the bike with the takeaway like that, black fella, big white teeth. And I said, excuse me, mate. I said, I'm not being funny, but how come you didn't come up to my door? And then I starts pointing at the signs when you come into my foyer. You see the signs, whichever floor the number is on. So it's dead easy to find. And I said, next time you come to my door, right? And he's just going, and he was basically taking the piss out of me. And I said, why are you late? And he's just going like that. And so I took it off him. Then I started filming. And then he jumped in his car and drove off. So I reported him. And then they got back to me saying, we'll try and find out what, and all that. Whether they've got rid of him or not, I don't know. But he couldn't. All he could say was delivery. That's the only word he could say. Delivery. Absolutely fucking pathetic. And I'm not saying a white guy or a local guy or anyone else can't have that same attitude. Not saying that. But it's like, you're taking the fucking piss. There's a guy there on Universal Credit or on Job Seekers or whatever. He's looking for a job, but they all happen to be taken up. So he's got to go on the list and wait for it. But when you look at these delivery guys, when you look at these certain professions, whatever type of jobs, just have a look. Just have a look at the numbers. And they're not all. Some of them they're brilliant, absolutely brilliant. But I'm talking about the latest developments with these guys who think they're heading to paradise. And do you know what? I reckon most of them feel like they're in fucking paradise compared to what they've had to live with before. That's not our fault, you know? And we're giving them a free ride, and our own culture's demising. Our people are getting demoralised. We're getting pissed off. We're scared to say anything. We're feeling fear in our own country, which we fought to exterminate. Fear. Ridiculous. Right, I'll leave you to it for a couple of minutes, guys.
Wow. Cheers, Dino. Oh, jeez.
Because it's gone for a piss, that's why.
Yeah. He
Come
never
on,
says
Cat.
that. He never says what he's doing, though, does he?
No, it's obvious. He goes off, he's going for a piss.
I was just
I'm
saying,
actually
go for
looking out my window,
go for a
waiting
wee-wee.
for the next thunderstorm. So you're wrong, aren't you?
Shut up, you'll go for a piss.
Yeah. No, I'm just leaving you lot to it. No, I'm
Tell us what it looks like when you come back, mate.
Toilet. Not be long.
Right.
You're probably thinking, fucking take your time, Dino.
I haven't been out all day.
Connie Thunder, that comment you just read, I'm not sure if I'm reading it right. If you want to make a change, then we can't use white and black. This is where we need to start. I'm not sure where you're coming from with that one.
Can I just ask UK Transparency in the chat if you're still there? If you're still there, mate, can I ask you what you meant by saying I couldn't have a free mug a while ago? I was just like, I didn't know anything about a free mug.
No, what it is, Dino's giving away free mugs. That's what it is, with his logo and everything else.
Okay. But he's obviously got a limited amount that he can give out.
What it is giving them away to everybody that wants one, except me, and he's charging me £8. Bastard he is.
Except you?
Yeah, just give it. I've got to pay for it. £8.
That's shocking, mate. You're one of his oldest mates.
Tell me about it. Kat, you're very quiet this evening. What's going on with you?
I'm just listening intently because I never know what to say surrounding subjects like this. I really don't. It's a tough subject to talk about, isn't it?
It is. But have you not got an opinion? You've not got any kind of sort of your aspect on what we've been talking about?
Not really, no, to be honest. No, it's or more. I'd rather keep it to myself if I'm honest. I mean, I guess like Dino says, it's hard, isn't it? Especially
it is.
Being on social media. I wish I could just blurt out certain things, but you just sometimes you do have to bite your tongue. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, you can still vent in a way that's.
I don't know. You know what my gob's like. I've got quite a big gob, and I'll end up putting my feet right in it. That's my problem. I'll end up putting my feet right in it if I'm not careful.
Yeah. So you've obviously got some views on what we've been talking about. Yeah, of course.
Strong views.
I think everybody's got views on it. They've got to have.
I just think we should be education. A lot of people say education is the answer to improving society. I think that's true to a certain point. So rather than being hateful, fearful, and all the rest of it, scared, which is probably what the elites want anyway, we should be, we should really try and be positive and see what can we do. Can we do? There must be something we can do that doesn't just make things worse, because I think most of these illegal immigrants already realise a lot.
Oh no.
There's no point adding to it. Like, otherwise it's gonna come to a crescendo eventually where it will erupt into culture wars and massive gang wars, and it'll be ugly.
Connie just said, let's identify humans as white or black.
I don't want to see that.
let's not identify humans as white or black. This is
Let's
where
have a read of the
BLM
chat.
started. We should be
Well, it's like
Caucasian.
getting it. Yeah, it's
Right,
like
now
getting
you know
into
it,
all this.
Libertarian.
How,
You know it, man.
Connie, how about categorizing every living being as a human rather than putting them into different categories as
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Caucasian,
With all this,
African?
it's same with all these new pronouns now of he, she, her. All that's all coming in now as well with it all.
There's
You know what I mean? That's forget race. That's all coming in as well, isn't it?
Yep.
So
Come on, Kat, keep going. Keep going.
No, that's it. That's all I want to
Come on.
say.
I've got you on the fucking right track now. You keep going, lass. No, you're right. You're right in what you said then.
She has got her opinion. She's not. She's
she just said.
She's not. She don't. So maybe we can change the subject now. It's it has been a good one. We can carry it on, but it's only fair with other people being on as I think we should change it so they can talk.
I mean, some people find it a difficult subject to sort of talk about, to broach and everything else.
Fair enough.
But to make their opinions and things like that for fear of being classed as a racist or whatever else. But it's not about racism. And if you listen back to this chat, there's nothing racist being mentioned whatsoever. We're talking about different cultures, different ethnicities, and everything else. It's not a racist sort of topic. It's about what's going on in our country and what we're seeing, what we're experiencing, and how we need to stop this and what can we do about it. And that's basically it. And
that's a key question. That's definitely the key question. What can we do? Because how far will it go? What more has to happen?
I don't know about you, but I felt many times when I've walked past a conversation, or in fact, I were going down to London one day on a coach, and there were a guy on the seat behind me. He had earphones in, and he was talking on the phone. He was really loud, and I thought, he were a black guy. So, and I'm thinking, if that, I'm sorry, but if that were a white guy, I'd turn around straight away and said, "Excuse me, mate, can you keep it down?" And eventually I did turn around and I just went, "Shh," and he did, but it was all in foreign language, and I don't respect that. Really, I really don't. Depending, if it were me, the other way around, I would respectfully try and learn as much, the basics at least, for when I get there, and then carry on learning the language to get involved with the culture of the country I am now living in. And that's not happening with a lot of them. It is, but I think with this influx now, and there's been that many people, I think that's not the case anymore. I think, early doors, I think, especially with European, don't forget, before, Albania, Romania and places like that, we had a lot of Polish, Russian, Lithuanian, Latvian people coming over, and quite a few living in the same block. And do you know what? They always speak English. They always speak English, and not just in front of other people. I've caught them yards behind talking to each other in English. So, there are a lot of people like that who do come here and do respect the culture, really, because it's respectful. And then you get some who might have learned the basics, like that cop on Yardley's video, and you couldn't tell a word he was saying. His accent was too strong. In other words, not been here long, and police training's what? Biker? Police.
Police training, 18 week.
So
after they finished all their induction, the actual police training is 18 week.
You're talking 4 months.
How do I know that? Because my niece is a copper.
Yeah, that's why I asked Biker that question. And
I've got no problem admitting that. I've got no issue whatsoever.
Yeah, no, it's been said before. It's no secret on here. No, very open on here. But yeah, there you go. 18 weeks.
18 week, and then they're paired up for somebody. Off they go. And they've got the mentor, which has been in a few years. That's been mentored by a mentor who's been mentored, and so on and so on. And you've got all your bad habits that are passed down.
Yeah.
And that's where it all starts breeding from, the bad habits, and then it carries on and carries on. But I asked her, I'll say this, we got together at Christmas, and I just said to her, you going into a situation and you see someone kicking off, how do you know when to arrest that person? And she says, we don't. What we do, we radio through to our sergeant at the station, tell him, this is what we're seeing, this is what's going on. Right, they'll say, right, arrest them under Section 5 or whatever. So they'll go in and arrest them under that particular section. And that's how they work it. And then the next time they go out to see the same situation, they're like, oh, yeah, that's Section 5. I'll arrest them on that. Unfortunately, it might not be a Section 5 arrest. It could be something different, something less trivial. But they perceive that, and that is their training. And the first 2 years of their training on the beat is hardest. And they have got to learn for themselves.
Yeah.
So it's all about respect, isn't it? If they've got if they show respect for our culture, then we're going to be more predisposed to show respect for theirs.
Yeah.
And
I think that's the difference between.
I want to learn
some of these people, because if it was us, and gentle people type of thing, and if it was me, if I was in that situation, and it was the other way around, I would absolutely respect it. I would join in. I would, if someone said, have you ever tried this, our local dish, as long as it's vegan, I'd join in. I'd do all that, and try and join in and get to know my new place, my new way of living and things. But I think, a lot of them aren't in it for that. They get a free ride. When I look around, I just think I've never seen a scruffy looking immigrant who's come over. I've never seen an immigrant in a doorway on the streets. To be honest with you, almost everywhere I go, it's probably the same for us all, really, now. That at least half of the time, all I can hear is people who are talking as I'm passing by or whatever. It is in foreign language. Now, they could be talking about anything, and I've walked past people and they've kind of looked like when I've been filming, and they've been talking foreign language, and like they've looked around as I've walked past and just like gone, So like some of them, I reckon they're just taking the piss. So it's not right. Doesn't add up. How they become, how there was before they came here, which was, dire straits or whatever. and then they must think this place is paradise. Some of them, I'm sorry, but
Yeah.
and,
I mean,
it's not working out. There's no equality at all.
You're just going about when they're talking their own language and what have you. When my son first went to Iraq, they were giving a sort of brief sort of learning lesson of the Arabic language and everything else. And, just sort of learned that. But he took it on board and he decided he was going to learn a lot more different vocabulary, what have you. And he carried that on into his first tour in Afghan and then into his second one. He's not fluent in it, but he can understand what they're saying, even though he can't reply in the context that he wants to reply in, if you know what I mean. But he can understand Arabic. And he says the amount of people that you hear in the street when they're talking, says a lot of them are having a normal conversation, about the weather, the price of stuff, normal shit. He says, but when the point's somebody out, he says, you can tell that they're talking about that person and what they'd like to know to them and things like that. And because he understands it, it's brilliant. When I've been out with him, I just says, what did he just say? And he'll come out with it. So I just said that. And you want to go up and smack the fucker. I said, well, why don't you do it if he's just said that about you? He says, no, because it gives game away. If you give the game away, that's it, end of. So he won't do it. But yeah, he's pretty good with it, I must admit.
That's cool.
So I think it took him, from his first tour to his last, probably 6 years to become, like I say, he's not fluent in it, but he can understand it more than he can speak it, if that makes sense.
Arabic, talking about. Yeah, it's a very, very different language to ours. They don't even use letters. It's like,
very complex.
What the fuck? But yeah, it's possible to learn.
Of course it is. Anything's possible to learn.
Guys, I know a lot more people have come in. Thanks for coming in, Akash. I know Connie's the MP Gamer. Thanks so much, guys, for coming in. James Owens, really appreciate it very much indeed. Mick as well. Mick, why did you put that comment up the other day? I didn't get it. Let me know. Quite a few new names, so thanks very much indeed, guys.
Hi everyone.
I will say this: I'm disappointed in AF for his comments backstage. Anyway.
Yeah, me too. I was just going to say that.
I thought he was such a respectful guy, but obviously not.
Absolutely disgusting, man.
Horrible. I don't think that's AF in the back.
That doesn't sound like how he portrays himself online, does it?
No, it's not AF in the back.
I don't think that's AF.
Copycat troll.
Belson was it? I'm not
sure. It seems more respectful than that, but I could be wrong. You never know. It might be just putting on a false persona. You don't know.
Yeah.
Well, anyone can. He should know better that purple.
Anyone can just come on in the private chat in the back and just say whatever, can't they? Crinkle used to be famous for it.
99.5% of people in this chat know Purple Spliff is not a troll. Right?
Hey.
So that's ridiculous.
Thanks, guys.
You're agreeing with Nathan, who is a troll, and
Pretty
I know
sure
you
not.
wouldn't agree with that type of comment. So I'm not lazy, Nathan, and I don't refuse to work. Claim the dole. That's an old word.
Big up, Akash.
How old are you? I don't drink warm lager. I drink cider, and I don't smoke roll-ups either, Nathan. Okay, why don't you get some balls?
I smoke roll-ups, but roll-ups are healthier, so.
I think he must be on my block list for a very good reason, that guy. I'm not saying any comments.
Remember that name.
Nathan.
Nathan Oakley. Nick's Crystals, Elos, thank you. And
cheers,
thanks
Nix.
for all your lovely, nice things.
Love you.
When my dad was alive and he used to come in the chat and you were so nice.
I'll tell you that, Dino, that's one person that's always been really, really nice to me. Nick's Crystals.
Nick's. Yeah.
Yeah, she's a
Always
lovely,
coming here.
lovely person.
Not every time.
No.
But always comes in, and
She's occasional.
When my dad were coming in and things like that, it were like I'm saying she right was waiting for it, and straight away always the first one in. How you doing, Bazza? Good to see you. Best wishes to you and your family, Dino, and things like that. So thanks, Nick. It's brilliant.
She's like an angel, isn't she, Dino?
I think we get the best in here, mate. I think we get the nice people.
Oh, no,
Yeah.
you don't. I get the best in mine.
No, you don't, Kat. Don't start arguing with me straight away. We've not.
Come on, Kat. You don't get
She's
me
got
in
a point,
yours.
though. She does get.
Well, you came
She
in
does
the other
get
night. I don't know if you were
when
just
we-
following Dino, but you came in the other night.
No, I weren't following Dino.
Stayed for hours too.
I came in to clarify a point, but I ended up staying a bit. But yeah.
Cash as well. How you doing? Addy Mola, Addy Lays, dinner right. Stephen, thanks so much, guys. But I will guarantee you this, right?
Yeah.
I reckon me and Kat will be going out pretty soon doing because loads of people have said,
Yes.
come on,
Get back together.
I'll just send it with Ozzy and I'll stay out of it.
Yeah.
You can go with Ozzy.
That's what I was thinking.
all I do is get on
because
it.
I know we'll end up arguing anyway.
Yeah, exactly. All I do is get on his nerves, so I might as well just send him with Ozzy.
What if I come? I could maybe try and mediate, get in between you, and just keep things calm and peaceful.
Oh, sure, we can handle each other.
Fine.
We can handle each other.
Yeah.
Steady what you say.
Sure, I'm sure you could. Take your own animals. Take a support animal. Have you got one, Dino?
Ozzy sides with me anywhere. Like when she starts bloody papping on like she does, and Ozzy, if we're sat down anyway, he always moves over to me.
He does that anyway. He always abandons me everywhere I go. Like you see him on buses. It's straight up to other people.
Yeah, do I?
Yes,
you just got to do your own thing, Kat. Like all of us, just got to do your own thing in your own way.
Exactly.
Look at my dog with you, Dino. Sure, I love you. My dog. Sure, I love you.
Oh yeah, gosh, yeah.
What's your dog like, Eddie?
A knobhead.
She tried to nick my glasses off my face.
Yeah, my dog's a little knobhead at the moment.
Absolute.
Is that her name? Oi, knobhead! Over here.
One of them backstage. It's just made me laugh.
Catch that stick.
She was like that big when I met her, roughly.
Should I bother reading it, Kat?
God knows how big she is now.
No.
No.
Right.
Don't need to.
She'll stand
Massive,
as top. Well, she can put her paws on my shoulders now when she stands up. Oh, she's getting big.
Yeah, and Biker is 6'4".
Fucking not.
How big's the dog? Jeez.
Well, she's a sheepdog cross German Shepherd, so she's quite large.
Oh.
She's only 10 months old, and she's still going through the puppy stage. That's why I call her a knobhead.
Oh wow.
She's good. I tell you what, Autumn's just arrived. I've just got a Jimmy Spinner in Rome here. Yeah, Autumn's officially arrived. I've just got my first Jimmy Spinner.
Damn right, Eamon. I do know my onions. I don't even like onions anymore. I don't even eat them.
Thanks for putting them links up, James. I appreciate it. You know that. Charlotte's still in there as well, guys.
Ozzy.
So much I know my onions. Can we have an quick Aussie cam, Kat?
No, he's got bored. He's just disappeared.
Oh. I haven't got any pets here at all. It's just me on my own. With my own thoughts. And everybody else's. Which is nice.
Sometimes your own thoughts are the best.
Yeah,
Mm.
that's something. I fall out with myself so many times. It's unreal.
I fucking argue with myself, so don't worry about it.
Yeah, it's the best way.
Yeah, but thing is, though, when you argue with yourself, well, when I argue with myself, I always end up winning. Doesn't take long.
I always
Might have
It's
a
a close
little
call. It's a close call with me.
for a while, but like at the end of the day, I just go, "What is the fucking point?" I just give it up. We'll let it go and just do something more enjoyable instead. That's my
I
philosophy.
just argue with myself. I end up punching the twat and that's it.
Such a horrible person, guys, isn't he?
I'm fucking awful, mate.
I don't think it's you, Buzz.
I was going to say, I'm desperate. I'm so desperate to meet the wannabe backstage. Be interesting.
I think it's me, BuzzTex, British flag. No, I don't. That's not very convincing to me.
That BuzzTex, if that's you, what do I like about women's tennis? You should be able to answer that one. What do I like about women's tennis? Answer that one. That's really you.
Yeah, but
yeah,
I can guess. I can guess.
No. I bet you don't. I bet you don't guess.
It's not going to take this live down, is it? With your answer.
No. It won't take the live down, mate.
It's not how they. It's not how they look.
That's the real BuzzTex. He'll be able to answer that question.
Mm.
What is my
How
favourite
does
thing?
he know that question? How does he know that?
There you go, Buzz.
Because he was on a live with us a long time
He
ago.
can't see you. Come here.
Come on, Ozzy.
I don't think he's.
Come on, Ozzy.
It's not Buzz.
Nah.
It's not Buzz. Buzz. I didn't know Buzz was back, really.
Last
It
thing I
started
saw.
doing bits. It's come back a little bit. It started doing
Coming
bits.
back, I've heard. I can't. I'm kind of excited to see what kind of how big, like if he makes any big waves or not. I mean, not really bothered, but if he does,
Last thing I saw, Buzz came back, something about an arrest. That was the last thing I saw him post.
Yeah, he's in court in January because of something that happened in Scotland.
Not a clue.
Scottish laws are slightly different, aren't they? Some of them to English law.
But he hasn't done anything, though. This is the thing. But I think it's a misidentity or something or other, because unless he's done something off camera, because he's only been in Scotland twice, and the both times he's been there whilst he's been on camera, he's not done naff all. So apart from the usual filming. So
what's he done off camera? That's what we don't see.
Well, they're probably targeting him for his public profile, aren't they? His social media presence and everything.
Yeah, they always are.
He is quite big.
Doing everything they can to take him down, as usual.
Guys, I don't want to make Buzz a subject, to be honest with you.
Nah.
A lot of people think that, and know this, don't know that, but I've never. I kind of put them things aside, so I don't want to judge. I don't want to hear about it really. But unless that person talks to me in person and says what they think, then I can make my mind up. Maybe.
If
no,
Dino, if it was, if it was the real Buzz backstage, would you let him on?
It'd be hard not to be honest with you, because we've got a slight past, and I don't, like I say, I've not looked into it so that much. That's all I've heard, the basics of it. Right now, I don't want to judge it. I have lent.
I want to bet your mind up, lad.
I don't know what.
Sorry, carry on. Ozzy nearly.
We've not even bloody right. Don't blame it on Ozzy. She always blames everything on Ozzy. No, she doesn't. I'm joking.
Ozzy's
Just let her
lovely.
finish it off.
Can't
Thing
blame
is, the
Ozzy.
thing is, when it comes to bringing a guest on, right? Now, I brought, I brought a few people on. Next thing, views, bang, straight down. If I brought Buzz on, they'd probably go the other way. They'd go bang, straight up. And
Yeah.
I'm not in it for anything like that. So I'm not going to, if that was Buzz, I would probably bring him on.
Yeah.
Just
Okay.
out of interest, really. But
Has he been anywhere near the channel, your channel, for a while?
I'm
Or?
not.
No.
No,
It's like saying, Dino,
talking.
if half of your chat turned around and said, "Oh, well, I don't like Catwoman. If you bring her on, I'm not coming in." Would you not bring me in?
No, that's it.
If everybody
You already
left,
know
you
each
know
other.
what I mean? This is
You already
the
know
thing.
each other,
I've
don't
got
you?
to the point now. Can I just say, this is what I hate about YouTube. I've said this from the start. I don't like coming on and saying my opinions on people I don't like, because of, everyone's got supporters out there. So if I come on and start saying, "Oh, this person's this person's that," there's guaranteed there'll be people in here who've run to that person and said this and that. Kat said this and that, and they'll have to. And then it's the other way as well. You can't really express who you do support, because the minute you say you do support, "Oh, well, I don't like you then because you like that person," and I just think it's really childish. You know what I mean? Again, we're going back to that. We can't really say it shouldn't be like that, but you can't say certain stuff because it upsets people, offends people, and it's not. It's hard. It's got hard. It's got hard to say certain stuff.
It is. And
You're right.
to be honest with you,
there's
right,
people
Cam?
out there that have said exactly the same thing. If you associate with this person, blah blah blah, and you're not coming on my channel.
Exactly.
That's
And that's it.
like
They have said
petty,
it. So,
petty and controlling behaviour, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean that could be me saying, because I know like
The
some
jealous,
guys who come in this chat every single live I do,
jealous girlfriend.
and all that. Quite a few guys go into other channels' lives who I don't like, or these guys know it's like, oh, them two at one point, but they still go in. But I don't judge them by that. And I've actually popped on a couple of looked into a couple of lives going on. I've seen Eamon there, and all he's done is back me up. I saw Purple Spliff last night in Master Ron's saying I missed Dino's live tonight and last night, and I saw someone else say the same thing as well. So it doesn't mean to me just because my supporters have gone over to someone else's channel who I don't get on with, or we've had problems with each other. I've never seen my name being slagged off. When I saw them comments go in, I never saw anyone else in the chat say, "Yeah, but do you know this? Do you know that?" Master Ron said nothing. No one on the panel said nothing, and it was just a clean chat. And I thought, there's people in there. They've just mentioned me. They don't have to. They don't know I'm watching, and they've said that about me, and that's how I know when Purple and I know Eamon's fucking stupid. He'll just up on me wherever he don't. You know what I mean? And a few other people as well. So, but they're going into people's that I don't like. So it can. So
Eamon's
I'll
a
know.
really nice guy.
That's why I don't like bothering with it too much, and I don't like watch YouTube that much, or I watch alternative things other than auditing or live
So we're
streaming.
talking like
I must admit,
internal.
I have been watching a little bit more.
Yeah, we're talking like getting into the realms of internal YouTube politics, and it's all a bit complex, isn't it? You'd have to follow everyone's lives and everyone's comments to know everything that everyone thinks about everyone else, and that would be impossible.
Sorry, complex.
Even if you had 24 hours in the fucking day.
Yeah, and there is some people that do that. I'm guarantee it. There is some people that are in nearly every single live.
Neil,
Probably.
that's a brave thing to say in a live chat, mate, in front of nearly 80 people. Right. Now, for you to say that's really nice, It means a lot, you know, and I
mean, I'll be
I
honest.
didn't know that.
I'll be honest. Early days. I mean, I've been around on YouTube since 2005. There weren't a lot of lives going on then, if any.
No, only past year or so.
I'd say past probably 10 years, there's been a lot of lives going around. But this auditing thing has come around, and I'd say probably last 4 years, something like that. And I've been involved with it for a lot of time. I used to go on a lot of lives, have a lot of discussions with a lot of different people. But as time's gone on, those people have either fallen away by the wayside or they've been sort of exposed as something that they're not. And when you do your own research, you find out who those people are, and you think you fucking nobody, what you're following them for. And you've been them, and you sort of narrow your list down, and you get a lot of people on now that, to me, they're fairly good. They're all right. The lives, they're probably not to my taste, but I might listen. I might ghost on them. If it's a subject they're talking about, I'll probably bob on and have a comment or whatever. But I think there's probably 2 or 3 other lives that I will go on. Not on the panel, but I'll go in the chat. But it's not often. I mean, I frequent Sparky's a lot. I like what he has to say. I go on Mark Kelly's a lot. I like what he has to say.
Me too.
Because we're pretty much sort of all on the same kind of sort of wavelength, if you like. And I'd probably say that's about it, in all honesty, that I go on. But for somebody to tag, you have to say, well, you go on Dino's, I don't like Dino, so you're not coming on it. I mean, well, okay, then fuck off. Fucking it's petty, it's pathetic. So I mean, I'll go where I want. Like Dino said, there's people in this chat, they go where they want. Right, whether they like them people is irrelevant. But they'll go on them other chats and they'll read and they'll converse and post. Yeah, fair play. So what? What does it matter that you follow a certain person? It doesn't. It's all
And notice
bollocks.
as well. Notice I've always said as well for a while now, the good ones, the good people, the good channels will stick around and will still be around. Will still be going in strong, and will still be going strong in years to come. Whereas the ones who came into this with bad intentions or wrong intentions or whatever, they'll fizzle out. They'll fizzle out, or you won't hear much of them or whatnot. Do you know what I mean? So, and there's certain people on this platform who are doing good and doing something right, because they're still getting the view, whether it's lives or the content, they're still getting the views, they're still getting respected, they're still being talked about. Whereas other people, they've become irrelevant, shall we say?
Right.
So
if you go back nearly 2 years, Kat, right? That's when we first met. We started going on live together, everything else, right?
Yeah.
Look at the people that were around then.
Exactly. Yeah.
Where are they now?
That's what I mean. Yeah.
They're all gone, aren't they?
Where are they now?
Oh, there's probably 99% of them gone. Used to be a lot of good people about then, but they've all gone. I wonder where they went.
Why have they gone? Did they get bullied off?
Not sure. I don't know why they went. But there used
Oh,
to be a lot of good.
I mean, it's
Did
like
they die?
when
They kind of
people
all
aren't,
died.
when people aren't achieving what they want to achieve with things, they'll get bored, give up, and go elsewhere. So,
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Neil, thank you, mate. I didn't realise how deep you wanted to protect me that way. Thank you. Bloody hell. You know what I mean?
do think he is brave for saying that as well, because I will say that nothing against this, but I don't want, who has obviously got his own reasons, whatever. I don't think you should have more than one account either. I've always had this one account from the very beginning. Maybe 2 at the shove, because some people might use 2 for
It's sensible to have a backup account, I think.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Or they might have another account for another.
AF, right? Auditing. Sorry, but I've
not going anywhere. You've been saying that for the last 2 years, mate. You've been saying that for the last
And
2 years.
You know, I've sat back. I even spoke about it to Kat the other night after her live, and she's saying, "Oh," and I'm thinking, and I'm saying, "No, it needs to carry on. It needs
You've
to
been
carry
saying it for the
on.
last 2 years,
Yeah.
mate. That's all I can
We
say.
need auditing now more than ever,
It needs
and
to
not
carry
just
on."
not just police either, but you know,
Correct.
anybody with who's given a tiny amount of power
Yeah.
and you know,
Well,
not
like
enough
that,
responsibility.
security are a big
It
problem.
has
Fucking
declined.
tyrants.
The guy who Cat
Straight up.
filmed in Blackburn, people like that, they shouldn't be in that job. And you know, it's not an easy job to expose these people. There's a
No.
lot of adrenaline flowing and things like that. It's not as easy as it might sound on a video to do that.
There's a lot
and
of
it
bad
takes a
things
lot
that can
of
happen
involvement
as well.
you know. So you have to applaud anyone who goes out there and does it in a legal fashion and just wants to expose. Okay, I mean, cattle. You can you might feel like just pushing it a little bit further. You know what I mean? Just to see, you know, what you get out of them. You know, and you know, it can go either way, but a lot of the time when they can't handle someone who's still hanging around asking them questions or whatever, and they come out and react in whatever way, then they're exposing themselves for what they are, and rightly so, because maybe without that interaction, without that person going around filming them, that you don't know what that guy could be capable of or anything like that, or you know how much that person might abuse someone's rights or something like that, and at the same time not knowing the actual laws and what he's doing to people. So
I mean, I've said then, you know, it's on its way out. It's declined. It's not declined. What you've got certain auditors out there now that are not doing it anymore because of their own mentality and how they used to do it, and they know that how they used to do it doesn't work. You've got a different pedigree auditors out there now that are doing it in a very, very different way. They have intelligent people that are now doing it. I'm not saying
Very
that the ones
professional, I would say.
I'm not saying the ones that weren't doing it weren't intelligent. I'm just saying that their way of doing things.
I'll hold my hands up and say, in a way, I kind of felt like the need to step back, because even I feel that I'm not. I mean, obviously, I know people say, "Oh, well, we need more females doing it," but we've got enough people doing it, and the ones who are left now doing it are good enough to do it, like the likes of Michael, AB, you know what I mean? The DJ, they've got it nailed. They've got it nailed. And to be fair, between them, for people like that, I think that's all we need. We don't need tons and tons of them. You know what I mean? It's just a shame there's not ones like that in it, shitty in a way, really, spread out further across the country.
I think, to be honest, Kat, you say we don't need tons and tons of them. I think we need as many as we can get, but
I know, in a sense, we do to cover a wider region. But I'm saying it's a shame them three. You know, there's not more. See, it's a tough one, because what I'm trying to say is that, I'm messing up here. I don't mean like, because I always say people shouldn't obviously go into it and thinking, right, I want to be like that, but I need to do it. Everyone brings their own style. But what people like, there's just certain people I just think the way they do it is enough for me, to be fair. Whereas other people obviously are doing it for wrong reasons. And obviously that spoils what auditing's about. So we need more people doing it like obviously not copying their style, not being trying to be exactly like them, but just doing it the right way and doing it for the right reasons.
Well, yeah, Neil, just going off what Kat's just said there, right, which is part to what Kat's just said.
I've said it's becoming repetitive. It's just becoming too repetitive.
You say that, right, stimulated, Neil, and you're a good guy. I'm just saying stimulated. Do you mean you would prefer a more confrontational, antagonistic type of interaction? Or, you know, there's people who go out there with good intentions and who are polite to police, like myself.
Can I respond? Can I respond to Neil Robinson, please? His comment, please.
Of course, yeah.
So I'm reading it, and diversify. Yeah. I would say it's already diversified, and it's already diversifying. You've got all kinds of styles, from the super aggressive, like UK Meet the Tyrants, to the super humorous, like Reggie Photo, for example.
Yeah, exactly.
And just everything in between and around that, and it's all down to personalities, really.
But the problem is what we've never got to the bottom of,
and professionalism.
What people want, when people watch these videos, they're getting something different out of watching them. Like you're saying, the confrontations. Are people in it for justice, or are people in it just for a juicy confrontation? Are people wanting to watch that, hoping that the auditor will end up in cuffs, or do you know what I mean? What people, because the whole point of auditing is to wean out the tyrants. And if we're doing that and it is slowly declining to the point where auditing does stop, isn't that a good thing? Because, if it got to a point where it's not needed anymore because we are left with good interactions, good coppers, isn't that a good thing? But then,
you know what I mean? It is. For me, that's the final.
Exactly.
Final thing.
And I don't think that will ever happen, to be fair. I don't think that'll ever happen, but
I was going to say, honestly, would anyone, but it won't happen. That's why it needs to carry on, basically. And it's not, I mean, a lot of them, when you watch certain videos, like if you watch plods, like a lot of, they get to know people like AB. It's like, are you AB? Are you, and so they get, and then they have a completely different attitude. For those who don't know who these guys are,
it started saying no a lot recently, haven't it? When people are asking him, are you AB? He's going, no, I'm not him. Do you know what I mean? There probably is a reason for that, because he wants to see how they behave.
Yeah. He's too well known now.
They kind of, and then you always see him get on the phone, and it's like, and then you can
yo, AB,
yo, big bad bully boy, B, right? And it weren't that many videos ago, and this.
I remember that one.
At him, and he's
I remember that one, Dino.
Do you remember that one?
Yeah.
I noticed when he was on the phone, and he kept looking at him like this, and I reckon he were getting told, just a long shot. He were getting told, do you realise who this guy is? This guy's AB. If you want to, you know what I mean?
That big bully, the bully boy. The bully boy.
Yeah.
Big bad bully boy.
He changed his attitude.
You can see the sort of the like haunt comes over, the realization comes over the face. Well, first of all, like hard. Oh, I'm going to take you down. What you're doing is wrong, and then I'm going to get my bosses out here. I'm going to get my backup out here, and then they go, oh shit! Oh,
it's
crap.
like shit. This is one of these guys who's put so many claims in because of faults of
I've messed up here big time. I've messed up here big time.
Yeah, because I can't. In fact, he knows more than me. So fuck shit. What the fuck?
I wish I hadn't bothered coming out. Yeah.
Yeah. Not everyone I come across is a dumb citizen. You know what I mean? So
if you go back,
carry on. It needs to carry on, Kat. And I know after that, I know you're in the middle with it and all that. But for me, honestly, Kat, it needs to, because there's new recruits coming in. Don't forget that.
But I just think, like we were speaking about on mine the other night with Graham and that, saying about there needs to be there does need to be a new approach, and there does need to be new things, because I think as well, like with the times are always changing, the laws are always, so there's always good. So like for me, the last big step up was the drones, people using drones. That was a massive, big step up. What can go above that? But there'll be something new where they'll start abusing a new law, or they'll start taking advantage of something else. So Yeah, I don't think it will ever come to an end as well. And this is what we're saying as well. Maybe like with Scotland now, maybe our new challenge is Scotland. You know, I know society was saying, I think people better stay away from there for good, but we can't have police forces like that. We can't have police forces telling us, no, we're not allowed to record in public. I know it's kind of different laws up there, but why should we be scared away from challenging that?
Exactly. You're right, Kat. So let's do it, and
it's just who wants to go up to Scotland and challenge it.
Well, it's been done by, if you
I
look
know
last
one
year,
person. I know one person in mind.
I mean, Plod did it with. He had a few people with him though. He didn't do it on his own.
Who remembers Man in the High Castle? That's who we were trying to think of the other night.
I don't.
Scottish auditor.
I remember that.
Man in the High Castle. Where's he?
Yeah.
And he was awesome.
He was
awesome. And he was Scottish. He was Scottish.
Yeah.
So there we go.
He got shut down by the Scottish courts.
And it looks like Buzzy, and this is what I mean. Again, I know you don't want to talk about. I was saying this is maybe it's to do with from that passed over onto Buzz. Maybe Buzz it's something. Maybe it's these people found something out, found the truth. You know, like with body cams, they don't wear body cams up there. Why not? You know, they need to be. There's something that they're trying to keep hidden.
Definitely.
Well,
dodgy bastards.
They've always got something they have to keep hidden.
Yeah. But we'll flush them out. We'll flush them out one day. We will.
It's like Plod said, isn't it? Initially, he went out auditing to prove that there are good coppers out there.
Yeah, you've got to show the good as well as the bad.
He does. He does. And the more he went out, the less good coppers he got to see, and the more corrupt ones, or the tyrants, that he had more interactions with. I mean, that guy has suffered more arrests in the time that he's been doing it. I mean, 7 days ago, he got he got really abused, let's put it that way. And it was ridiculous for a guy that is like he's very clued up, and he goes out and he will have an interaction, and he hopes to get a good interaction, but it all depends how they come across to him initially. If they come across as a twat, he will treat him such. He will treat him as a twat. If they come across as nice, he will treat him nice. And that's how it works. But initially he went out, and there is some out there, and he has shown a lot of good interactions with coppers, and people have looked at it and they've commented and said, "Yeah, well, brilliant, you know, really good interaction, blah blah," and so on. And then the bad ones outweigh the good ones. You've got to ask why.
Absolutely.
I know why.
That's been going on for a long time, but it's getting far worse now. But what it is with Plod, right? He's highly misunderstood, but I know what he's like, right? I am telling you this, right? The way he is with police, that's the way he is with me sometimes when I meet up with him, right? So we'll have a little tiff or whatever, and he talks to me in the same way, but I come far worse than the cops do to him, you know. But what he's doing is, like Mike has just said, he will engage. So it depends on you engage with him first, because he'll just carry on saying, "I don't have to tell you anything. I don't have to give you a reason. I don't have to give you my." So depending on and then all of a sudden, like some of them do, they start to relax, and the body language is there in front of you, and you start thinking, well, hang on, this all right, I'll relax now, you know. And it's like, so okay, you know, you're allowed to film, and so what's you playing, you know, lowered tone and conversation, things like that, and he'll engage with that. He won't push that any further. But with some, they don't. You can always tell them they won't leave it alone, and they just want to get on top of you. And it's like they're thinking, what can I get him on? What can I get him on? And he's had a load of videos where that's happened, and you can see it whirring around in the mind's like, what can I get him on? I'm not going away. He's not going away. Told him, I know he's doing something legal. Fucking hell. Right, what do we get? Right, he's gobbing off a bit. Right. I've heard police say to him, "Oh, you think you know it all, don't you?" Well, and I've been with him when that's been said, and I was thinking, well, no, he doesn't, but he knows more than you, and things like that. So people see him in different ways, but at the end of the day, with Plod, right, he just won't take any shit. He's so passionate about human rights. People infringing on them and things like that. He's not in it for money. And I know for a fact he's put over 30 odd complaints in. Now, that's a lot of money, right? If he wanted, don't want it. He doesn't want it. He just wants them guys to lose their jobs because of what they've done. And I think, for me, that's a bigger aim. Which will take a long time, but for me, that's what auditors who get involved with that, unlawfully by the police, should be doing, trying to get these guys out of that job. Compensation comes as well, fair enough, but it takes a lot longer to get a guy out of a job in that, as like the police, than wait for compensation. So, but that, believe it or not, guys, he's one of my best friends, and he's totally in it. He's so passionate; it's unbelievable about it. And
I'll just reiterate what Dino just said. That he's not in it for the money, and the money that he does make, I know exactly where it goes, and it's not into his pocket. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, I know. This is what people, you know what I mean? So
it's something that he won't disclose. I won't disclose. Dino won't disclose. But he doesn't do it for his own personal gain. He does it.
I believe that.
He does it to prove a point, and as he said before, he will not take a payout. He will take them to court because, as far as he's concerned, and rightly so, that their interaction that's turned wrongly deserves to go to court, and that person needs to be held accountable in court. Not just a disciplinary area in a police station, he needs to be held accountable in a court of law. And if they lose a job, then that means that you've got somebody that's doing the job wrong, is now out of a job, and that person is no longer the police force that can do a job wrong. And that's his sole aim and his sole goal. Now, if everybody took that sort of ethics as to why they're actually doing it, which I think quite a few do, right? But instead of taking an initial payout, fucking wait a minute, let's just take it to court. Let's go to court with it. Fuck the payout. It's a couple of £100, 1,500 tops, whatever. Take it to court. Let's see him in court. Let's see him get prosecuted for a wrongful arrest, whatever it may be. Let's see him. Let's see him squirm in court. Let's see him lose the job because they've been an absolute fucking knobhead and they've misused the fucking powers. And I totally agree with that policy.
Totally agree. I do too. And it takes a lot of patience. It must do. But for me, the reward from that, or the biggest reward, would be the fact of knowing that guy's lost his job. Imagine the smile on your face, realizing that all the time you've waited for that to happen, all the, you know what I mean, all the evidence you've produced because of it, everything legal that you've done, and these guys have brought the law against you, and they're the police and things like that. The reward from realizing you've got this guy out of a job he shouldn't be in, because imagine that type of person, how dangerous they could be to the public, you know. taking liberties, abusing the powers and all that. So, guys, anyone who's come in, I know there's been quite a few of you barking, man. Auditor for auditor, I don't really, I'm not really happy with your comments tonight, right? Not happy at all.
It's a fucking idiot.
I think if it's the third person, I ended up blocking him in the end because he did get too repetitive.
No, he's gone a bit over wire tonight compared to past lives. So auditors can't.
You're losing your touch, lad. You're losing your touch.
Listen, right, at the end of the day, mate, I'm not being funny, and I've said it always. I'm not an auditor myself. I'm not.
Nope.
I don't class myself as that. Look at my channel. Look at the videos. You know what I mean? I think I put about 3 videos up. What's that audit in the?
He knows. He knows. See, he knows. He knows. This is the thing. He knows. He's got an issue. We know this guy's got an issue with certain people. I don't think he's got it with us. He's got it with certain people in this community.
Yeah, the biggest people in it, like BBA and Torbs and all the rest of them.
Yeah.
But that's his problem, not mine.
What he's scared of. I mean, he's obviously a mature man. We can tell that when he comes on and speak. And in fact, you can come on, mate. There he is. Wow. Magic. If that's you, can you put the normal thing up in the private chat, please? And I'm going to nip off for a couple of minutes before I bring you on, just to make you wet.
I need a piss as well.
Don't leave us with him, Dino.
Oh, no, it's just black. It's just purple and cat. Oh, my God. Guys, don't leave. No.
Come and talk to me.
That's okay with me.
I think he likes me. I don't think he's got an issue with me, so he can come in and talk to me. Or maybe he does. I don't know. I could be wrong.
They just get in between us, Kat. They just get in between us. I don't want that.
Put that name in the chat, mate, or else, please. AF.
Can we have somebody nice on, please?
Crinkle.
Somebody sensible.
Maybe.
I love how you've got a secret word between you and auditor for auditor. That's awesome, Doc.
It's him. He's in the chat, Dino, saying it's not. It's not him.
Secret chat.
It's not him.
Yeah, I don't think that was him who was in the in private chat earlier. It didn't seem like auditor for auditor to me.
No.
Yeah.
See, we're being deceived. There's even a fake auditor for auditor. How bad do these people have to get if there has to be a fake troll? I mean, what does that tell you? What does that say?
Mental, isn't it?
You've got to feel honoured, auditor for auditor. You've got a fake one of you.
I'm just being warned again. It's either you heard, man. It's either you or you want a Crinkles crew. I don't really care. You'll never get to me. Why don't you get that by now? Do you know what I mean? I won't stop. Okay, I love doing what I do. And
why don't you try it yourselves, you lot? Give it a go yourself. It doesn't have to be do it in a different way. Do it in a different style. Do something different. Yeah. Like, even if it's opposing to what we do, you know what I mean? Just instead of coming at us or whatever, try it yourself.
I mean, how come you stick up for authority so much as if they can't do anything wrong when all the evidence is there? So much when you see the evidence of the authorities abusing the powers. So I don't get the people who would just stick up for that and just say, no, there's nothing wrong with what they do, and all you lot are out of order for doing what you do. Is you're either a cop, you a family member cop, you're an ex-cop, you love cops, you're brainwashed.
Cop sympathiser.
You know what I mean? And you've no empathy, which means you're a narcissist, which a lot of coppers are. Sociopath. And once it goes beyond that into psychopath, which
I shouldn't laugh.
Have been Wayne Cousins, psychopath, rapist, murderer, pervert, armed, trained police officer in the Met Police. That's what we're dealing with. Right, I'm nipping off for a minute and I'll leave you. Biker will be back. Any
And
second.
on that note, Dino's going to go for a pee.
I've been here for the last 5
Okay.
minutes.
How did you
Fucking
guess? Oh, I thought you'd nipped off.
I did. I went for a piss and come back.
He's already been and come back.
That was
That's how much. That's how much Dino talks away.
It doesn't.
quick.
He hasn't left yet.
He fucking
Well,
talks,
I mean,
even though it's fucking gone.
I got distracted. Cat again.
He's back. He's back in. He's back in. Oh,
Right.
it's fine.
You got a great channel, Dino.
There you go.
I've
You've
always
got,
loved
your,
it.
you've got your code word in there. Is there in the background?
The only problem is that might be possibly giving it away to other people, but you know.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. Just wait.
You might
till I
have to
come
change
back
your
now.
word. You might have to change it every now and again.
Put your banner up, mate. You know what it is. If it
Just
sounds
in
like
case.
me, that's what it is.
Right. Just give me a sec then. Let me do that, and then I know it's in.
Change the
Anyway.
picture again. Something a bit
You all right?
nicer.
Hello.
Try that
Right.
one.
Can you give me a sec, mate? And then
Yeah.
Bit of the beach.
you just crack on and chat, and then see you in a minute.
Cool.
Yeah,
So,
it wasn't you back. It wasn't you backstage, was it? You weren't being nasty.
Why is it just showing one person's logo?
Because it doesn't want to be porn bombed.
Read the private chat, Auditor for Auditor. Read the private chat if you can read the old comments that were there or what
I
I've
can't
put
read-
there
I can't-
about an hour
you
ago.
You can't read any of them.
Oh,
They're gone.
No, no,
I
it's
don't
just
think. I
nothing.
don't think it was him. I don't think it was
is there
him.
nothing there? No.
it's because he's just joined. All the previous comments now he can't see.
Hmm. Yeah, I can see them. I can see them
Oh,
all.
I can see him.
Can
Next week
shall
in
I
on.
just read? Shall I just read out one of them just for an example of, so you can say this definitely wasn't you that said it. Yeah?
Go on.
Okay. This is one I particularly hate. The two guys on the top row of the panel look like gays, and that was Auditor for Auditor, 10:59 p.m.
That's definitely not me, but I do agree with what he said.
Oh,
I was just about to,
well, I'm
I was
sorry.
just for you.
Well,
I'm
I
only
can't
joking. I'm only
I can't
Wait a
fucking
minute.
agree with that.
That you didn't say that, but you agree with it. Come on. Don't be a fucking knobhead, mate.
Is he that stupid to realise the girl, the person on the top right isn't a bloke? So
Well,
how can
tell
she be a gay?
I can't tell who's top right and top left because he's switched it to demonology.
And it's switched around since then as well. So.
So it was you. So it was you who said it. Come on, be straight. Be honest with us.
What's that, sorry?
Be honest with us. Was it you that said those things?
I've not been into private chat. I won't put out like
Well, then that you've got a troll, my friend, and you've got somebody pretending to be you, in order to make you look even worse than you already have. So that's really bad, mate.
that. All right, I'll get over it.
Yeah, I'm sure you will, but just warning you,
I'm
it
not
confused
really,
us for a bit.
I'm not really particularly that bothered.
Cool. That's good. Anyway, Kat, did you notice Charlotte in the chat earlier before? Do you know Charlotte?
I'm not really looking at the chat too much.
Well, I've got to say, whether you know or not, I've got to say that she said the nicest thing I've ever heard anyone say about me anywhere.
What was it?
She said, it was about an hour ago or so. I was waiting for my chance to like say mention it, but she said I had she said I had the voice of a dream or something. My voice was like a dream or something like that.
Yeah, he has
I was
got
like,
kind of voice.
oh, thanks. I'm just, me. I'm just educated. I'm not posh. I wasn't particularly. I don't come from a very rich family. My parents worked hard. and I'm trying to work hard, but you know, I just modeled, I suppose when I was younger, I just modeled myself on the people I respected like most intellectually, like for example Stephen Fry is a big you know, thing of mine.
Do you know, I never modelled myself on anybody. I grew up and modelled myself on me.
Yeah, we are who we are. I'm me and I'm nobody else.
I never looked up to anybody. I never was inspired by anybody. I was no.
I don't believe that. How can you not be inspired by anybody? Not even your favorite, like rock stars or actors or musicians or artists or anybody.
No, never inspired. Never inspired by them whatsoever.
I respect that.
I must admit, Purple, I was inspired by a couple of people and just loving music for once. So, like, I mean, don't laugh, but I mean, John Lennon, and try and look like
I love
him.
John Lennon. I fucking love John Lennon.
Like me. Bands like Rush, so I looked up to Neil Peart as a drummer because I learnt drums myself, and I was just so basic, it was so shit. But just to listen to him, he was an inspiration. I didn't worship anyone. It was just like another person who.
Yeah, no, I never have. I don't worship my heroes.
No, it's like you know,
I just
like
look up to them.
A few auditors inspire me. Like Yardley Ski did today when I watched this video, or Cat did when I watched that video with that guy, because I can't stand things like that with people like that with them attitudes. So that's kind of inspiring, you know, but it's not like you worship that person. I've never worshipped anyone, not even my parents or anything like that.
I think when I said that nobody inspired me, maybe I was slightly wrong. The only person that I could say that had an impact on my life growing up was my granddad, and that were down to his engineering skills, which I sort of learned from him. Right, so if that is looking up to somebody for inspiration, then it was my granddad.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
To look at somebody like a rock star, a film star, a football, whatever, then no, nobody inspired me. But looking up to my granddad based on what he taught me, then I suppose that could be classed as an inspiration.
Inspiration to do, you know, to do what? I mean, if you hear a band and you've never been and watched them and you've heard them, they've inspired you to go and buy a ticket to the next concert, maybe. It depends what.
No, I think what
inspiration.
I think what the context was there, mate, it's like looking up to somebody.
Yeah,
I could not look up to somebody that would be a rock star or a film star, whatever. I could not look up to those kind of people. I couldn't do it.
No, not looking up. Not looking up to them.
I would look up to people like my granddad, who was more inspirational to me in what he did rather than a fucking rock star or whatever. I love music. I followed a lot of bands, concerts and everything else. Did they inspire me?
I mean, the reason musicians inspired me was because I became one.
That's exactly it, mate. Right, you've got a different diversity there, right? Because so what you did,
but you learn, they learn from their past.
Exactly. So I learned a lot about, you know, building engines, everything else, right? A lot of engineering skills and what have you, right? And that inspiration came from my granddad, right? So
I mean, this is it. It can be anyone. A rock star's a person, you know.
Yeah, but I think looking up to somebody like a rock star to sort of get
like Fred Dibner. To me, Fred Dibner, what an inspiration to a nation. you know, like whether you just listen to him and get enthralled with his, you know, the way he speaks, which was he was a storyteller. It was like, I'm going to sit back and listen to. That was an inspiration.
Yeah, I mean, I got certain things from Fred Dimner based on what I was taught by my granddad, his engineering side of things, rather than his fucking demolition side of things. So yeah, that's where I can understand. I can see where he was coming from, but
I'm just saying.
I've never looked up to any sort of rock star, media
celebrity.
Exactly, celebrity. I've
Celebrity.
never looked up to anybody like that. Never in my life.
Oh,
And
I have.
But celebrities are the right, so they get to, and then you get them who just love the limelight, and then you get people like who are world leaders in things like drumming, like Neil Peart over here. Hardly anyone's. I wouldn't say hardly anyone, but a lot of people haven't heard of that guy, and he's one of the best drummers that's ever lived. Now in Canada, if you've never heard of him, you'll get ridiculed for it.
Exactly.
So he's a celebrity, but he doesn't go in the limelight. So he's not like, I'm a poser or anything like that, because I think most people who go in the limelight are the less talented. They just have that great image about them. They look nice. They're very beautiful. They're very pretty. They look, you know, and all that. But with people like that, he's inspired so many drummers. I don't think he's ever been equal, but he's engaged with people without such a quiet guy.
There's a difference between inspiration and looking up to somebody.
There is.
That's what I'm trying to get at. If you are inspired by somebody, like you said, yourself, you were a drummer, and you got your inspiration from other drummers. That's fair play. That's inspiration. You're not looking up to them as an idol. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to get.
But sometimes you know. But you remember Eddie? You remember? Sorry, when you were young, do you remember? You wanted to be like someone. You wanted to actually be that person. You wanted to be Axl Rose or you know, a rock star. You know, it's not until you get older that you realise you just want to be yourself.
No, I never wanted to be like anybody.
I think what Purple's getting at, you sounds a bit funny though as well, mate, Purple. But I think what it is, when you're a kid, especially when you watch TV and things like that, so you're brought up with, like, in our era, I say our era, I mean, Bikers obviously a lot older than me, we're talking.
Fuck off.
A lot older. But we did capture the same things growing up, you know, despite the age difference. And so, like a lot of people, it was like for me, it wasn't like Barker's just said, like, but like you got a lot of like superhero programs, science fiction, Batman, Spider-Man. Then you got things that you could buy in a shop, which was a Spider-Man costume or a plastic police car, and you're inspired by the. So I think the inspiration thing, I think Purple's right. Everyone's inspired by something. I don't think it means, right, I took that person on and I want to become him or that, even though I think that does work.
It's like these people who have too much plastic surgery and they go to a surgeon and say, I want to look exactly like that person, and they get thousands of pounds of plastic surgery and they look nothing like them, and they look a million times worse than what they did in the first place.
It's ridiculous. It's like football, right? I'll take football, right? Now, you get a football player and you've got a young kid. His dad takes him to the terrace and he's watching, he's growing up with the game, he's getting into it. His dad's learning in the rules of the game, really getting into it, learning about other clubs, other teams, the history even, really into it, you know. And it's like he will always get asked off his schoolmates, his dad, whoever who knows him, who's your favourite player? And he might say, you know, John Smith. And one day, you know, I love this game. I already play it. You know, my teacher says I'm not bad at it and I can do well at it and things like that. And I want to play like he plays. But he'll always play in his own way as well. If he ever made it, he will. But he's been inspired by that guy, and he can have similarities. And because he's now the next generation of a footballer, you know, he's got, you know, the way these guys work today, full-time professionals and that, you know, advancement in science, whatever techniques they use now, it's far more advanced than that young kid's hero a generation ago. And he becomes similar style to him, but slightly better, you know. So definitely inspiration, definitely. And then, like Purple's just said, when you get older, when that kid gets older and he starts playing, he's put his heart and soul into it because of this person who's inspired him. And he's actually made it. He's got there through his dedication. And he's probably had a poster on his wall with this guy on or whatever. And because of that, he's made it into professional football or whatever and becomes a great player. And he could be one of them. He could be in the limelight football, right? And he might be one of them who says, I don't want that. I just want to go home and, you know, thanks for the man of the match award, but cheers. But some just thrive on it and then start turning into bloody Hollywood stars, don't they? Vinnie Jones and David Beckham and people like that. Nah, brilliant at what they did at that sport, but tried to become celebrities where, you know, a lot of them don't want that. In fact, some of them are affected by that. But yeah, you know, any sport, if you don't have a hero, and I don't like that word, but if you don't have someone to look up to, it might not inspire you to take up something that you know your heart likes. My dad's taking me to this. I love it. This is great. What's it about? Tell me more. Teach me more.
You know, my grandson, he plays football. He plays it on a semi-pro level. The other grandson, he plays rugby. It's not a semi-pro level. It's just grassroots. They both look up to me, but I've never played football. I've never played rugby. You know, not in a competitive sense. But they both look up to me, and they both said this to me, that even though I don't do what they do, I say the right things and I give them the right sort of impact and the determination for them to do what they're doing. And they've said that to me.
Well, then, do you know what? You're an inspiration then. I think we're all an inspiration to someone else, you know. I mean, I think we've all had people coming up to us saying, do you know what you said the other night? That I really took that on, but, you know, and I kind of took that further, and it's like really helped me out. That's
I get what you're saying,
it
mate.
inspired me to go on with that, what I wanted to do. But I thought I'd ask you guys first, and what you said back to me, it's like, yeah, thank you. That's all I need.
Yeah,
you know,
I don't look at it as inspiration. I look at it, you know, as more of it's just I'm just there to back them up, to give them what they want, you know, if that kind of thing. You know, I give them the support that they need. Oh, you bring it on, mate.
I know what you mean. David, Purple, if that's you, can I have a look at your gorgeous face? I'm not risking it till you do, but I'm going to bring David on.
Hello.
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 Woo, David.
Woo, Dino.
Sorry,
are we
Kat.
all?
It's a joke we have. David's gay, and I take the piss out of him for being gay. So
So
when he comes
snowflakes
on,
don't
I
get
just,
offended.
"Woo!" and he does it back, but he's such a bitch. But anyway,
Who
hopefully
the hell
tonight
are
he'll
you
be
calling
here.
a bitch?
I
How
don't
you
want to
doing,
fall
David?
in,
You took
David.
your
I'm good,
fucking
Eddie.
time.
How are you?
Yeah, I'm all right, mate. You took your time coming on tonight.
I know,
All
I
right,
know.
Cliff. Cheers, mate.
Is it because that ignorant twat's ignored you in the back room for the last 2 hours? Right, listen, guys. It's nearly 12:30. It's nearly my bed. Well, it's past my fucking bedtime. You can piss off with your contracts because it ain't working. You pay me fuck all anyway. Right,
Should start getting payment off him.
I'm gonna go.
Right, there it is. Sorry. Wednesday
What?
nights, rare occasions, 12:30 a.m. minimum, or else. That's what it
Or else.
says.
Right, well, fuck the contracts. I'll take the or else. I've got 3 minutes to go. So by the time I
really
finish,
want to do that.
by the time I finish my outro, mate, it'll be done. It'll be 3 minutes. It'll be after 12. You want to continue? Go on, you mop your brow, you sweaty little bastard. Go on, carry on. Right, everybody in the chat, I'm going to say good evening to you. It's been quite good tonight.
Good night, Eddie.
It's been a really diverse
Night, Eddie.
conversation. Been really good. Right, everybody on the panel, I'm going to say good evening. Auditor for auditor, be careful what you do, fella. I mean that.
I'm sure he does.
Kat, it's been good to see you. I hope you come back more often because you've not fucking shut up all night.
She hasn't hardly got a fucking word in.
Yeah, it's because of you, you fucking mouthy twat.
It's not my fault.
It is, it's you. You never shut up.
It's not.
Right. Can I finish?
Purple
Shush.
spoke more than me
Shush.
tonight. He's the one who's
Shush.
taking over. Blame him.
Shush. Shush. I'm doing my outro. Have you shushed?
Right, go on. You've got 3 minutes.
Have you
left.
shushed?
Nope.
Shush.
I'll shush now.
Right, you shushed. Right.
I will promise I'll be
Shush.
quiet now.
Shush.
But I will.
Shush.
I will.
Shush.
I will. Shush.
Right.
Right. On you
Right.
go.
Thank you again to everyone in the chat. Been a really good
I
evening.
told you, shush.
Fucking shush. Have you shushed? Shush.
No.
Bastard.
No.
Who's the fucking comment?
Yeah, I have now. I have now.
Right, everyone in the chat, good evening. Thank you for all the comments and the input. Been brilliant. Really, really good. People to come on the panel tonight, good conversations. Those that's been and gone, really good. I hope they're watching. If they're not, then they'll catch up. If they don't, they don't. That's it. So, yeah, good evening, everybody. And I want to thank you all. I'm going to say good night to you all. Twat in the chat, signing off. Love you all. Take care and bye-bye.
Night, Eddie. Oh, God, who's that?
Has he gone? Has he gone now? Right. Thank fuck for that. No, mate, honestly, cheers. Thanks very much indeed. Excellent as always. Oh, shit. How do I get off this now? Right. Yeah, cheers, Biker, as always, mate. Thanks very much. He'll be here on Friday. As always, cheers. Anyone who's come in, honestly, guys, thanks very much for coming in. Really appreciate it. I've noticed quite a few names and I've not said hello, and it's like, you know, normally I do, but it's just been non-stop tonight because of just brilliant guests who were on. So, okay, and Purple. What's happening? If that's you, can you again? I think you might be having problems with your
He might be having
network.
problems with his mic.
There he is. Yeah, he's
Yeah,
back.
he always has problems with his mic.
He's back. Birkin Mad's asking how old Ozzy is, Cat.
He's coming on like 13 now, I think. Getting old, poor lad.
Right. Excuse me. Right. No, you won't shut me up. Never. Yeah, I know. Burgit, yeah, how you doing? Thanks for coming in. Burgit is from Denmark, Cat. I've not seen James for a bit, James Winston, who we love from America.
Big up, James.
And I've never had, I think I've only had a couple of American people coming in. But we all love James Winston. Great guy.
Is he
Sorry,
blushing
James. Who looks younger? He do, probably because he's just been clipped or spruced up, shampooed by Cat. Too much. Don't matter. No worries. Okay.
Right, I'm going to get off Dino.
Clue what you're talking about. Right, we'll
Did
try.
you come back on for a certain reason, or did for it, or was there? Because you always seem to come in and then you're more quiet than me.
No, it just went off conversation. It literally, I can't remember what it we were talking about, but it just went off on me.
Yeah, I think it was just, we were saying we were disappointed, but I think we just got to the bottom. It must have been another one, because I said like the way the person was talking in the chat just didn't seem to come across the way you talk on screen, so probably wasn't you. But I don't know.
Connor,
It's either that or you've got some sort of false motive going on, or ulterior motive going on.
You're up against
We'll never
it,
know.
mate.
We'll never know.
Oh, me? I'm up against it.
Yeah.
I've been up against it since it started.
Up against what? No, I mean...
It's just up against all
obviously
auditors.
A different guest tonight. You know about Cat, so go on. Have a chat with Cat.
I'm going to get off because I've got work in the morning.
Oh.
So,
What time are you on duty?
About 11.
No, that's the wrong time, actually.
Yeah. What time did it start?
I don't know.
You don't know?
No.
Start any time, can't they?
I don't know.
Different shifts.
No. If you're an auditor, you should know. You stand that.
Well, I do know, but what I'm saying is, comically, I don't know. You're so protective of them, I think.
I'm not protective. I just see it.
I'll tell you why I fell out with you a little bit, and you can tell the difference in my attitude towards you. It's because of what you said last time to me.
Why? What did I say?
You said, I know where you live, Dino.
Oh, that was like
and it was out the blue, and then I said, what do you mean by that? And then we all went chatty and laughy, and you changed direction. So I was just wondering why you came out with that. In fact, I can't remember, what was we talking about before?
It were about it were about a video, what you did. I think it were outside Aldi. It's on your channel.
I've not done Aldi, no.
Or Lidl.
Well, that was months and months ago, the little one.
Yeah, you were on about that.
Or the what? The guy, the queue. The guy who jumped in front.
I can't remember. No, not that one. It would like
right, well, anyway, supermarkets, whatever, and then I know where you live. 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 I
Yeah. What about it?
Well, why say it? Well, if you know where I live, fair enough. But why say it?
Because you were getting, I think it were it Hardman or whatever his name were coming on, and they were going, "I know where you live. I know where you live." And I just said to you, I said, "Well, if you're a bit observant, you'll probably know where he lives anyway."
Yeah, but why say to someone, "I know where you live"?
But that's not how I said it. I said, if you're observant of your videos, you'd probably be able to work out where you live.
So why did you say, "I know where you live"?
I didn't say that. I said...
You did. I've got it on video.
You'll have to play it back then.
I played it back a couple of times to myself. So that's how I know. And other people have said to me, "Why did he say that?" and things like that. Do you not realise I get loads of people who get in touch with me after a live, after a video, etc., who notice a lot of things that I don't notice and bring it to my attention. But you did say that night, and it was out the blue, and I said to you, "Why have you said that?" And then you started laughing and went into a different subject, and I thought, I'll go along with this, just make him think I'm thick as fuck.
It was because...
Which is what I do sometimes.
Because who is it we're mentioning about who were going to come and get you and all this bollocks?
But why did you say that you know where I live?
Because it's pretty obvious where you do. Because you can find it through one of your videos, which I've just mentioned.
So what? I live in Wigan, blah, blah, blah. I'm not going to give my actual address away. But...
You don't know his exact address, you just know the town.
No, I know where it is. I don't know which house he lives in or what number.
So, but why say it?
Well, I've just gone through the process of why. You've obviously not listened.
No, I do. I do listen.
Well, you probably need to replay back then what I've just said. I'm not going to go through it again because it's just going round in circles.
That's what the police normally say. We're just going round in circles.
We are just going round in circles.
We are. Oh, you had no reason to say to me that night, compared to all the other times you've been on, hours and hours and hours of lives on this channel. You had no reason to just spontaneously come out with, "Yeah, but
Well,
Dino, I know where you live."
Well, I've just said the reason why, but you've not listened.
Well, can you repeat it then? Then everyone else can try and understand it as well.
I'm not repeating it again because I've just repeated it like 3 times.
3 times? Well, I've not had an answer off you, really.
Well, you have, because I've just said it about 3 times 5 minutes ago.
No, you've not. No, you've not answered the question, have you? As to why did you say, "I know where you live"?
I've just said 5 minutes
What,
ago.
because of someone? Oh, you're putting it on something else.
What I said to you is that Hardman was saying, "I know where you live," etc., and you were going, "People know where I live," and I said to you, "I know where you live," and that were it. I don't know what you're getting.
No, you didn't say it like that though. And what I'll do, I'll look back at that video and I'll clip it out. You didn't say it in that manner. You went, "Yeah, but do you know I know where you live?" Not like, "Yeah, but I know where you live." It was the way you said it, you see. And,
all right. Well, it's not coming across.
Yeah.
It's not supposed to come across as you need to be worried or all like that, because I don't know what.
No, I'm not worried, mate. No, I'm not worried.
All right. So why are you bringing it up then?
Because I thought it was a bit strange. So, and I've got every right to bring whatever the fuck I want up on my channel about that.
Fair enough.
everyone knows, mate, who knows me in here, that was a bit, you know, everyone's been saying, you know, why did he say that?
It was a bit
So
uncalled for.
how come people are saying that as if I'm not the only one, you know? But anyway,
Well,
it's up to you, mate. You don't. I've always had time for you, you know that, and I've always respected you, and I've always made sure before you come on, I've said to people, I'm going to bring him on. Please show that respect. But that night was a bit weird, so I'm a bit wary of you now. You know what I mean? But I've always thought you probably got a connection to the police in some shape or form. I don't think you're a copper because you're not. I don't think that, but I think you're associated. I think you're in some shape or form.
no.
That's what I think, and I could be totally wrong as well. It's just what I think.
Yep, you're on.
Well, so are you, because I think you are. So who's right?
Well, me, obviously.
Why is that obvious? I mean, anything's obvious, there'd be evidence there, wouldn't there?
Well, who knows?
Right. It's all right because you'll not get to me. I know you're.
I just want to know your motive. I just, you come in these lives and you are very respectful to some degree, which is okay. You're not like your typical troll against auditing, but I just think there's just something not adding up. But whatever that something is, whether we'll figure it out, I don't know.
Yeah, it's a bit
Think about
strange.
it, right? Who would say, "I know where you live"? No, I've had loads of people say that to me, like a threat. It's like it's a threat. That's what it basically is, right? And I must admit, I've had to put extra locks on my door because I get not just threats on lives, which are petty because they're on a live, but in private. And Kat will tell you this as well. Any channel content creator will tell you this. So I have got a bit weary. But whenever anyone said, "I know where you live," to me, that's a threat. In other words, I'm going to come round yours and do whatever. What else?
Someone now as well.
Does anyone think anything different to that?
No, I
Or is
agree.
it like, I know where you live? Have you got a good taste in coffee? Then you can make me a brew when I come round for a chat. I don't think so. I know where you live.
Sounds
So
a bit
why
menacing.
would he say that? And it's been the same as I don't want to name names, but I've had quite a few saying that to me on a live. I've had far more in private, and it's just not on. Like, all people are doing is threatening me with, "I know where you live," and things like that. I'm not scared at all because they're idle. These are idle threats, and these are people who will never show themselves. These are people who are liars and cowards and things like that. Because I've been here 18 months now, and all these threats, no, I've had nothing.
All talk, no action.
Mm-hmm. And as I always say, most people will say these nasty stuff to us online, but if they saw us out in the street, they wouldn't even come over and say anything to us. They'd avoid us like the plague.
They'll be shit scared.
You're right.
Mm-hmm.
Purple, is that you, mate? Give us a.
People like that, I call keyboard warriors.
Have you got an itch on your cheek?
Exactly.
Purple? You got an itch on your cheek? Okay, thank you. I just wanted to make sure, that's all. Cheers, mate. There he is, look. Bambino, don't know who you are. Never heard of you. But yeah, guys, in the chat, thanks very
Here
much
he is.
for all your respect.
Back again.
Oh, your bloody sound isn't right.
Here he is.
You're all crackly, buddy.
All right, Dino. I had to restart,
Yeah.
man. Is it not? I've restarted my whole phone and everything. I restarted the system. Okay. Let me see if I can do something.
All right, Matt.
Give me a sec. Hi, David.
No worries.
Are you right, Purple?
Nice to see you, man.
And you, buddy?
Yeah,
It's
I'm
been
good,
ages.
man.
Midlands, how you doing? Thanks for coming in. Nice chatting to you the other week. That was nice of you to come in. Connie's still in there, but are you causing trouble tonight, Connie? Let's have a look. It's not like it's a game of guessing. Some of us are so bored that it's been just working.
It's nice to meet you, by the way, Catwoman.
Pardon?
It's nice to meet you, by the way.
Yeah, I don't think I've been on a panel with you before, have I? I don't think we've chatted.
Never seen it. Oh.
No, I don't think we have.
You don't know what you've been missing, Kat.
Mm.
I'm telling you, this guy.
You're good.
He's an absolute legend. That's what he is.
Are you telling me you haven't been over to my channel, though? Or my lives?
Oh, he'll be going over from now on.
Oh, will I? You've missed out. I've been here 2 years and you've missed out all this time.
Possibly.
David, don't take her on. She gets a bit like this, you know.
Well, if that's an invitation, I mean, I can't not accept.
Oh, there you go then. See, shut up, you, Dino. See, I told you I'd come over here, I just steal everybody. Steal all your viewers so you won't have anybody left.
But I bet you never expected this tonight, guys, did you? So
I never expected it either, if I'm honest. I never expected it.
Months you've been asking, some of you.
We're listening. We were just letting certain stuff fly, weren't we? And, you know, weaning some stuff out and sort of cleaning a few things up. But it is what it is.
It is what
it's
it
a hard
is.
not life.
All I can say is, Neil, best thing to do is just go and check the channel out.
Mixture of everything. Mixture of everything.
Videos.
It's a mixture.
Yeah,
She's not an auditor.
She does great videos.
Sort of.
She has a channel, a variety channel, like mine. A variety channel.
And she's also a 2.2 lager and a packet of crisps fan like me.
Oh, you do pay attention. I like it. I need to go back there now because I've had a few people commenting saying I missed a lot of stuff whilst I was there, so I need to. I do need to revisit it.
Yeah, you didn't go to his flat or anything like that.
No, I need to visit the newer part of town, and there's a castle. So yeah, there's a lot I missed out that day.
Yo.
It was still a good video.
I'm back.
Really? I didn't think so.
Any good?
Yeah, I enjoyed it.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, you. Any good, Dino? Am I sounding mellifluous?
Not brilliant, but we can. Hang on, go on.
Am I sounding okay now?
It's still
One, two,
croaky, but we can tell what you're saying, so we can put up with this, can't we? So, hiya, Mark, how you doing? Cheers, mate.
It's probably on my phone. Maybe it's overstressed or something. It's been working late for the last couple of hours.
See, that's what you get coming on Dino's
I did just
lives.
restart it though. I restarted it 3 times today.
Get overstressed. Even the phones are
We've
playing
not
up.
even.
Hope not.
Honestly, it's been 24 hours and she's already having a go at me.
Hey,
You
Mark.
know what I mean?
Big
I'll
up
tell you
Mark
what.
Unsworth.
Who's looking forward to? Would anyone look forward to myself and Kat doing a video together again?
That'd be awesome.
She's going like that. Oh,
Yeah,
right. Well,
of course.
yes.
It depends what it's going to be
Where would
about.
you, what would you
You
do?
know you want to. So behave.
It's got to be a big one. It's got to be something big.
I'm sure
Big.
we'll figure something out.
We'll think about something.
Start getting your ideas in, guys. Give us some rolling ideas, and I'm sure we'll work something out.
Maybe do a poll on one of your channels.
Yeah, so somebody else
Both
said
your
this. Didn't they?
channels.
Said this. Yeah.
go.
Someone said pick like 5 things. We could get like 5
That's
ideas
right.
in, 5 ideas, and pick them up from pick it out from a hat or do a poll on it.
No, that's not happened in the past, guys. What it is, it's always been Kat's decision. So I've just got.
I've got one straight off the bat. Cat.
What?
I've got one straight off the bat. Can I say it? Alton Towers.
Well,
Go audit Alton Towers. Have a really good time while you're at it. Yeah.
Funny enough, I've said forget auditing. Us lot need to why not just have a big get together and have a nice fun day out away from auditing, and we'll go spend the day at a theme park or something. Drag Dino on a roller coaster, drag some mussies on a roller coaster, and audit that.
That'd be funny as fuck.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'd be up for that.
Definitely.
I would as well.
No, Dino doesn't look impressed.
What do you think about Alton Towers? I haven't been there for a long time.
Yeah.
I used to go to Alton Towers when I was younger.
I really would.
I loved it.
I'd go anywhere.
It's very
Anywhere.
theme parks are very
Captain's
expensive now, and it's the what's that?
Do you want a cup?
That's one place.
Got a cup.
Change the subject.
Is that a Deanology cup?
It is. Do you want one?
That's
Why
nice.
have we got Deanology cups? Why is everybody bringing merch out?
How much? What's it worth?
Free. It's free.
Oh yeah.
I'll take a Dean. I need a new mug. I do need a new
I'm
mug.
not charging anything. I'm promoting my channel, but I'm not charging anything. It's like if anyone wants one, it's theirs for nothing.
Wow. I like the t-shirts, do you know, as well? I saw the t-shirts on. I was talking to
Joe Black was looking after that, but I think he's
Joe Black. Yeah. Oh, really?
I've become a member now, by the way, Dina.
Pardon?
I've become a member now, by the way.
You're what?
Deanology.
I've become a member now, by the way.
Yes, I know. I've noticed. Thank you very much. Does that what
What
you're trying
kind
to
of?
say?
What kind of member,
trying to
David?
say that-
Big one.
You want a mug, don't you, David?
I would love a mug, mate.
Right. Well, I need to know where to send it to. And by the way, look at that beautiful interior of dark blue. And the handle as well. You see how it's, kind of all blends in nicely. So
Dark
there you
inside.
go, guys. I'm charging you fuck all.
Wow.
If you want one, I'll send it you for free.
Do you know it'd be even better if it glue in the dark?
It's a
Is
free
that to
one.
everyone or just us on the panel? Cool. You pay postage and parking as well.
Yeah, absolutely, everything. Yeah, and I would say that they're not that cheap, but for me, I just think thank you. If anyone wants one, it's just like thanks. It's just a cup in it. I just thought I'd do something different. I didn't set up any merch or anything like that, but I've just got some business cards done and got the mugs, and that's all
I'd
I've done.
rock that on a few live streams, do you know?
Anyone anything? So
that's it.
I would rock that on a few live streams.
Right.
Definitely.
I've got a question for you, Dino, actually, that I've been wanting to know. So as we all know, lovely Dino here is a vegan, and you're not one to put your veganism on other people, are you really? You don't really, like, you're not one of these massive, like, push it down vegans people's thoughts who are to be a vegan about. So what do you make of all these like vegan protest things that are going on? There's people sitting in dairy house stopping people from getting to the milk, and I think today people have sprayed the Houses of Parliament in white and whatnot. What do you make of all that? Do you think that like us achieving something, trying to get the message across, or do you think it's not needed, or going to do more harm than good? Or
I think a protest in itself, all it does is tell people things, and they don't get anywhere eventually. And I
some
think
do.
a lot of
Some
people who,
protesting.
well, I don't know, Kat, I don't think any change comes from a protest.
It depends how powerful the protests are, though, doesn't it? How like you said that, like going back years, wasn't there like protests? When it used to be women's fight for equal pay and stuff. They had a massive, you know what I mean? So it depends I think what it's about and how powerful and it can be. But
things like that. But you're talking about major industry and not like personal, you know, things like that. So major industry. So we're talking money. I reckon as well, and we've seen it, Kat, at protests in London, that a lot of them people who hang around and so-called protest, and they're not really arsed, are they? There's quite a few people who just turn up. It's a day out. It's a bit of
trouble, yeah.
So I reckon a lot of these people, and they follow a trend. Some more think, oh, I'll be on camera. That'll look nice when I see myself. All that kind of thing goes on, I think. And I think it's just an elite few who really mean it. But you're never going to beat big industry, whether it's farming or whatever.
No.
So protesting, it might raise awareness, and you might out of that protest. If it goes mainstream, you might get a few hundred saying, "Oh wow, yes, wow, you've opened my eyes." But most people will just go, "Fucking hell, look at these idiots." So protests for me, they don't win. They just open eyes, and these people make the decisions. And don't forget, everyone's wrapped in their own fucking bubble where they don't want to go anywhere else. So, but yeah, veganism, I think it's a true cause. I think most people don't understand what it means because they think it's just about food, nothing else. And I think it's a just thing.
I tell you what needs to be talked about more, what kind of is getting there, and for you animal lovers out there, and especially dog lovers, is the Camp Beagle. Have we all heard about Camp Beagle?
No.
No one's heard about Camp Beagle? No? See, this is what I mean. So it's the laboratory that breed beagles and
yes, I have,
send them off to be experimented on, and they're probably dead before they're even 6 months old.
I got. I remember someone gave me a leaflet on the street. I've still got it somewhere.
DJ went there and didn't, so he did a video on it. But there has been a lot of, trying to get it shut down and whatnot. That needs to be talked about more.
Disturbing, absolutely. Disturbing, Berger, absolutely. Neil's off, guys. Neil, thanks so much for coming in and
Can't even hear me, can you?
being yourself.
Hang on. Just go to the private chat.
He's done them are different mugs, them James. Not as good as mine.
Can I just say I'm vegan as well, by the way?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Since when, David?
So what do you think of it all then? I'm asking Dino. What do you make of it? Are you one for are you one of these that try and incorporate your views on other people, or you're just like, well, I'm a vegan, I don't care if you are or you're not, or what's your thought?
I don't agree with the protests, but I just go to like vigils, so I go outside the slaughterhouses and like care for the animals that are in the lorries and stuff like that.
Yeah.
I'm not really one for protests, to be honest.
No.
Because it's more violence than anything else. It's not getting anywhere.
No, you're right. You're right. Yeah, they've caused probably more trouble than what they were, most of them.
Yeah.
So yeah, so have you not heard about the Camp Beagle then? None of yous?
No, I haven't heard about it.
I'm quite surprised with social media that more people aren't. It just again, it's one of them things, isn't it? It needs more. Again, one of them things that need more talking about, more highlighting, and it's a big issue, you know.
Where is it, Kat? Whereabouts is it?
I always forget where it is. Is it somewhere near Peterborough, I think. If you look back, if I'm not mistaken, if you do look back through DJ's channel a month or so, he did go there, and he obviously had the location in there, and you know where it is. So yeah.
Yeah, he's he's one of my favourite auditors, but I haven't watched any of his videos for a while. Sorry, DJ. I do love you though. I'll catch up on your stuff, I promise.
John, I disagree with that, John. That isn't true.
I disagree with that as well.
It's not true. And protests, right? When I my first protest, where was it? I think it was Bradford. And well, Kat were there, and I didn't know Kat were going to be there, and I'd only just started doing
First
YouTube.
time we met, weren't it?
Yeah, well, it weren't, but on the job it was. But we met by accident this time round. But yeah, and I felt the adrenaline of it, and it got quite intense actually. I had a mounted police right up the horse right in front of me, and the smile on the police officer's face, female like, as if I'd say, you know, I'm in total control here and fucking back off and all that. But an adrenaline rush, and I think a lot of people go for that. You know, and, things like that, almost like it's a football game where you get the hooligans, they get that rush, and they're the ones who break the line type of thing. And then you get the protesters who just sit down with the banners saying, you know, we're against this or whatever it says. You know, so there are different types of protesters, and you do get that adrenaline, you know, when the cops move in and they start getting closer, you know, you start feeling different things. But you're never going to win at a protest, never. And it was Trevor Random. I was with Trevor, I was with Kat, I was with a few other YouTubers that day, and it was Parliament Square. And then it was a really hot day, really hot. And we ended up wandering off to Trafalgar Square to dip our bloody feet and heads in the water. And then it went like this and went like that. Then the police came in, then a second line came in behind them. And then you saw the vehicles behind them on Westminster Bridge. It was like you were totally fucking no chance. With whatever you wanted to try on, you'd fucking no chance. No chance. And then the next thing, and this is how protests can be rigged. as well by the mainstream media. And it was Trevor who pointed it out, who's been experienced in this. So I took him on straight away because it did look weird.
You do get overwhelmed at a protest. A lot is happening, and we're working out who's really there for the real cause, who's there to be troublemakers, who's there to divert your attention. There's lots going on at a protest.
There's
Yeah,
crisis.
I think the police love a protest because it gives them an excuse to arrest people for no reason.
Yeah.
Yeah, in a way, David, that's happened. That's definitely happened. But just finishing off on that, all of a sudden, at some point, this helicopter came over and it starts circling, and it's like, yeah, you know. And the next thing, the front line of police took their helmets off almost at the same time, instructed. And then they started clapping to the protesters. And then some protesters were going back. And that went on mainstream media. So it was like, i.e., look at this, it's in control. The police have like backed down. They've made it look peaceful, etc. and etc. But before they did that, they fucking weren't. They were absolute bastards. And after that, when they put their helmets back on, they were absolute bastards again. So they got instructed, and it was Trevor who pointed it out to me, and I said, what's going on? And he went, that's mainstream media, Dino. They've just fucking told them to do that. So there's a lot goes on at a protest. And I saw guys at Bradford. Where else did we go? London a few times. Liverpool we went to. Places like that. And I actually saw the same people, which is fair enough. It's a protest. You get the same people. I'm going to protest. And wherever it happens, I'm going to be there. But there were a few of them, and I thought, you were in the same clothes. You're interacting with the watching them. You're interacting with the police that way. You're getting away with, it doesn't look right. And I do believe there are crisis actors and people out there who instigate things in order for the police to make arrests and things like that. I do think there's an inside job going on when it comes to a protest.
Agent provocateur. Agents provocateur, isn't it?
Yeah.
Could be undercover officers
That's
or
the
anything.
French.
Didn't add up. Everyone I've been
They could be
to has not added up.
They could be
I
walking
remember one of
amongst
the
us.
protests, like I say, and I added in my video, and I could be completely wrong, but it's just what I noticed, that it settled down, like the protests were kind of coming to a little bit of an end, and there were people just peacefully sat around. I wouldn't say there was much trouble going on, but there was just one guy at the end, and it was just screaming verbal abuse at the police. So it was just it was like on his own, screaming verbal abuse, and while people around him were just like looking at him like as if to say, what are you doing, mate? We're like all sat down, being quite peaceful, and you're just screaming profanities at the police, this one guy on his own. And that stood out for me. I thought, why is he being like that? You know what I mean? All by himself. Like was he trying to form a crowd, get other people on to do it,
Probably had too much to drink.
Yeah, again, maybe, yeah, that's it. But again, protests were very overwhelming. Like I said, they were very overwhelming. There was a lot going on, and I think I've seen enough of them now to last a lifetime. Whether they work or not, I don't know. It is very debatable. But for me, I think I have seen enough protests now to last a lifetime.
Yeah, same here. We both agreed on that, actually. Last year, it was like there were that many protests going on. It's like, what do you reckon, Kat? She's going, I'm fucking sick of it. I'm going, yeah, I'm sick of it. Fuck it. You know what I mean?
I like I said though, but it doesn't mean I would never go to another one. For me, like again, I think it is hard because I think from the start as well, I'm not always there really in aid of the protest and like to be a part of it. But I just want to be there to film it and enjoy the environment and film it and whatnot. But
So
you
you've
just end up
witnessed
getting
it.
caught. Yeah, you just end up getting caught up in it, and you know, so it is a tough one. It's a tough one.
It's not for me anymore because they're going nowhere. To be honest,
See, for me, a protest has to mean something. They don't really seem to mean anything nowadays.
Mm.
There has to be a reason for a protest.
you know what? When I was in Parliament Square,
Often
right,
it's a fake reason.
I think it was an anti-protest it was. There were people,
Yes.
with the disposable barbecues and the picnic blankets out and things like that, like a day out, I think a real protest would be so strong. None of that kind of thing would be going on. I don't think.
A real protest means unity, right? Coming together and
Forget your
what they believe
picnic,
in.
your sandwich, and your cool bag and things like that. Yeah, I mean, okay, bring stuff along, but just to lay out and it for me, that day, whatever that protest was, it was really hot. But for me, it was more like a festival. It looked like a festival car.
Yeah, kind of has that feel to it. Yeah.
So, but yeah, no, you're not going to win. They're too powerful. Simple as that. All you can do is turn up with your voice.
But again, on the other hand, you could say if they were done better, properly, better organised, more go in with the right. We need to go in with this with an end goal. What's going to be the end goal to this? Then again, rather than it just being a case of this protest is happening this day, everyone keep it hush hush, and then obviously the police probably know all about it before it needs to be done properly, I think, and done for everything done for the right reasons with a definitive outcome and where do you want it to actually go.
There has to be a reason for a protest.
Them people who go out there and have a loud voice, and I've seen them stand right in front of police and really give them shit, and the police have to just stand the ground. They can't, they have to take the shit. They have to. It's part of the trick. It's what they have to do, and I get that. But
say what you want. The thing is, when I went to Telford, say what you want about him, but going on along these lines of grooming gang, that wasn't as much protest. So if going back to how you think Tommy Robinson probably used to be back in EDL, when I went to Telford, it was nothing like that. And it, compared to all the protests I've been to, that one, it was a clear march from the train station to the police station with absolutely zero trouble. There was no altercations, and they're fighting for a genuine cause there. You know what I mean? They're fighting for, and I wouldn't, would you call it that something like that, a protest? Because it kind of feels that way, but without the protests we've been to in like London and ending up in mayhem, arrests being made all over the place. You know what I mean? It was very well organised and structured, if you ask me. You know what I mean? To be fair, on both parts, if I'm honest, the protest went well. The police probably did a good job. There was obviously Tommy Robinson haters whilst we were there. They kept them back. They kept them away from the crowd, so the two never sort of mixed, if you like.
John, right?
Can I just say I have massive respect for Tommy Robinson, by the way. I love what he does.
That's good. Yeah, I
No
don't see
worries
why
there.
people.
Yeah,
I think
so
people just have a wrong idea about him. Like, I
Exactly,
don't
yeah.
know all there is to know about him. I'm not like, oh yeah, he's the be all and end all. He's fantastic, because I know he's like everything done what, back in ED out there. Them days were probably wrong, but now what he's trying to do, I believe, is a good thing. He's trying to, like, we're trying to wean out corruption and bad cops. He's
Yeah.
trying to wean out grooming gangs, and I don't see what's wrong with that and why anybody would argue against that and have a
He's
problem
standing
with
up
that.
for our kids.
Yeah,
That's what he's
exactly.
doing. So why is that wrong?
So why can anyone argue against that?
that's very, very fair. And I think, people who do go against people like that, probably it's like a personal thing. And you don't even know the guy, so let him get on with what he's doing and just see what, if that's his cause, then how can you argue against that?
Exactly.
You
That's what I
can't.
mean.
Sure.
That's why I've got so
But
much respect.
I'm
for
not
Tommy
saying every protest hasn't worked, right? It depends on what that protest is about. Now, if you're going anti-vax and things like that, the latest developments, you ain't going to win. No chance in
You've
hell
got no
you're going to win. If you're protesting against something a lot minor, then you might have a chance or whatever. And a few protests have been won, but it's nothing on the level of we want the government to change.
It's like saying on the level of TV licensing and imagine there was a protest, right? So all of us here, we know we don't need a TV license. We don't pay for a TV license. Now, as time's going on, a lot of people are waking up to that. A lot of people are waking up to the fact that we know we don't need a TV license. But there's still a large population who still believe I need a TV, or are still scared of the fact that, so they will have so it's like doing a protest, and that's kind of like the saying, oh, you're like anti-vaxxers, you're anti-TV license kind of thing, you know what I mean? There's still a large population that support BBC, support the government, support what they say. So it's like, until we ourselves collectively are bigger than that side, they're always realistically going to win, to be fair.
BBC are a load of bollocks anyway.
But that we all agree with that. But there's still a lot of people who support them, in society. Still a lot of people who don't know and don't realise.
Well, yeah, that's true.
And that's what I mean about protests. We went out and protested and said everyone needs to ban the TV licence. Would it work? Would it make a difference?
Or even get petition, whatever it's called.
Yeah, but I mean, even that's what I mean. Even petitions, you see it. They do go. I think they do exist, but they're not. It's not big enough. It's not. It's say for example, take a channel like AB. How many subscribers he's got is massive, is huge. But compared, and imagine say if every single one of AB's subscribers, we all agreed the same. We all know we don't need TV. Like, we're all against government. Blah blah blah. That is still a very small portion of the United Kingdom collectively. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's true.
That's what I mean. People are like, oh, AB's the best, he's a massive chat, which he does, but unfortunately, it's still not bigger than the United. Once somebody becomes bigger than the United Kingdom, then that's when things might, start making a change. You know what I mean?
Yeah. People just need to wake up and realise what's actually going on.
That's it. People don't. It's either they don't want to or they don't realise, and they're very closed-minded.
The question is, what's stopping them?
Nothing.
That's the question.
I don't think it's stopping them. I just think it's, again, going back to that. People just have core beliefs. People are just who they are, brought up the way they are, made to believe. They believe what they believe.
What about the ones who agree with what we're saying, though, Kat, but yet don't do anything about it, which seems to be
because the way we've been programmed. It's the way we've been
maybe they don't want to as well. Maybe they say
because of whatever lifestyle they're living in this moment. Maybe it's
the parents,
and fear and things like that. But I mean, for
there's no need to be scared.
I mean, it's like this. I'm sure you can agree with this, David, isn't it? It's like coming out to your family. If you live in
Yeah, God,
a
yeah.
very religious family who are against that sort of thing, it must
I
be
mean,
the most difficult
my
thing to
family are
come
Catholic,
out.
so
Yeah.
that's even harder on
David,
me.
can I just ask you, David,
Go
if
on,
you
yeah.
don't mind, and obviously
No,
you
go
don't
for
have
it,
to
man.
reveal anything. How old are you?
I'm 28.
28.
Yeah,
Well, what you're saying is I've got a toy boy on my channel.
probably. Yeah.
Right. There you go, guys. I knew I'd score one day. No, but David, honestly, when did you come out?
What, properly?
Yeah,
When I was about 15.
15.
Was it
so-
hard, or did you
Oh
just
God, yeah, it was really hard.
Yeah.
did people naturally know, or did it take them by surprise?
No one actually knew. Well, it took them by surprise because my family are Catholic, so we're
Yeah,
an
that's
Irish. We're an Irish
They
family.
had no
Like
idea.
very. So it was really hard for me to actually come out. Yeah.
So
No.
had they no idea, David? Your parents, had they no idea? I mean,
No one had a clue.
right.
And should it be? And this is what I mean. Should it be like that? Should it be like that? Should it? Can you not just be who you want to be without it? Just do you are. You are who you are.
To a degree, Kat, to a certain degree, yeah. And David, we spoke about sexuality in many lives now, and David's gay, and us on here, and yet, but a lot of us disagree with the way sexuality's gone, David, right?
Yeah, I agree with that.
And yeah, so we've talked about that, but I couldn't imagine what it must feel like for you to be that age and having to tell people when
really scary. Let's put it that way.
it must be, because you know what people think about it, right? So
yeah, you feel really judged once you've said it as well.
So, but yeah,
even though it's your family, you feel really judged once you know you've said it, and it's like shit. Maybe I shouldn't have come out or that kind of thing.
But anyway, David, it doesn't matter because we just know you as a good guy. That's it.
That's all I am. To be fair, I'm just living life.
And that's why, like, when it comes, like, going back to chats that were going on earlier, when it comes to people's sex, religion, it doesn't matter as long as you're a good person. Does it really matter? Whether you're coloured, white, Christian, gay, straight. If you're a good person, you're a good person, or you're a bad person, you're a bad person.
Exactly.
That's it, Kat. But when it goes beyond that, with the new movement, if you like, whereas you can be anything you want now and identify with them. Just imagine how people like David must feel about that. UK transparency as a husband. A few gay people come on here, and every single one of them are disgusted with the way certain people have taken this sexuality business to a different level. It's just ridiculous. Imagine how these guys feel. It's gone beyond what's been, a natural situation, if you like, if you get where I'm coming from. And David, he kicked off he was so angry one night.
Yeah, I remember that.
You know what I mean? So, and Trevor's come in, said the same thing. A few other people have come in and said the same thing, and there's me worried my channel's going to get taken down here talking about this, and then I've got gay people coming on sticking up for that, and it's gone too far, basically, is what we're all saying. So yeah, right. I'll put the link in. What time is it? 1:25. I know Patsy. I have noticed you've been in. Thanks for coming in. it's non-stop as usual on here, guys. So forgive me if
I
I've
would
not.
like to say hello to that LGBT auditor. That's kind of a new, twist. Didn't, brings a new aspect to their team.
Yeah, I've never seen his name before.
No, I've not. I think it's only the first time I've come across him.
Definitely.
If he wants to come up and say hello.
So, no. London girls, there you doing? Nigel Mon. See, I'm allowed to say it like this because it's Nigel and he doesn't take offence, you see. So we got our friend Nigel from Trinidad and Tobago, Mon.
Mhm.
Yeah. How you doing? David. I do it with David. Woo!
Woo!
You know what I mean?
You big puff.
Are you being a bitch with me again, aren't you?
Me being a bitch? Never.
Yeah.
Do you know?
You're only jealous because you can't have her like mine.
I must admit, I'll say this now. When I used to live in Leeds and I used to go clubbing with a few gay men, honestly, gay men, although they can be pitchy from time to time, they're the most fun. They really are. They're so much fun. I had such a laugh with them.
I've got on this right. I have got the best gay people going on here. I have. So LGBT plus auditor. Yeah, nice vibes. Mostly is.
You're not coming up. You're not coming up and having a chat. Say hello.
You're more than welcome to.
Absolutely.
Don't have to turn on your camera if you don't want.
Okay, right, okay. Yeah, I'm sure someone will post that link up. Purple. And thanks for coming on, by the way. Your sound went all croaking, but you took yourself off, so...
He might be getting a new phone for his birthday, so hopefully he'll have better lives.
Eamon, yeah. What was his fucking name?
Oh, we'll fill you with confidence. We'll fill you with confidence.
David, help me out.
Shut that door. I'm free.
Who was it?
Oh, bloody hell. It sounds familiar as well.
Shut that door. I'm free. Oh, Eamon, bastard. Typical Irish twat. Right.
Fucking hell, that's got my brain going now.
Well,
yeah.
Thanks so much, guy. Larry Grayson. That's the one, Ron. Shut that door. What a gay day. Shutting a door and a gay day. Larry, God bless you. Whatever you fucking meant by that. Connie's still in there as well. Mr. Blue, how you doing? Shut that door.
Shut that door.
Yeah. John Inman. Rings a bell. Okay, honestly, guys, superb stuff. Brilliant stuff. I'm going to leave you to it for a minute. I'll put the link in. Are you being served, James? That's the one. James knows his stuff. He always comes up with the answer. Bloody hell. That was the department store thing, weren't it?
Was that when he was in the queue?
John Inman. Right. Anyway. Camp comedy. Yeah. Yeah. Great stuff. Kenneth Williams. Oh, no. All right. Yeah, he was funny. They were funny. And do you know what? They didn't give a fuck. And they were taking the piss out of, in a good way, like me and David do, and things like that. And now it's become forbidden, almost.
Forbidden? By who?
Almost forbidden, but I reckon any day me and David would turn up and protest that. Because we like to take the piss out of stuff like that. Because I'm heterosexual and David's gay. So I'm taking the piss out of him for being gay. And do you know what? He don't give a fuck because he knows I don't mean anything bad about it.
Bring it on, bitch.
Simple as that. So, and it's the
Sounds
same.
like David can handle quite a bit.
I
You know, I was trying to find the right words then. I was going to say, I'm sure David can take it, but I'm like, I was trying to find.
Well, it depends what I'm taking.
Don't encourage him.
I know.
It depends what I'm taking, to be fair, but yeah.
Oh, I just sort of heard myself saying that sentence and I thought, can I say that? Can I not?
Yes, on here you can, you see. No one takes offence. Absolutely brilliant. Right, I'm going to nip off Molly. James.
Is there any words particular? Again, this is what I mean. I think sometimes we do need to find a communication. Is there any words that you don't like? You know, like queer or puff. Is there any where you like, no, that's too far for me? Or can you're like, I'm not bothered. It is what it is.
I don't care. I am who I am.
Yeah, you're not bothered.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
Not to be honest with you.
I've had it all
that's what I mean. And I think this is what makes it so confusing. So if I said to you, "Oh, shut up, you big puffer," you could handle that. But if I said that to somebody else, they might find that very, very offensive and get offended by it. So how are you supposed to know? Do you know what I mean? How are you supposed to know, really, unless you ask? You know what I mean?
Well, yeah, sure.
Depends who you are as a person. And for me, it was a test. I don't know. I've never met David, but I just knew instinctively that he'd get it straight away. And he did. So I was right. And it's carried on since then. And like I said, there's a few gay people who come in and enjoy these lives.
But this is what I mean, which is awesome. But it's like this whole thing with free speech, you know, it's just so complicated, in it, and like, you know, so, like you just said, there's sometimes you can say things to certain people, again, depending what day, different mood, what tone, again, like you said, Tony's fault, what tone you say it in. Sometimes you could just, other things hurt you more than other things and hit you between the chest more than other things. And you know, one day, and even not just that, even I could say something to you today and you'd be like, oh, shut up, you know, and it not matter. But other days it might destroy, it might really, really upset you, you know what I mean? And you don't know, you know. So
it's not the same, but it's similar. Do you know when we get, because of what we do, you know, when we get shit back from it?
Yeah.
It's a bit like the same. So it's how you react back to it. You know what I mean? It's like people say, you're this and you're that, and you're not. You know, but
because it's like the other night, right? So I don't really want to go into it too much detail, but over on bloody TikTok. So I got into my first altercation, let's say, over there the other night. And you know me, I can take a lot of stuff when it comes to auditing and you know, what we've had over the past couple of years, I can handle a lot of stuff. But this one particular person, you know, I handled it pretty well, I think, whilst I was on the live, handled it really, really well. And then soon as the live ended, I came off, and I'm not going to lie, I cried myself to sleep. So I don't know what it was. I don't know what, you know, button she pressed, but she really grinded my guts. And I'm like, I was quite surprised, because it's like, you know me, I can take, you know, like you say, with what we do, we can take a lot of stuff, but just sometimes, you know, And I've admitted all along, you know, I'm quite a sensitive soul, but with doing this, I've definitely grown a backbone. But I'm still very sensitive, you know what I mean? So it's one of them.
I mean, I'm quite an emotional person, but me being gay from a very young age, I've always been judged and bullied. So I think that's what I'm just used to it, so it doesn't bother me anymore. If you know what I mean.
No, like I say, I definitely respect that, but I just kind of think surely not. Some days you just want to break down and cry. That's what I meant by before. Just some days there's not something that just, you know, it gets you cry, you know, gets you upset, like, you know. Whereas I don't, you know what I mean. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe that's just me. Maybe it's just again.
No, it
different
can't.
days.
No, you're right, and you know, depending on what, but what I've noticed with David is, I took the piss out of him straight away, and
I'm fine with it.
threw it straight back at me.
Yeah.
And I thought, is he being? And then I've straight back at him, straight back at me,
Yeah.
straight back at him, and straight. And then it's just not changed, and it's not changed since, because got it.
But that's what I mean. I mean, some people. This is what I mean. It's like, and that's good. And sometimes you can tell with people with the character, what kind of character are. But personally, I wouldn't just come out with straight away getting chat. Oh, all right, you big puffer, shut up. I wouldn't personally do that, if that makes. I wouldn't have it in me. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Even if I thought you could say, there's just something that would probably hold me back from saying, like I was saying before, there's just sometimes where I'd love to just say things how they are, but I restrain myself, you know what I mean?
You know what? I love people who say it how it is, because you know where you are with them. And I think it's so funny, it's unbelievable.
Yeah.
You can have a right laugh.
He's a fucking legend, honestly.
No, and that's good. And that's good. I need to just step it up a bit and have that.
Yeah, man.
I don't give a shit mentality. I don't give a shit mentality. I'm not quite there yet. I probably will. I can feel it coming in. I'm getting there, but I do hold back in a lot of situations.
I'll try my best, guys.
Don't ever hold back on anything you want to say to me, Kat. Just be you, man. You know?
Yeah, no, brilliant, awesome. I don't know. I don't know if it's just I've always said I'm too nice. I'm. You know what I mean? I'm just too nice. So
I can handle anything, me.
I'm a bitch. I'm gobby, as we've worked out, but I'm just too nice, and I just
no. She's not. She's not too.
Shut up, you. Shut up.
She is nice, but not too nice.
Shut up, you old man.
Listen, Puffer, keep it fucking stum, right?
What are you gonna do about it, bitch? Come on.
I'm gonna.
It's gonna stick it in you if you don't.
Oh, hello.
Oh my god! Stop giving him fucking. Right, David, no, that'll never happen.
I had to sort of question myself. Should I say that? And I just, do you know what I mean? I had to question myself then, and I'm like, just do it. They just told me to just go for it. Just do it, so I'll do it.
Why not? Just
stop giving me false hope.
See, that's what, and this is. Do you know what? And this is a good question, actually. And I don't know if a lot of you have heard about it, right? In an ideal world, yeah, I'm sure people have come across now and heard about the new place called Karen's Diner.
Yeah.
Have you seen it? We heard about it. We've seen the videos.
Yeah.
In the ideal world, wouldn't it be just great if we could just live in that world where, like, people, because I was talking about my brother, you know, I don't know if people know that both my brother and my dad are bus drivers, and you know, obviously in certain jobs they have, you know, like obviously being officers, they have to be professional, don't they? They have to follow the code of conduct, all that good stuff. But sometimes you just kind of think, wouldn't it be great if the world could just live like that?
You
know what I mean? and just say, you know, if you get on a bus and if someone gets on the bus and the bus driver's adding up, get the fuck off my bus, I've had enough. But they're not allowed to do that, you know what I mean? So that's what I kind of think. I do kind of think, could we just live in that world, please, that cabin world? You know, would be interesting. Would be very interesting.
It would
But
be.
then on the other hand, there is too many bloody snowflakes, you know. So.
Oh yeah, you've always got your snowflakes. I like cornflakes personally, not snowflakes, but hey ho.
Ian, as usual, put in intellectual comments in the cheers, Ian. Nice one, and thanks for coming in. As always.
No power,
He always
yeah.
watches, Ian.
Oh, I don't. It's just speech has taken a big hit over years, and it is hard. I think I don't know if anyone else agrees, but communication is hard. Do you know what I mean? Communication is very difficult, I think, and it has
People
taken.
are too scared to speak their minds.
Yeah, it's taken a big you know, a breakdown. I think definitely.
In this day,
it's a shame. It's a shame.
It is. It's a massive shame. Mr. Blue, on the buses in its day is funny, but it still is funny now. What you on about? I love it. It's just like 2 pints of lager and a packet of crisps. I find that funny as fuck still.
It was good. I enjoyed it, the first 2 series. But after then, it didn't. Once Johnny left, it wasn't as good. It wasn't as good towards
Johnny
the end.
did make it funny, didn't he?
Yeah, there was they were a good group. They left.
Who was your favourite character in it then?
Probably Will.
Will.
Will Miller. Well, he obviously Will Miller. Gaz.
Yeah, I know. Gaz
Probably, yeah.
See, man was Janet. I love Janet. She's funny.
Yeah, I was just about to say, but I don't know. See, again, it's like saying who's your favourite in Friends. It's a tough one to pick.
That's true.
You know what I mean? It's a tough one. You have all the. Could say which was your favourite episode, and that has to be that musical. Do you remember the musical?
God. Yeah, when
gonna dip it like
Janet
a biscuit. Yeah.
I got my lovely crunchy biscuits, and I'm gonna say it again,
in case you missed it. Exactly. Yeah.
Quality.
You can still find that if you look it up on you. If you just put 2 Pints musical in, the episode comes up.
Oh, does it?
Yeah. If you've not heard them songs in ages.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, just put it up.
Where's Dino gone, the old man?
Toilet for the millionth time. See, he drinks some beers and then it just goes right through it, doesn't it? Can't handle his drink.
I like you. You're funny.
Don't try to be though. That's a silly thing. Yeah, no. They started it in lockdown, didn't they? And they used to go live when lockdown happened, and yeah, they're quite funny. Yeah, and they've obviously both gone off and done the leading roles in other TV programs and whatnot. But yeah, they're a good duo. They're a very good duo. They work well together. They do work well together.
If we're still going on about Two Pints of Lager, they have a podcast now, you know.
That's what I was just saying there. I was just replying to
Oh,
that.
right, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I mean. They started it in lockdown, didn't they? They sort of started doing lives together, and it was quite funny. So yeah, they were a good double act. They work really well together.
Oh god, yeah.
Quite funny.
They just fly off each other, don't they?
Yeah, yeah. Changing the colours.
The old
You
man
alright?
is back.
Sorry, I had to nip off. Connie Thunder, pack it in. Barking Mad 8, thank you. I know you've been in for a while. Purple Spliff still in there. Thanks for coming on, mate. Really appreciate it. And thanks for that chat the other night after Cats. Really enjoyed it that night. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, shit, what have I done? Right. Start again.
But yeah, but going on. This is what I mean. How much more now can be stripped away, and what can be done? It's just it does feel like it's getting to the point where we'll be just in the end we'll be just reading each other's minds, and that'll be a dangerous place as well. You know what I mean? Just bloody read my mind, man. I'm not speaking anymore. Just bloody read my mind. You know what I mean?
Do you know where I think it's going? I think it's going into the police estate. That's where they want it to go.
Mm. I mean, like, I've heard chips in the hand, to pay for stuff. I've been told, you got to scan your thumb every time you leave your own town, city, and scan to come back in. And
yeah,
I've heard all that. It's mad. Whether it does happen or not. But again, this is what I mean. This is, how, if we didn't have protests, how other ways could we get our points across? And I mean, I know we've got our videos, but again, that does that it wide of a field? I don't know. But how else can we get our points across if we didn't have protests?
Well, it makes you wonder what's going on in the cabinet, really, behind doors, like what they're saying and stuff like that. And
I mean, this is it. I've always said I wouldn't. There's no way I'd like to work for and be part of the, MPs and all that lot. And, they must, in some respect, and I've said this before, to some degree, they must have a difficult job. There is, deciding on what is to do for the best, what, do they go, because I think, to be fair on them, whichever way they decided, they'll, like we do as content creators, they're not going to please everybody. They're always going to have hate, whichever direction they take. If they went for working class, or if they didn't, or if they stopped this, people, they're always. I don't think they are ever going to, do something right, really, or, you know what I mean.
Yeah. I think it goes deeper than that. I think them, whatever you want to call them, the ones who, for me, control the governments, control these so-called
the
leaders,
powers that be,
the hidden up there.
So they're getting scripted, just like the Queen does when it comes to a speech. They're always reading off a sheet of paper. Nothing comes straight out of the mind like we do on here. We don't have nothing in front of us. It's all straight out what we're thinking and feeling and what we think should happen. We talk about what has happened and things like that.
See, I think the Prime Minister should come on here one day.
But these guys try to guide us into the same opinion. So the agenda is quite immense, really, and I think at least a generation ahead. So when you got your mobile phones, I think they was way ahead with that. They were already out. Test it out. Next thing, didn't take long. Touch screens and all that. Nothing new to these guys who put it out there. To us, something new. Way ahead, I think. So all these clowns who, tell who were speaking to you from Parliament and things like that. It's all scripted in my eyes. You can tell they're not real.
They were probably at home the night before writing it out. To be truthful.
They're just puppets of whatever authorization is in real control. The guys you don't see, that type of thing.
So this is why I think the government's an ideology. Because they have no idea. They have no idea what they're doing. Really, do they? Come on, let's be honest.
No, they just get told what to say.
Exactly.
Basically, I mean, and they've got all them liberties. They can basically get away with anything they want. I mean, look at all the scandals and things like that. I mean, it's ridiculous. And all they do is come out in front of a camera or a journalist or whatever and say, look, I apologise. And people just take that.
Accept it.
But,
Now,
so
if we did that, we'd be
what
like
I'm saying is
terrorists,
with no
man.
chance. No chance.
Do you know if we did the shit, half the shit that they did, we'd be called a terrorist or something like that.
True.
We really would. I'm sorry, but we would.
I mean, we do say that the lack of gang, they call us, when we're doing protest, but they're a ganging, like we've said it many times about the police force, they're ganging themselves, aren't they? They're mob mentality themselves.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a big show going on, and the people who are running it, we don't even
forget
think
who's
about
paying for all of this as well. We are. We're paying for all of this.
Because, to most people, that as high as it goes, as far as it goes, it's like your government, your prime minister, your president, and that's as far as you go. You can't get any higher than that, but I don't think so. I really don't think so.
Oh, there's people higher up that we don't know about. There's definitely more bigger, more powerful people that, obviously I'm not talking on the, God level, but it might as well be the invisible. They're invisible, and they're probably up there, sitting back. Nobody knows who they are, who their names are, but it just dribbles down through the, down, and we're just at bottom of the food chain, basically.
They couldn't give a shit about us. They really couldn't. As long as they're getting their money, that's it.
We're what they call it.
We're like their guinea pigs.
Yeah, that's constant. We're guinea pigs. We're slaves.
Because this is the thing, the richest people, and I think I've seen, I can't remember the statistics exactly, but I'm sure a few people in the chat will know. The richest people in the world, the bit, like even just the top 4 trillionaires who have got a lot of money, they could provide probably food and shelter for most of the population twice over. They've got that much money. Do you know what I mean? And yet, there's still poverty going on and all that, and that's sickening in itself. You know what I mean? So
they're just in it for the war and oil and money. That's all they're in it for.
Well, yeah, and but they're now turning to different fuel sources, David. So yeah, at the beginning, the oil and the coal and all the fossil fuel industry, all that, you know, and that's dying out, and cars are now going to electric and things like that. I think Cat's just dropped out.
No, I'm
Oh, he's still
still
there.
here. I think
Oh,
you dropped out for a minute.
did I?
On my end, anyway.
All right.
Buffered for a sec.
It's a bit weird. We're talking about the.
I know.
Oh,
See, do. This is what I mean. This is what I mean. See, this is what I'm saying. I always find it funny when I'm out and about doing a live, and obviously talking. I don't know if you've got major signal problems recently, and it's always like when I'm walking past a certain place, or if I'm talking about a certain thing, the internet will just miraculously buffer or go out, and it's, you know, call it crazy, but do you know what I mean? It's a bit mental, isn't it? It does get you thinking.
It all makes sense.
Yeah, it does make sense. It does. It's not to do with the internet's not working properly. It's the internet's not working properly.
Yeah. What kind of excuse is that? Come on.
There's somebody going.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? YouTube, part of Big Brother. Yeah.
Tonight on Big Brother.
But anyway, you know, we're just seeing a puppet show. It's just, it's being handed down for me. So
yeah,
I totally agree with you, Dino.
I'll tell you what did it for me. Right, it was that austerity speech by the Queen. So obviously, every royal family in the world, Russia, Europe, all them countries, very powerful, very wealthy, the wealthiest that there can be, as human beings can go. And she sat down one day, and she had the full armor on, the crown, the what you call it, stick with the scepter, whatever it's the full thing, right? About I don't know. I've not been told anything, but there must have been millions and millions of pounds worth of crown jewels while she was giving this speech upon her and around her. And she's giving an austerity speech. And I thought, are you actually taking the piss?
I mean, that whole Queen Jubilee for a start, that, you know, what was it, a month or so ago? Like, how much did that cost? That whole Queen, and why was it necessary?
A lot of money.
Why was it necessary?
Because of the monarchy. That's why.
They're taking the piss out of people, because people don't forget, with it being the Queen, and they don't care about what she's really saying. It's like, how marvellous, how bloody marvellous.
Do you know what the monarchy is actually about?
Poverty, whilst being surrounded with millions of pounds worth of jewels.
Do you know what that monarchy actually stands for? It doesn't stand for the people. It stands for God. They're taking an oath to God.
That says it all, then, doesn't it?
Exactly. Yeah. So it comes down to religion again. And I'm 28, guys. Remember this. Come on.
28 going on 56.
And if a 28-year-old can wake up to this, come on, guys.
A young guy.
But this is what I mean. See, this is the problem that we have right now. Us talking like this amongst ourselves is fine. Like I said, we get this. I'm sure the people in the chat get this. We need to get this talk out there to the closed-minded, to the people who are shut off to all of this, and make them understand. But that's what I'm saying. How do we do that?
If we did that, Kat, we'd get shut down straight away, because the monarchy and the government are scared about that.
So it's like, it kind of feels a bit pointless. I know it's good that we're talking like this because we can, and we're communicating, but really it's pointless because we're just saying it amongst people that know. Like, we're just telling each other, and it's like, well, yeah, okay, tell us something I don't know. We know.
Technically, it's not really pointless, because somebody could be in their life.
Yeah,
and
no, I
they're
get
actually
that. But
learning
again,
about
is it enough? Is it, it's that one person might come in and, yeah, if it's one person, but I just kind of think it's, we're a drop in the ocean. We're a drop in the ocean.
Exactly, yeah.
If you look at it fantastically, I mean, it could be like, I could see it as something like, the more people who become aware of it now, even though the battle always rages on, maybe because more people can become aware of it because of this type of thing, they're going to spread the word and pass it further down. Then maybe, just maybe, in the future, there'll be enough people to, who have learned so much about things, maybe be able to do something about it. So forget it now. We're not good today. Forget it. We're at the most lowest point when it, to compare to what we're up against, with fucking no chance.
We're just a minuscule.
As long as you keep talking about it, and then that person will say, "Guess what I heard on over there," and guess what such a body told me, and they pass it on, and then they pass it on, pass it on, and then eventually, maybe 10, 20 years, whatever, maybe there's enough people where they have got a battle on their hands, and I don't know. It sounds fantastical, but it's going to be a slow process if anybody wants any change, because it won't happen overnight. A protest won't.
Oh, God, no. God, no.
You know what I mean? So just keep talking about it. And I think that's the only hope we've got. Passing knowledge, using your experience and telling people about it.
Funny thing is, though, I've got no experience. I've just woken up to it.
See what I mean? So David has then obviously told a lot of his friends about what he's heard and things like that. So I'm expecting you have done, David.
I have, yeah. I've told them a lot about the monarchy.
It's just like, let's flood the information through. And all you can do to do that is talk about it. And that's it. You do your bit by doing that. And then people like David will say, I spoke to such a body and they said that and I agreed and I knew.
It's like in my video today, and I said to the guy, I says, you work for a corrupt government, and it sort of like, you could tell he was like really offended by him, and he went, oh, are they corrupt? And I went, I don't know, you two are they? And they went, but I'm not allowed to say that. And I went, I know you're not, that's the problem, you're not, are you? You're not allowed to admit that. He didn't like it when I said that.
You're right, 84, and Kat and David said about 5 minutes ago they want to shut that down, that speech. So,
but that's what I mean. Yeah, it's tough. It's really it's gonna. That's what I'm saying about. Is it getting to a point where we're going to be having to read each other's minds? We're not going to be allowed to even talk, and our thoughts are going to be dangerous before long. You know, if we're not careful.
At the end of the day, the Queen or the government don't give a shit about you. You just got to fight your own fight and try and live your life as best as you can.
Get through life the best way you know how to get. But people, so in other words, like, all right, you might not think, it is, I suppose, to an extent, minding your own business, staying in your own lane to some degree, because it's like, right, I'm doing my thing. This is how I feel is best getting through life myself. I want to go to these portals, I want to make these videos, and that's my way of getting through this terrible time. For somebody else, it might be something different. You know what I mean? So it's everyone has their own ways of dealing with things, handling things, ways of getting the points across. So you leave me alone. If I want to do my videos, and you might not agree with them, who am I hurting? Am I hurting anyone by doing these videos?
No,
I'm not. Am I? You know what I mean? I'm just putting my views on the world across in a video, and either people watch it and agree or they don't.
Everyone's got their own opinion at the end of the day.
Yeah, but you know, and people who go out there and expose things or whatever you want to call it, you know, you've got to take your hat off to them, because if only everyone did that, not everyone, but you know what I mean, you know.
Yeah, well, that's what I've always said. You know, I think today more people do need to get out and film stuff as for just for even evidence alone. You don't need to necessarily film to put it on internet if you don't want. Just film, so it's for your own protection, for your own, you know. Film everything. You get to know someone turns up at your door and you don't know who it is. Film it, you know. But you can't go wrong with that third eye looking in. So.
You've always got to have protection somehow. So
yeah,
and like we said, the camera doesn't lie.
Nope.
The camera doesn't lie.
No. But the thing is, you know, it won't happen in our lifetime if anything happens. You know, where we should be, truthfully be. But we can try and pass on stuff to hopefully make that happen in the future. Whatever, we'll not know about it. It won't happen now. You know what
So
I mean?
I've got a good question then to get out there. What would people's ideal world be like? If you could wake up tomorrow and it could be completely different, what would your ideal world be like?
They wouldn't know. No, how can anyone answer that? Because what you're born into, and what you grew, you know, you're born into this, and so you grow up like this, and then you get people like ourselves questioning things and seeing things differently to what you've been told, understanding lies, and start to sort of understand that it's all kind of a big lie. And then let's just say it all shut down tomorrow, then all I'd be left with is, well, what
You'd
do
be
I
lost,
do?
wouldn't you, Dino?
What do I do now?
You'd be lost, wouldn't you, Dino?
Or would you? You don't, or would you be free?
See, the way I see it now, is like we're living in a simulation game.
Yeah, I've said that for a while, actually. It does feel like that sometimes. Definitely does feel like that.
That's how I feel.
This is it. You don't really, you don't know.
Because
to be
honest,
when some of these flat Earth guys come out with stuff, right, and they come out with, you know, the flat Earth stuff and things like that, and automatically most people go, "Oh my god!"
I don't think it's that far fetched, if I'm honest. I truly believe it? But I don't think it's that far fetched.
When you look at some of it, it's true, and people still deny it, and it's in front of their eyes. So it's like, you know, I've always said, how can you get the sun and the moon in the sky at the same time and so close?
Planes have gone missing. Planes have gone missing and not been tracked, you know, things like that.
So
that's why I
say is, in other words, is I don't know where I am. I don't know what it is. I really don't. All I know is this basic material plastic world, what I have to live in.
We haven't got a choice. This is our world.
Degree. If I decide to fuck it off and go out there in the wild, I don't think I'd live long. So it's like you're imprisoned in this plastic world,
like a simulation.
You're educated.
I'm going to say something now, and I don't want to upset anyone because it's a very touchy subject to talk about. So I hope nobody does get upset by me saying this. But it's like people who commit suicide. And I always think there must be a reason why they do it. So, and my guessing is towards that is, it's one or two reasons. They either obviously can't handle what's going on here, and in their mind, they're taking themselves to a better place. So when, you know, they do that, they're taking themselves off to a better place, or they've saved themselves to what's to come. Do you know what I mean? They kind of foresee, and they're like, well, I can't handle what's happening now. What's this? Do you know what I mean? So it kind of puts yourself in the way, because I always used to thought people who did that were selfish, but now I kind of think they must be the bravest people in the world to.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know what I'm trying to say? Without obviously, like I say, upsetting anyone too much. And I'm sorry if anyone's
I met a guy.
gone through that.
I was friends with this guy for a couple of years. Into the same music, went out a few gigs and all that. And he's, really nice, placid guy. And spoke about his mum. My mum died, and he's out with broken basically. And
Just like
then
me.
I got a phone call one day. He's I think he was 30 to 31. And sorry, Dino, but he's hung himself in his flat with a fucking wire, and it took him ages to die. But he died of a broken heart. He couldn't live without his mum not being there,
Can I just say as well, very similar situation actually with my mum, as you know, Dina. I was actually very close to committing suicide as well because of that.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm sorry if I've. I know it's a touchy subject, but you know what I mean. It's
no,
like
we talk about anything on here.
Yeah.
We talk about it on here. So yeah, and then people, and I have heard stories about people like, how come he committed so young? Well, because he thought there were no future, like he could see what were coming and thinking, some people maybe can see what's coming.
Yeah.
Not
I think so.
About today, really. And
Well,
it's like, I don't want any part of that. What is, in fact, most people who commit suicide probably think, what is the point?
Mm.
What is the point in carrying on? Well, it depends, doesn't it? I've got children, I said children, but for me,
because I know a lot of people have obviously got opinions on death itself, you know what I mean? And I always think a lot of people are obviously scared of the thought and and terrified of to that. But I always think to myself, do you know what? I'm actually pretty, I know this sounds stupid, but pretty excited. I want to find out what happens next.
No, I completely agree.
I want to know what happens. Yeah,
I actually welcome death.
It's going to happen. There's no, we can't stop it.
So.
Yeah, exactly. It's going to happen. So the time is when, where, and how. You know what I mean? So, and I'm quite, I won't say excited, but I want to know what's on. It's like I asked somebody the other day as well. It's like talking about going into outer space. What's through a black hole, and if you had the possibility of going through a black hole, would you? I kind of think, yeah, I'd go because I'd love to see what's other side of a black hole. You know what I mean? I personally believe there's a ulterior us on the other side, another planet, another living world that is more advanced, more into the future. When we talk about are we alone in the world, I'm not going into alien. Do aliens exist or all that? I believe there's another us, another planet, another. It might be other humans,
maybe all that exists where we already are. So it's like, where people have guarded like the further outreaches, like your North and South Poles, the further outreaches. So just basically ice caps is what they tell us. So all of a sudden, Germany and expeditions and things like that, and Operation Paperclip and all that kind of stuff went on, and then they sealed it off. So they went to this piece of ice in great numbers, and then they were there for a bit. Then the next thing, when they were all pulling out, they sealed it off and kept the soldiers there to guard the piece of ice. So
why?
Well, who knows what's beyond that piece of ice?
That's what I mean.
Yeah, true.
And then when people say UFOs and things like that, well, when I hear stories like, aliens are coming to get us, they're going to destroy us, they're going to take over our world. Well, if people are if entities like that so far advanced, and they can travel through time, which is impossible, right? You can't. And if they can do that, how come they've not taken us out already? What are they waiting for? So that's a load of bullshit. Because, you know,
Is it
every
though?
Hollywood
Is
movie.
Is it? That's what I mean. Is it though? We don't know,
Is
do we?
it bullshit though, Dino?
Well, why have they not done it?
Because they might not be.
Yeah.
It might be
They
not be the
might
right
just be
time.
observing
Might
us.
not
They
be the
can
right
travel,
time. Yeah.
and they can travel through time. So why have they not done it by now? Why didn't they wipe us out when we had the plague? Why? What are they waiting for?
We don't. That's it.
It just could. They just could be observing us.
For what though?
That's it. We don't know, but
That's what I mean. There's all these more questions than answers. But that's why I'm like, I want to know.
How long
I
have
want
they
to
been
know.
observing us for? You
this
know,
is why I'm interested in this shit.
So far advanced, they'd get us by now. How do you know they don't own us?
But that's it.
All right,
They
then.
could-
Well,
they
it's
could
like.
possibly do.
Well, it's like Area 51. Why does that
Yeah,
exist?
you don't know what's beyond the dark clouds. You know what I mean? And it could all be
Actually,
happening where we
Area
are now.
51, I heard that. Someone did a video on that saying that Area 51's a big distraction, and that people that are going that they're looking in the wrong place when it comes to Area 51.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Everyone thinks it's this big mysterious that they're stopping people getting into. Well, what if there's nothing in there? There isn't. There could be. I don't know, but I did hear someone say that's a big distraction technique.
Yeah, probably secret
Probably
American
is.
military,
You know.
advanced technology type thing. All the deep stuff is underground, I reckon. You know.
Well, it's like the UK full of bunkers.
Yeah.
Could be.
You know what I mean? But when I do believe there are UFOs, right? But I don't. I find it hard. I find it hard to look at these images of UFOs that are meant to be so advanced, and they just look similar to something we designed.
People say it's Russia.
The military have tried all kinds of secret stuff. You know, I remember the triangle, the black triangle with 3 orange lights on it. I actually saw one fly over me, and it was very, very fast as well. But for me, straight away, I just thought that's military. That is military.
Yeah, but how did you know it was military?
Outer space, don't know, because the stars never change. Same constellations all the time. And it's like, yeah, but it's not. And it's like, you're going at that speed. Well, if I'm going at that speed, how come I'm seeing no new constellations? Should have left these ones behind. The Big Bear and all that. They should be fucking millenniums ago, according to the speed we're meant to be going. So there are a lot of questions about it, you know, but it makes me wonder why people are gathered in places where, you know, it's
like the planet Earth.
The planet. Like, there must be something there as you're protecting it. So
it's like, how was the planet made, right? Because the planet was here millions of years before us, right? So there had to have been someone here before us.
Are we living in the right time? Are we living? Are we existing when we're supposed to be existing?
I think we're new. I think we're quite new. I don't believe in millions of years, because how the fuck they can calculate that is beyond me.
I know. That's it. That's what I mean. It's way too complex. That's what I mean.
It blows your mind, doesn't it?
This is it. That's what I mean. It's mad, isn't it? It's absolutely nuts.
And they'll come out with some scientific. Well, we've got this machinery, we've got this technology.
Yeah, we've sent people to outer space, and we've taken measurements, and okay, all right, yeah.
Spouting a load of bullshit.
A lot of things don't add up. They don't add up. Like like they're keeping something from us? That's
What are
I
they
feel.
scared of? That's what I want to know.
But this is what
Us
I mean, though.
finding
But
out the
again, going
truth,
back to
like where we're from,
before when I was talking about the government and
yeah.
or whoever the higher beings or whatever, there
What
must
are they
be.
really scared of?
Well, this isn't what the thing is. This is what I mean, right? Would we prefer it if there is a little bit of secrecy there and they didn't reveal? If there is something they're hiding from us, which let's say hypothetically there is, there must be a very good reason why they're not telling us. This is my mind. This is what I'm trying to my mindset on it.
Wouldn't you want to know?
Yeah, of course, but that's like saying, well, wouldn't you want to know when you're going to die and what time and when? Would you want to know? Do you know what I
No,
mean?
probably not.
That's what I mean. So that's what I'm saying. There's probably a reason. If there's something there, will the government just come out with it and say, yeah, this is it. This is, or again, maybe there is, maybe they're waiting for a right time. The one that it's like if they know the world's gonna end tomorrow, are they just going to come on news tonight and go, tomorrow, guys, the world's coming to an end? Would they do that because they know certain things that cause mass outbreak, mass panic, would they want that? So I get to some degree there's reasons probably why they don't want to tell us things. Will they tell us eventually? I don't know.
Yeah,
That's
but if
what
they
I'm
cared
thinking.
about us, surely they would.
But that's what I mean. Again, it's like saying, would you want to know when, like I say, if you could know when your time's up, do you want to know? Or would you rather it just happen? You know?
I'd rather it just happen personally.
But that's what I mean. So
It's
that's what I'm saying,
controversial, isn't it,
you know?
really?
Yeah. What about people in the chat? If they could know when their time's up, would they want to know? You know, it's a good question. A lot of people struggle to answer. If they, because some people might say it'd be good to tie up loose ends, finish my bucket list, maybe do things that I didn't get to do. Others would be like, nope, I just want it to happen naturally, and when my time's up, my time's up. It's kind of a good question, really, and a question that a lot of people
I'd
want
rather
to answer.
wear meat, Cat, because
Yeah.
if I knew, I'd probably feel depressed and might not want to carry through anything. It's just like, oh, no point.
Well, that's it. That's what I mean.
It's best not knowing, in my
And
opinion.
that's why I've got to take side with government or whoever it be, the hierarchies of. There's probably reasons why they don't, So
for me, it's just more curiosity for me, if anything.
I'm curious. I'm more than curious, but yeah, I'm definitely curious.
You can't tell me that this is a natural life, right? I mean, there's nature out there, which has been diminished over the years. I wonder why that is. Medicines have gone from natural resources to chemical resources. So some bodies are changing the way we live. And I think somehow we started off in nature, somehow, and it's turned into this now,
More
which is
chemical balance. Yeah,
it's not natural. It's
See
not.
me now. I feel like
Brain
a caged
control.
animal right now. The
And your
world we live in.
mind's being controlled.
I feel like a bit like that, to be fair. I feel a bit
So
like.
what is the plan? What is, who are these people? What's the point?
See, for me, the C word was just to like try and wipe us out. I reckon, because we've grown too much in population. I think they were trying to wipe us all out.
Well, and then what would they have after that?
That I don't know, but
do you know what I mean?
Why
It's
think
very,
it was created.
It's very complex.
It is. That's it. And this is what I mean. There's so many complex things that it's all right asking and talking about it, but we don't know. That's the bottom line. We don't know, and will we ever know? Maybe we'll.
No.
Again, this is another. We might find out when we die. When we do possibly die, we find out all our answers then. That's will it be too late then, or is that when we start again into a new life? Or there's so many possibilities. So many possibilities.
We just don't know, and I think that's the wisest thing to say.
Yeah.
It is the only thing I know is
If anyone can come up with a good answer to any of these questions,
love to
then
know.
you know, yeah,
I would love to know if they could.
and I bet you they can't. I bet you nobody will be able to come up with a decent answer.
Probably not.
Ian, I'm familiar with that book. I've read it a couple of times. Yeah. He's written a couple, Eric von Daniken.
Oh, I like him.
Yeah. I'll tell you what, UFO, science fiction, stuff like that has made trillions of dollars of movies, books, comics, posters, models, games.
I mean, it seems like UFOs, people say, oh, aliens don't exist, UFOs don't exist. Well, if that was the case, then how did they even become a concept? How did they even become a thing?
Maybe things are made up, just like an Hollywood movie can't.
Money?
Mm. Yeah, but it's still to still have that thought there, it's quite of an extreme thought, isn't it?
It is, but it's part of, I mean, when they show pictures and films of people getting destroyed off aliens, it keeps them in fear as well. So it's the mainstream media, films downwards, don't forget, controlling your thoughts. That's why
it's the same thing with Bigfoot as well, isn't it? Really?
Yeah.
Loch Ness, all them, yeah.
No true evidence.
No actual sightings, but
no, just a fascination with people and a slight
and the Loch Ness monster as well.
But that's what I mean. But it's like space. The ocean's that big. We haven't covered the entire width of the ocean, every inch of the ocean. We don't know what's down there. And like Dino said, you said yourself, there's there could be another world under there somewhere. You know what I mean?
God,
yeah, there could,
so,
I mean, there could be,
you know.
Why does the world need a navy? Don't forget, the world is run by admiralty law, which means it's run by the seas. So why are they so protective of us?
And that's what I mean. The world is covered more by water, isn't it? Is it covered more by water than land?
Yeah, you might want
There's
to travel
more water than land,
which is a piece of land they don't want you to travel to. So they always have to keep the waters guarded, because around the waters is land where people live. So why do we need what's wrong with us? I don't understand why we need a navy.
Again, what are they not telling us? What are they scared of?
What they're guarding? Why all this billions?
Why all the secrecy?
Of dollars worth of money and pounds worth of money to build new ships and.
Well, there's something mysterious with is it the Bermuda Triangle or something? There's a lot of mysteriousness that goes on with that, isn't there?
Yeah, that's been going on for a bit with that place just south of Miami, East America.
Again, like I said, planes going missing and not been recovered, and you know,
like I said,
could be a
we live in a simulation.
Because there's quite a lot of little islands around that area as well, little islands that could have anything operating on them. And maybe if something gets too close, they might see something or whatever. I mean, we can go on about it all night, but
that's it, exactly. And we still won't get anywhere. We'd still be where we are now. That's the most frustrating thing about it. We want, you know.
Yeah, but it's good talking about it.
It is, of course it is. Of course it is. Of course it is.
This is why I'm so interested in it.
Yeah.
Like,
you'll
love it. Curiosity.
It's like everything else. Why is it that majority of the thing, like obviously, anyone who's clever at maths are quick. You work out and you get a resolution. So you know you solve something. You know these high. I'm tired now. My brain's shutting down. But a lot of things like what we're talking about, there's no answers to them. Or we haven't got answers to them yet. You know, we're asking all these questions and there's no resolution to them. There's no, end point to them.
There's not. It's mad. The more we talk about it, and the more people might listen, and then when we've gone, you know, it's still being talked about, and then eventually you never know, you know. But Ian, right?
That is a
Sorry.
great question. I've just read it. It's a great question.
Survival of the fittest. That's been a saying for a while, but don't forget, sometimes the fittest can get taken down by something less, whether it be their own fault, by accident, or they've just lost the fight.
Coming to nature, who's really at the top of the food chain?
It can be dangerous and cruel, right? But for me, nature, right, is your friend and it's your enemy. And it's how you treat nature. So a fire can give you warmth.
But then you're killing a tree doing that, aren't you?
Yeah. You know, water, you can drown, or you can respect it and look
I was just
after
about to
it.
say that. The
Look
way I
after
see it with nature, if you respect nature,
So-
nature will respect you back.
You've got to look after each other. If it comes to nature, if you look after each other, I reckon it works out.
It's a
Don't
two-way
abuse it,
situation.
you know. But yeah, it's your friend and your enemy. It's however you want to deal with it. But, you know. So listen, guys, I'm going to go on for another 10 minutes. My
Getting
voice is
late.
getting a bit dry.
See, the brains are shutting down now. It's like
Yeah, this conversation actually has drained me, but I've
yeah,
really
that's
enjoyed
it. This is what I mean, and this is what I'm talking about. But again, like I've said to Dino many times with these lives, what people don't realise become very, very mentally draining, and how people do. Sometimes people do these lives all day, all night, and
I
it's
know,
like
and I respect him so much for that.
How? You know, I've seen it even over on the people that do come on a live and they'll just sit there for hours debating and talking about, and it's like I'll tune in for like 5 minutes or so, and then I'm like, I'm going somewhere else.
But when you're doing it yourself, you don't realise how much.
Yeah.
I mostly
soon
talk
goes.
for
Soon
hours.
goes.
You know what I mean? And then
But
it's very tiring talking. I'm thinking, you're looking,
But you don't realise
a lot
that
of
because you're having
channel
such a
hosts,
good
right?
time.
They sit there and they don't talk, so
Yeah.
they can hold a live and not have to concentrate and just pick up from time to time. All that comment, things like that. I'm trying to watch everything. I'm trying to keep up with everything, and that is draining.
But at the same time, you don't realise you're doing it because you're having such a good time as well.
Yeah. It does go. I mean, every time I do a live, it goes really quick. It's like it really does. You just don't realise like that we've been sat here chatting for nearly 5 hours, and you kind of think, where the heck has that time gone? And what we really said? What can we remember what we said at the beginning of the chat? No.
Nope, not a thing.
You cut. You care. You cut. You're so stoned, you can't be asked to read the chat. Got me floating away on a cloudy purple split.
You know what I cooked tonight for dinner? I had a salmon.
Salmon, eh? I was naughty tonight. You don't want to know what I bloody had. Very naughty.
What have you had tonight?
I'm sure you can guess. I'm sure you can guess.
Kebab.
It wasn't anything healthy anyway, that's for sure.
Oh, God, right. Yeah. I hope, right. I'm saying nothing. I hope you're eating well. Yeah.
Never.
You need to, God.
Never.
I bet your
Never.
digestion system's like, what the fuck's going on here?
She didn't listen to me.
I think I've got, I've said this to a few people now, and people, oh, you don't eat, and it's like, I think I've got all I'm going to say is I think I'm doing something right. Whether it'll catch on me later down the line, I must be doing something right. I'm not, my appetite's zero. I've got the crappiest diet in the world. But yet I feel, you know, healthy. You know, that's all that matters. I'm not saying I'm fit as a fiddle and I'm the fittest person there is, but I consider myself quite a healthy person, you know, considering
You
my
feel
diet's
content.
shockingly bad. Yeah, pretty much. You know, and it's strange. You know, it just, again, we can go into chat about, you know, food and stuff like, you know, what's the right things to eat, what's this. I just don't indulge on, or overindulge on anything. And you know what I mean? I don't overeat on anything, but, you know.
Frappes.
I don't even have them that much now because they're too
Yeah,
expensive.
right. Okay. Yeah.
They're too expensive. They're frigging
Cheers,
£5.50.
Some
Berkey.
respect, Dino.
Thank you.
They're frigging £5.50 for a frappe now. It's too expensive.
Nearly
Berkey,
£6
man,
for
thanks
a
for
frappe.
coming in. Cheers very much indeed. I know you've been in for a while, and I've not had a chance to say hello to a lot of people who've come in. But it's just been non-stop as usual, guys. So just thanks to everyone, really. There's been no trouble, no drama, just a brilliant chat, and everyone's been respectful. So, like I keep saying, I think you lot in there, you're a massive example to other live streams on how to go about having a chat with each other. And if you do decide to come on the panel, whenever you feel like it. So thanks so much. Really appreciate it, guys. And I get a lot of nice comments in private saying, you know, Dino, it's always a good mellow vibe and live. So, you know, it's a nice feeling to know that, you know, it's a genuine thing to me. So
James and Purple, you need to kiss and make up, you two. I mean, come on. Whatever's going on, this isn't the place for it, is it?
no, I'll bang the heads together. What are you playing at, you two? James.
Have you listened to any of the chat at all, you two?
Yeah.
Probably not.
James. Come on.
Enough's enough. So, you know,
Not on here.
leave your beef at the door. Or leave your vegan beef at the door.
Yeah, come on, you two. You should know
you
better.
know, he knows.
No such thing as vegan beef. Be quiet, cat. Started on me already, look. See? What did I say? I've got a very special guest coming on later on.
How dare you, Kat? How dare you start on Dino?
What have I said that's upset you so much? I'm sorry, you big
Vegan
fat
beef.
snowflake.
Trying to fucking wind me up like, right.
Well,
How dare you, Kat?
At least I won't get a steak out and eat it on camera, that's for sure.
Heavy CD later.
Leave my boyfriend alone, Kat.
Thanks so much. James, listen, sort it the fuck out. And Purple.
Before the next live, if it can be.
Please,
you're not
guys,
allowed to come in anymore.
Don't leave me with this, James. Purple.
Come on.
I'm going in 5 minutes.
One of yours, come on. Shake on
Come
it.
on.
You don't have to be best mates. You don't have to be best mates. But, you know.
I ain't going till you right.
There we go. Can we shake on it and leave our differences at the door?
No, you won't. For now, but James, thank you, James. Thank you. Purple.
Purple's too stoned.
James is fucking stoned.
Oh, we've got something in common, have they? We got something in common,
James
have they?
is stoned. He's always stoned in a nice way, though, is James.
They're stoned. I'm fucking stoned as well.
See, we're all storming. I'm not. You've not given me a chance to have one tonight, to be honest. Thank you. Just look back in chat. You're frightened to grasp me, Jim. Right, leave it right there, okay?
No more. No more.
Right, what I'm gonna do, guys, I'm gonna end it. It's been 5 hours and 40 up to now. I think it's been fantastic, and I'm just so glad as Cat's come on because in the past year a lot of people have been saying stuff and asking questions and stuff like that. So there you go. You're gonna have to wait and see what happens when it comes to.
I'm still waiting for the divorce, by the way. Pay up.
You're not
Pay
getting
up,
one.
Skinflint. Pay up.
You're not getting one.
I'm still waiting for the
cheating on
divorce.
me
Like a
here,
lot of
Dino?
people.
Excuse me, Dino, are you cheating on me here?
Oh, he's been cheating on you for a long time.
No, David, it's not like that.
Don't lie.
It's not.
Don't lie, Dino.
No.
This is why I want a divorce. I knew about it. I knew about the other.
Yeah, did you not know about me? The fling he had with me.
David, I'm sorry. I'm just. I just can't help it. We just go back too far. So if I had to choose,
Ozzy'd win every time.
What are you trying to say there? No. Do you know what? Just love you all, really. I think you're great. Fantastic. Honestly, I've really enjoyed it. I weren't even going to go live. I thought I'll leave it till Friday. And I thought, because I last night, and then I saw Purple and someone else saying someone else's live. Oh, I've missed Dino's live tonight. And, so, you do, Cat will tell you, we owe things to you as well. People who watch, who listen, we
keep it going.
And it's hard. Don't forget, if we sit back one night and, we feel down and shit as well, and we feel shit about, I feel shit about not doing a Friday if I don't feel right, and you feel shit because I think I'm letting people down.
You just do it. That I've said to you, and what do people think about this? And I said to Dino the other day, he needs to do a few more, shorts where, just little miniature videos where, if you don't want to do a live, people aren't going to fall out with you if you don't do a live. Just do a quick upload. And like that video you watched of mine the other day, I'm not going to, there's times when I've come so close to quitting YouTube, really close, but as I've said in my video the other day, I'll never quit YouTube. My channel will always be here, and I'll always do bits, whether it's now and again, every other week, little shorts, little lives, videos. I'm always going to do something. And that's what I said to Dina. I said, don't worry, if you don't go live, then maybe just do a quick little video. And hi guys, I'm not up for it tonight. And people would enjoy that just as much,
I love it when you do it, Kat. I think it's awesome.
What? Which one?
Shorts.
My shorts. You like to say them shorts are quite a hit. I must admit, them shorts are quite a hit. I found that out recently. So, and I said that to Dino. I says maybe you could try doing a couple. Yeah, quite a hit. Bite-sized snippets of something or other and whatnot.
It's been really nice to meet you, Kat. Actually, tonight.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, you too. That's what I mean. Anyone's welcome in my life. I love people in my life. New people coming in and saying hello, and it's like we might, obviously watching tonight, and yeah, I always get fun made out of me. People, and recently, like I said, I've been going, and I've always said, when it comes to lives, what I like to do is sometimes I do just watch and I don't chat, and I know people do that. So recently, I've noticed I've been going live, and sometimes, like the other week, I wanted to go live. When I want people to actually chat, everyone stays quiet, and I'm like, I'm sure you're all doing it on purpose. Yeah, well, just watch it. We're not going to talk. It'll be like a period where nobody says out, and I'm like, okay, all right, guys, come on, let's talk now. You're freaking me out. So it's funny. You all make me laugh.
David?
What do you want me to say?
Is it?
I mean, I can't believe how young I am and that I'm
How
very
mature you are. You've got quite a mature head on you. Yeah.
intellectual I am as well.
Yeah. You're probably more
For a 28-year-old.
intellectual than me by what you've said, to be fair.
He's an old head on young shoulders,
Yeah.
David.
It just shocks me.
Feel
I'm
that.
28 years old and I know all
28.
this
Stop
stuff.
rubbing it in.
Not the rest of your family like this then, or you?
No, it's just me.
Just you. It must be hard. That's what I mean. It's hard, isn't it, when you try and they look at you as if to say you're freaking not. That's what I always get. You're away with the fairies, you, and I'm like, yeah. I like being away with the fairies. Leave me alone. Rather be away with the fairies than bloody being mind controlled and a sheep, basically.
I'd rather know what's going on and not be bullied about it, and be awake to the situation that we actually are in today.
Exactly.
See what I mean? Davy's 28. I'm talking about talking and then passing it down. Davy's 28. Younger people are listening to older people because they've got it up here, I reckon. Old heads on young shoulders mean a lot to us older people. So, thanks, David.
It's all right. This is why I got massive respect for older guys.
And I'm sure you talk about this all the time to people your own age and stuff like that.
I try and spread it about as much as I can.
Keep it going, David, and I know you will. Right, listen, Purple. Right, for no worries, mate. 250 subs, nice one. Just can you and James leave it out on here and in future as well, please? Thank you very much, Ivan. But thanks for coming on. Great guest. Right, I'm going to end it there now, guys. And back on Friday. And hopefully Kat will come back on. I know David will be on. We'll have Biker as usual. And I just want to say thanks to all my mods who do a brilliant job. I know there's not many of you, but we don't need that many.
You're welcome.
Special thanks to Yvonne Driver and Paul Yeoman as well. And my good friend Plod, who's a great auditor, one of the best. So special thanks to David and Kat as well for coming on. Purple Spliff as well. Thanks very much, mate. Great panel, great chat, great live. Guys, I'll see you on Friday. Massive respect and much love.